Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to today's final matchup of Standoff 2's major event here within Phoenix. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We have some good matches. We have a best of 5 today. It's going to be, hopefully, out of this world.
Well, I hope so too, most definitely. I think we've seen all throughout the playoffs, very amazing games, very amazing comebacks, just very, very interesting top action standoff too. And I think for the finals, when two of the best teams meet, two teams that you probably predicted to make it to the finals, because I honestly do think these are the two best teams in standoff two right now. Well, everything will just crush and fall apart. And we'll see how it goes. Obviously, this is a best of 5, so plenty of interesting games. And yeah, it should be an amazing final day.
Yeah, absolutely. But of course, I'm a master. That's Twist, and that's DB over here. So we're going to be having a good time with you guys today. And well, we got to figure out. I mean, if you guys are just tuning in, you've missed a lot of good matches. But today is going to be in the final matchup, Horizon versus Saints. It's going to be a good one. We're just waiting. We're hoping that everything goes smoothly today. We did have a few things, but we got to look at what they're doing today. This is the LAN event. The people are in their seats. You guys, well, obviously, if you're watching this, you're not listening to us, but you're there. And now we're going to listen to this little bit of the trailer.
Что прошли в стенах этой пещеры. Но как они смеют думать, что достойны моего главного сокровища? Вы следили за этим турниром, ожидая финальной схватки. Вы видели славные победы и горькие поражения. Но я чувствую в вас сомнение. 8 команд вели ожесточенные бои, чтобы на деле доказать свое мастерство. Лишь 6 из них смогли пройти групповой этап и попасть в плей-офф. Бесстрашный Зейн.
Да, не пистолеты.
Непобедимый Horizon.
Нет, все-таки двоих забрал.
Вы смеете претендовать на этот символ величия? Готовьтесь! Вас ждет финальная битва, где сольются воедино мастерство, стратегия и стойкость. Покажите, насколько вы сильны на самом деле. Докажите, что достойны этого Кубка Чемпионов. И пусть только одна команда воссияет на этой арене.
All right, look at this. We're in. We're ready. You guys are in to the arena. They are. Look at all. Everyone is ready. These are the top teams. These are some of the best of the best. Horizon versus Saints. You can see everybody's ready to go. They're cheering on their favorite team. Teams will be joining the stage soon, and they are getting so close to being ready. Everybody, we have the announcer in the arena. Unfortunately, on this side of the stream, we cannot necessarily understand him. I mean, well, Twist might be able to a little bit, but overall, they're just hype. This is the hype man. He is the guy getting everyone in the mood.
Yeah, also that trailer, not 100% sure what was said there, but it sure sounded very, very epic. So I'm sure, the finals will also resonate. But I'm actually happy that, there are so many people in the arena. It seems like it is quite packed. And it seems like, there's some signs there. We can definitely see some people supporting different teams. I mean, Horizon signs, Saints signs. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be very interesting to see how it goes. But there's still many things we have to talk about as... We're waiting for the first game, and it's going to be very interesting to see. Plus, another thing I want to talk about is, well, it's a best of 5, right? So all 5 maps in the map pool will be played. I think that makes it even more interesting because we'll be able to see these teams on literally all maps. Look at that. The crowd is going crazy. The camera is showing us the prize, the trophy that you get for winning this major.
Looks amazing. I love the green and black. It's kind of my general calling card. So, I mean, I love everything about all the color scheme. But yeah, that is a lovely looking trophy. It is ready. It's in the middle of the stage. Whichever team is able to pull out today ahead with these matches, whether if it's a 3-0, 4-1, or we go all the way to the end. If we need the fifth one, it is there for the taking. But this is for Horizon. All right, and this is Horizon, your team. You're one of the best in the team captain. Coming in, Necro, Zeiss, Chronix, Lighting, Envy, all on stage, ready to go. Obviously, they've got to have some words to say to their fans and what they are ready to do for the day. I mean, it's going to be a completely different world. We saw them in the studio earlier, and we got to see past the group stages into the playoffs, and everything's a little different. But now being on stage in front of all these people, in front of thousands, tens of thousands of people watching live, this is a whole another ballpark of gameplay.
Yeah, I can only imagine what it feels like when you play, but in the background you can hear the crowd roar, and they are definitely here to see how it goes, because, well, this is Horizon. We've seen them time and time again defeat the best teams, but on the other side of things, it's not gonna be that easy, because their opponents, well, we know them. It's Saints, making a historical comeback, getting eliminated by noobs first, almost eliminated, down to lower bracket, able to climb back up on top. And most certainly, we know some players who made it happen. Sid, coming in first in the arena. Gentlemen, he definitely is a crowd favorite, so active as an in-game leader and just so emotive, and it's definitely one of the reasons why Saints have made it to the finals. Under Gentleman's leadership, almost nothing seems impossible, but there's one last thing that perhaps they consider so, and that's winning the major. So Saints will face off against Horizon very, very soon. We can see the passion in his voice. We saw all throughout the playoffs the just sheer focus on making his team win. The focus on making his team win even after suffering one of the worst defeats that you can imagine, right? Like losing to Noobs 3-9, losing to a comeback 3-9, 10-9, and then being able to come back from all of it, win the relegation bracket, go through the semis against very hard opponents, and then eventually make it all the way through. Saints, they definitely deserve to be here. They've had a very good run so far.
Yeah, they definitely have. They have beaten everything. Again, they got knocked out first round. And, well, they've been working their way back this entire time. So this is more than enough deserved for Saints to be able to make it through. They have had a hard road. There's been no chance of failure. And ultimately, gentleman at the helm and his strats and skills, we see that this dude has notes for just about anything. He is ready. He has everything just in play. And he's able to stay calm, cool, and collected. Although he is definitely more of the emotable type of players. I mean, he definitely, when they are doing good, he's feeling good, and everybody is looking to do good. So you see the players they're going to be practicing. They're getting their aim ready, and they should be getting into the lobby very soon. I mean, this is absolutely phenomenal for both these teams. Horizon, arguably one of the better teams, if not the best team. As we roll through this, they are, kind of not, I don't want to say the easy runners, but they've definitely had a little bit more of a cakewalk because they've won all the way through, and they have not been knocked down at all. I mean, they are in essentially undefeated at this point. And, well, is that going to work in their favor? Are they just that good? We'll find out. I mean, Saints have definitely played more, they've played harder, and they've had more to lose than Horizon has. So, well, as we go through these matches, we'll find out, is Saints worthy of that trophy, or is Horizon going to walk all the way down the line to victory and be able to take it in to this set of matches and to take that trophy away from Saints?
Yeah, I think two conflicting storylines here, right? Like Horizon, who have pretty much not lost anything throughout the whole group stage playoffs, and now, well, the finals, and also Saints, who sure they were looking good in the group stage, but ultimately they had to battle hard and fight hard for it to actually make it to the finals. So it's gonna be interesting to see, will the kind of reigning champions win, or will Saints complete one of the greatest upsets in Standoff 2 history? All of that will be figured out soon. Again, this is a best of 5, so trust me, it's not going to end in 2 or 3 games. I mean, it could, but again, let's be honest here, right? We're going the distance. I think we're going to see all the maps today. Again, there's 5 maps in the map pool, and I think out of those 5 maps, we'll probably be able to see all of them, which at least I'd hope so. And yeah, I mean, also the arena factor, right? Like being in front of that crowd, that is definitely something that you have to get used to. So that first game or those first 2 games might be a lot harder for some of these players who have never been in that situation.
Yeah, that's going to be really difficult across the board. I mean, just the simple fact that people are going to be yelling, cheering, and I mean, you got to stay focused. And you can do that, obviously with all the communication with your teammates, but not only all that communication, plus all the yelling and cheering and, being able to pinpoint who's talking at when through all of that will be horrendously difficult. And, of course, the ones who have the most experience in that will be doing the best. And Saints and Horizon both have been at LANs. They've both been at physical locations before. But, again, you never know how that's going to go. Again, all the cheering, all the love for these guys. It's going to be a factor that needs to come into play. And so as we see those matches, as we see things going, if people cheer at the wrong time, will it mess up any plays? And again, who will be the one to have the most ability to keep everything straight for themselves while on stage? And I mean, these guys, again, have a lot riding on the line. There's $12,500 for whoever walks away today. But no matter what, there's going to be a minimum of $5,000 for whoever takes second place. So there's still a decent bit of money up for grabs for second place. But of course, obviously, the $12,500 is what is being looked at.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, again, you don't want to make it to the finals and just take that. Well, we have 5,000. Sure, let's split it. No, you want to fight all the way through. And here we can see the brackets. This is how it kind of went. So yeah, we can see Saints, the team that is in the finals, got knocked out by Noobs in a 2-1 fashion in the first semi-final game, moving down to the lower bracket. Horizon, however, easy run for them. 2-1 against Revile, and they move on to the semis. Then Saints able to beat out Street 8 very confidently and then play against Revile. And from there, Horizons just kept winning, and Saints also kept winning, but definitely that first loss impacted them a little bit. Here we can see the total kills, and look at that. Reason's currently at 235 frags. That's almost double what half of these players have on the leaderboard, so Reason definitely someone you have to be aware of. But at the same time, if we look at the total players in the leaderboard, I mean, in the first top 5, there's 3 Horizon players and 4 in total in the top 10, so yeah, Horizon definitely have that individual skill, that individual capability to just play their best abilities. Sure, Saints have 3 of them, but Star Fox and Sid are bottoming the scoreboard there. So individually, sure, Horizon might be better, but again, Saints have that secret power of gentlemen. So with gentlemen on their help, it's gonna be very interesting. I'd say Saints are way more an actual team-based team, and Horizon are just 5 dudes who are able to pop heads. And here we can see in the crowd, seems like Saints are supported quite a lot. Saints Lucia, Saints good, or Saints the best. I think that's what it translates from Russian. So right there is also the Horizon sign. So yeah, definitely fans on both sides here.
Yeah, and I mean, again, Saints has really done a lot of work. They've grinded their way all the way up, and just, well, it's at the pinnacle point. This is it. This is the final match. This is as far as this will go. This will be the very last set of matches for this event. And of course, no matter what, we will have good games. We will have everything kind of here and ready. And so ultimately, at the end of the day, we can only have one crown victor, and only one team can take that trophy. DB, out of everything we've seen, you've been here this entire time with us through all the matches. What do you think is going to happen with Horizon versus Saints?
In all honesty, I think we will go all the way to a 2-3 split. But I am not going to cast any caster's curse just yet, so both teams can take it.
Yeah, I agree on that. Going all the way to 3-2 would be great. Definitely a 4-1, I think, is a possibility, too. I think nerves may come into play. And, of course, here's their previous lineups that they've done before. And well, Horizon has basically taken everything in history. And now we don't see Saints on this list. That's the thing, is we don't see Saints. We've seen 2-0 Noobs, 2-1 Revile tied up with Street 8, 2-0 Elevate, and 1-1 Noobs. So, well, ultimately Saints beat Noobs by a smaller margin, but they still managed to do so. We see the 2-0 on Noobs, 2-1, 2-0, 1-2, and 1-1. So Noobs only beat them out really early on, and then they came back and clean sweeped them. So still no Horizon there. We haven't seen this matchup at all.
No, that's a very interesting fact that you're pointing to. Yeah, in the group stage, they were in different groups, and also in the semis and in the playoffs, they were not playing each other. The only info we can really go off of is these games Kazan, which was quite recently. I mean, it was around a month ago. And there, Saints actually beat them out 1-0, but then Horizon beat them out 2-0. So it seems like even when they do match up, it's a very close game, and it's not really predictable how it will go. So this will be very interesting to see. I mean, again, this is such a hyped final, and especially with these teams not having played each other in the last couple of weeks, where most teams that played in the major did. I mean, this is just going to be very interesting to see how it goes.
Yeah, it definitely will be. I mean, it's so far they're tied, although technically Horizon has one more round on them in that 2-0, but that's not to say that, Saints still can't do it. Different day, different things. Of the way things happen, so we'll have to just kind of wait and see. And again, this main stage will be a huge factor in all of this, with how things go, how things play. I mean, you've got to know the nerves. Their heart rate is elevated, and I'm sure they all have rags for their sweaty hands, because, well, it's going to be a rough time. I mean, it's honestly, I can't imagine being on the main stage and then not only having to be on stage, but have to perform at the highest level of gameplay. That is a whole nother set of skills. I mean, obviously, you have certain people on stage. You have your talkers. You have your announcers. You have King Julian. But all at the end of the day, you have to perform on stage. I mean, King Julian just has to hang out. I mean, he's got the easy seat.
Yeah, he's just there as a good luck charm, I do believe. But Lighting, he's been definitely someone who has been performing well. Perhaps because of King Julian, we don't exactly know, but yeah, he has been performing well all throughout the group stage and the semis. I do think that he hasn't had like those star-like performance games where he just like tops the scoreboard, destroys everyone. So perhaps King Julian will help him unlock some of that potential today, as he is looking very, very happy there. But next up, you know him. We have Xyz. And Xyz definitely has performed throughout the whole finals. I mean, he is on the leaderboard. He's just overall a very, very solid player. 1.5k kills to his name, 1.25 rating, and overall, we can see him a lot of the times just being a very good entry fragger. So, yeah, Xyz definitely can make it happen. But we have someone else in line as well, and that's going to be Envy. And I think Envy is like the most focused, the most cool, calm, and collected player on the side of Horizon. Look, he's not even acknowledging the camera. He's just thinking, okay, how can we win this as quickly as possible? I have things to be. I want to eat. Let's just finish this game quickly. So as we can see, he is very, very focused. And that focus definitely translates into the game as well, as he is very good doing in the stats-wise department. Then, what is this? This is Pronix with 1.3k kills. He has some action figures on his desk as well. So perhaps that can help him. Some people have King Julian. This guy has action figures. Whatever helps you, whatever gets you over the line. But there's one more player that we have to talk about, and that is going to be Necro, the in-game leader. The Giga Brain, they'll have to go against Gentlemen, because the game of the in-game leaders is real today. Good kills, good rating as well, but ultimately I do think that one of the reasons why Horizon are performing as well as they are is because of Necro. We can see him call very good strats, especially on the T side, especially when they need to win some rounds. So yeah, a very, very locked and loaded Horizon lineup. But we can't forget about the other side of the equation, because it is going to be Saints.
Yeah, the two-fan wonder is at the helm, ready to go, going to stay cool and be ready to go. But like you said, there's still one more team. It is Saints. Those guys are also ready. They're on stage. They're ready to go. We can see everybody is cheering for everybody that they know and love. But Sid starting us off with his 1,300 kills. He's ready. He's always going to perform, always to the best of his abilities. And, I mean, he just never really does bad. And, then, of course, that 1.12 KD helps out as well. And then next, you know him, you love him, Infernus. He's over here ready to go. Again, 1,300 kills, almost 14. KD's not necessarily the best, but, again, he's a part of the team. He has his role. He's always kind of entry fragging, which typically means he's going to go down. But that's just kind of one of those unfortunate sets of events. But here, we can always see the very much so in-tuned. And with his emotion, reason, he puts everything into this. And, of course, he has one of the best KDs of the team with almost 2 kills away from 1,800 kills under the belt. And, again, he will show his excitement. We've got 2 more left. We've got the one to second to final. Star Fox, again, always doing good, always solid with his 1.6 KD. And, again, almost 1,700. But then you know him. You love him, the main man himself at the helm of the team, Gentleman. He has definitely got a stage presence. He may not have necessarily the best stats with a solid rating of 1, but this dude commands the team. He gives them the strats, and he makes sure everything is executed perfectly. So he does not only his best role in-game, but the best role for the team.
He's so active. I don't know what he's on, but I like it, because we've seen him all throughout the playoffs just win rounds with the crowd cheering him on. But now the crowd won't be the virtual one. It will be the one in the arena, and that will change a lot of things. We know how crowds work in these big tournaments. When it's a live arena, when the crowd is there, well, everything really can happen. But let's go with the map picks. Again, nothing is going to get banned, but we are going to see the order of these maps. So Horizon go first, and they pick Province, their best map so far in the finals. Then we have Rust by Saints, Breeze by Horizon, and now it's just a question about Sakura and Sandstone. Sakura does go first, and then Decider is going to be on Sandstone. If we do get that 5th map, it's going to be the map that is avoided the most, which will be very, very interesting. But first off, we're going to start off with Province.
Yep, and Province does look pretty good. 82% for Horizon. Clearly their best map right behind Sandstone, but that's going to be our last one. And then we roll into the next ones. I mean, Rust will be next, and obviously is not bad for Saints. They're at a 50-50 chance there, but also 57 for Horizon. But again, they have way more matches. That's 10 wins and 10 losses. That is a ton. And then next we go into Breeze, which again looks a bit better for Horizon, just by a little bit, which will be kind of that midway, maybe 50-50 chance, basically, as I'm going to put it with 67 and 66. I mean, they're basically one map extra loss for Saints. And then Sakura, well, that's clearly going to go to Saints at any day of the week. But right now, it is a 58% prediction going into this. I mean, it's solid. Obviously, we have our fan favorites. But we'll have to wait and see if this prediction will be going forward to be coming into fruition for it.
Yeah, I do think it's very close, but again, my earlier point still stands that Horizon are just very, very solid as a team and individually. And then when it comes to Saints, I think the thing that make or break them is that gentleman's leadership. Because if we just look at the individual skill, Horizon's skill ceiling individually is a little bit higher. But I do think that Gentleman can be a better in-game leader than Necro if he is able to do that, right? So I think it is going to be a question of how, like, all the pressure really is on Gentleman. And we can see that he's definitely doing good under the pressure. I mean, he looks way more than just cool, calm, and collected. He looks very confident in his abilities, which I think is very good. But, that just means that it's not only his abilities, it's just him being able to command the whole team to win Horizon. So, yeah, it should be a really close game. I think these teams are, again, the two best teams that, from the 8 teams that came into the group stage, I do think that Saints, Horizon, and Revile were the best. But obviously, Revile got eliminated by Saints in a comeback fashion. So, yeah, for now, I think we have the best finals possible, as the two best teams are there. And what else is there is all of the fans that are ready. We can see even in the crowd, some of them are gaming, practicing their skills a little bit before the actual game starts. And that big Horizon sign is still there. That must have taken some time to draw, because it's probably like a permanent marker. So somebody just wasted the whole marker, but I think it's definitely worth it, as it's good to see all these people supporting their favorite team. But I do think that Saints signs are a bit more. Horizon signs are bigger, but Saints signs are just simply more of those are there. So yeah, we'll see how it really all goes.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, the volume of signs for Saints is huge, but Horizon definitely have bigger signs. There's more put into them, I would say. Not to say that Saints don't have some good-looking signs, but again, it's all about who's come out to see them and who was able to come out. I mean, obviously, the day-to-day lives do impact, especially coming out on a Monday. Definitely changes things a little bit, but ultimately, they are here. The fans are ready. People are in the audience. They are looking to watch some absolutely phenomenal gameplay coming in for both of these teams, because again, best of 5 potential games in a row. We have those lineups of Province, Rust, Breeze, Sakura, and Sandstone will be played if necessary. Sandstone, we're crossing our fingers. We always love to see it. But will it be able to be played? Well, I agree with you. I think it's all up to Saints. Because if you let Horizon take the run individually, they'll be able to take it. And if they're just able to do what they do. But if Gentleman's big brain skills come into play, and he's able to work with the team, and they're able to do all the extra strats and cross over everybody, then they can definitely take this home. But as the crowd starts to roar, you can feel that it is going to be beginning very soon. And ultimately, only one of these teams can walk away with the grand prize of $12,500. Everyone, we can hear them screaming for their teams, showing it the love for their favorite players.
Yeah, another thing that you can kind of work with is the crowd, right? Because even though it's muffled, you do have 2 sets of headphones on. at the same time, I mean, you can hear them a little bit, and that can actually work out well for you. Let's say you are in a clutch situation, you're kind of pointing your crosshair through the wall where the opposite player might be, and you hear the crowd just starting to go crazy and start yelling. Well, now you know that's probably going to be there. So there's also that thing that you can definitely use the crowd to your advantage. You can listen to the crowd, you can listen to the way how they kind of the frequency. Sometimes they're more loud, sometimes they're more quiet, and I think if you're able to understand when they are loud and what that kind of means of your enemy's whereabouts, I think that can definitely work to your great advantage. I've seen it in other like esports tournaments and in big LANs where it's just the crowd is definitely used in their favor. So I do think that is some maybe a small bonus you can get, but again, we are in the finals, so any advantage that you can get is definitely something that you need.
Yeah, anything and everything will help out. And ultimately, it's what happens. Again, we're not on the grand stage, unfortunately. We are not there. We would absolutely love to be, but maybe sometime in the future, and then that pressure will be on us then, slightly, not nearly as much, because obviously they're playing for the cash, they're playing for the victory, they're playing for the trophy. But ultimately, that pressure can be huge. And like I said, even if they're in a clutch moment and they get the clutch moment, not only if they get the clutch, they're going to feel good, but the crowd will feel it too. And then they'll be able to feel the crowd and the just feeling of everybody being on top of it with you will be fantastic. And so, again, it's all about being able to use that to your advantage. Will it overwhelm? Will it not? We'll just have to wait and see. But again, the crowd itself, they're getting so close. And everybody's showing off their phones. They're showing off their tablets. Showing what they have. It looks like we got some skins trying to be shown off, trying to boast out what they got, putting their names out there.
Yeah, I think everyone is just starting to get more and more ready as games should begin soon. Again, we had those map picks, but actually let's talk about those map picks, as I do think it is quite an important thing to talk about. So, Province is going to come up first, and if we look at Province statistics, Horizon have 82% win rate on Province, and Saints have 56%. And I mean, yeah, we saw how good Horizon really are on Province when they beat out Elevate in the group stage 10-0 on that map, and then they finished off 10-0 on another one. But yeah, just the fact that they can win a top team like Elevate 10-0 on Province is definitely something that should strike fear into Saints players. So definitely that first game, that first map that Horizon are going to play is probably going to be their best map. So I would say that it's crucial for them to win it, because if Saints win it, well, they're in a very good position to keep building up that lead. So yeah, first game on Province, I do think it's going to be in Saints' favor. But then right after that is Rust, and actually on Rust, Saints only have 50% win rate, where Horizon have 57%. In fact, if we look at most maps, Breeze, for example, as well, on Breeze, Horizon has 67%, Saints have 60. Sakura, that is a map where Saints for the first time have a higher win rate. So these first three maps that we're going to go through, well, Horizon have better win rates on all of them. So for Saints, it's going to be a very hard start, but I think that really is the whole outline of their journey throughout these playoffs, where they get dropped by noobs. It's a very hard start, but they are able to come back from it. And when they do, yeah, they get to Sakura, where they definitely has a better win rate, and we've seen them play very well on Sakura. Unfortunately, on the decider map of Sandstone, they have a negative win rate with 48%, where Horizon have 81%. So yeah, Horizon, again, just stats-wise, definitely more decked out, but I do think that Saints just have that fighting spirit that a lot of teams are dreaming of.
Yep, and we are into the first game, first round, first everything of the day. The 2-minute countdown has started for the first round. Rolling up into this. Everybody is ready. The players are in, and they look nice and focused. We are going to see Xyce coming in with some dualies. They can try and use those to his advantage. 2 guns better than 1, right? As long as you can hit your shots. Now, this will be up to Saints to figure out where they want to go for the first bomb plant of the LAN finals to show off their skills today.
I think most teams on Province take a very slow breach side. They just kind of try to take mid and scout for options and see where they can go. But it seems like the bomb is starting to commit towards A, and it'll probably be a mid and A push towards there. So still waiting a little bit. Horizon have 3 players on A, but actually one of them starts rotated away right as the push is coming in. They have to get this one, and Reason gets a nade frag. Still fighting on, still pushing on. Now Necro is going to make that rotation, but Saints have taken the bomb site. This is a great start for them. The bomb is there as well. They should be able to plan, but Star Fox actually peeks quickly and gets one, and Sid with another. Now a 2v4 Horizon. They'd have to do so much in this situation. It's going to be hard. Ambushed last one, Zeiss, and he does get a frag, gets away, gets those dualies out. All right, let's see. 2 guns, 3 players. Can he find them? Has to look both directions, though. He is going to get sandwiched, so has to find his 1v1 engagements, which he does not, and Reason takes him down. Gentlemen, fist bumps, and that is first round for Saints. Great opener for them on Horizon's best map.
Yeah, that is a great start for them. Being able to get that first round, they should be able to get the subsequent round after that, and ultimately be able to take a nice early lead. It's very well needed. Now, granted, Horizon, I'm sure, would have loved to have that as well, but here we are, Saints on 1, and now they're going to try and find those positions and make it a little bit easier. Now they have all those FALs and MP5s ready to go. Let's see what is possible. Now, Horizon, the best case scenario, if they can go ahead and take down some of these rifles out of their hands, hurt their economy a little bit, that'd be great. Again, we'll just have to wait and see if they're able to do it. Now, this would be a huge order if Horizon was able to kind of take it out. They are hunched up together. They are nice and close. No matter which way it goes, whether it's B or A, they can figure out where they want to go. But gentleman took his headset off.
He did. He definitely did. Perhaps there are some tech issues, or maybe they need to just check something. We don't exactly know. If we look at the tablets, it does seem like the players are still in the lobby, but they're looking somewhat confused. So, yeah, we'll see. You can see in his face, he doesn't exactly know what is going on. I think he just looked at the big screen and saw himself just as a giant, and so he was like, well, that's the thing. But yeah, we are still waiting on confirmation what exactly is happening. The crowd seems alright, and it seems like on the side of Horizon, nobody has taken their headsets off. So it could just be a matter of Saints having some problems individually, but not exactly server-wise.
Yeah, it definitely could be just individual as far as device goes. So they'll definitely have to make sure that they're able to, get this figured out, make sure everything's good. Of course, the crowd is cheering on still. They're hyping them up, even though the game is not necessarily going. They are still ready to go for the rest of these rounds. Again, they're just trying to make sure that everything is looking good and is perfect for when we are in, whatever that reason may be. Ultimately, they will get it figured out. It seems like Saints, it might have been on their side more specifically. Doesn't look like Horizon is having any of those issues, at least visibly. They're all still headsetted up and ready to go. So we'll have to find out, waiting for confirmation, what maybe the issue is, and if it can be fixed here in just a second.
Yeah, most definitely. It does seem like they are getting their headsets back on, so probably just a small tech pause. We can see the admin, kind of the guy who's overlooking, is coming in for some questions, so should get resolved pretty quickly. We can see a fan. This is one out of Necro's playbook. My guy was playing with 2 fans in the semifinals, but now seems like there is 1 fan on some of the Saints players as well, so they have adopted the same mentality. That makes total sense. You just look what the pros, you look what the best of the best are doing, and then you just, permanently borrow that idea from them and, get it yourself. So, yeah, we can see that they are somewhat ready to get back into the game. It does seem like.
All right, we have confirmation. It was a hosting problem. So they are rehosting, and then they'll get that first round back on the board, and we should be good to go. Luckily, it was caught within the first second round. So on the first map, so hopefully everything can be made sure to be, extra polished and made sure. So yeah, it's just a little bit of an issue with the hosting. Not really sure what it could have been, whether if it's the server itself that it's on or if there was just a setting that wasn't checked. But they're going to go ahead and get it ready to go, rehosted, and the players will get back in shortly. The good news is that it was only in the first round was over, so that should be a very quick rehost for them. And they can get back in a lot faster than we've seen in the past with, happening later in the games.
Yeah, it's definitely good that it got spotted in the first round, but it does seem like we are slowly getting back into this. So yeah, I think again, like rehos shouldn't really take that long, so should be able to get that one figured out. But meanwhile, I mean, yeah, Saints won their first round, and it did seem like Gentleman had a very good approach to this first round of things, right? Like he was quite slow, but he did tell his team to take mid and then that long area. And as soon as they did, they just all exploded onto the site, and I think it was a very good overwhelm, right? Like they just all 5 players pushing in, and that's very hard to deal with. So you can see already that even the first round, Gentleman is definitely up to the task on defeating Horizon, especially on Province. Again, Horizon's best map. I just have to say it. I have to, kind of 100 double down on it. I do think it is their best map. So yeah, the fact they're able to get around, definitely a good start for them. And again, it means for Saints way more than for Horizon, because, well, getting any amount of rounds on Province will be a good start for them.
Yeah, definitely will be. And so every round counts, especially on their specifically best map for Horizon. So Saints, whatever they can get will be good. Will they be able to take it? Only time will tell. And again, the last decider map is technically by 1% Horizon's second best map. So honestly, I think Saints want to be able to take this in a 4-1 fashion. Be able to take that early on, maybe a 3-0, just for the fact of, they probably shouldn't and don't want to get to Sandstone because, well, that's not going to be fun. But we'll have to wait and see. We do have someone who has waited so long for everything, and they're just waiting forever. They're waking up now that the game is soon to be back started. Get ready. The crowd is ready. We kind of got a false start, but they're getting there.
Yeah, they most certainly are. We can see the parents are enjoying this as well. That guy looked like he just played 20 hours of Standoff too. Perhaps we'll see him in the next major. But yeah, we should be able to get back into the game quite quickly. But again, I do see a lot more signs coming in from Saints. So I do think that they might be the crowd favorites coming into this. I think they are just, especially the Gentleman being their leader, I think they are just easier perhaps to relate to. You see a confident, fun guy on the main stage leading this team. So I do think that Saints have that a little bit of crowd advantage here, which can definitely help. I mean, do not look down on how many supporters you have in the arena, because you can hear it. Trust me, when you are in a clutch situation and they are cheering you on, or when your opponents are in a clutch situation and they get booed, well, that changes a lot, because you definitely hear it. Again, they have 2 pairs of headphones, but they can hear some things. They can hear a little bit of the crowd through them. So yeah, be aware that a crowd effect is real.
Yeah, being able to be wooed and booed and, all the excitement across the board is huge. And, I mean, ultimately, it's something to keep in mind and something that they have to fight against from being able to, those emotions, really, to hold them down. So, at the end of the day, we'll have to wait and see where this can take us. We only got to see the first round, and then we had to rehost. And so we can see the headsets have reappeared on everyone's head. So we're now looking better. Showing off some skins here. Showing off the best things we have. And again, everybody just literally shaking ready with everything. And well, that looks like they're giving some information on stage. And hopefully that is some good information for everybody to be rehosted and ready to go.
Again, Saints, all Saints across the signs and across the board. So, yeah, it will be interesting to see. I mean, again, in the predictions, more people predicted Horizon to win, but I think that is more based off of stats. But when you actually look at factors that perhaps don't come into the stats, well, the picture is going to be a little different. This guy, okay, we see a Horizon 10-0. Yeah, all right.
He wants to see it again. He wants to see an Elevate game.
Most definitely has been watching the playoffs, but well, I don't think a 10-0 is going to happen, especially not on the first map. As Horizon, they lost their first round against Saints on Province, but here we go. We are underway, and let's see how that second round goes.
Yep, let's go ahead and make sure that everything is good. It's been rehosted. Everybody has the weapons they want, and so we're trying it again. This should be good. Now, it's not going to be a 10-0, but could it be a 10-1? Probably not. It might be a 10-2 once, you know, Horizon's able to get the weapons they want. That could change.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Horizon are just taking a standard eco round, right? Like, there's not really much they can do. Sure, they could have forced, but why? We're literally on the second round of a potentially five-game match, five-match game. So at this point, you know, they can just take it slow. They can definitely concede a round or two and then, you know, move into more aggressive action when it's needed. So Necro, he is dualies, and he cannot get anything with him. But Envy, though, he does get one and a reason quick on refrag. So just a very standard anti-eco here coming in from Saints. 3 players already down. Pronix left on a 5-7, and that bomb is going to go down on the A site once again. Well, Star Fox tries to deny this angle from being pushed, but I don't think they will even do that. I mean, at this point, Zeiss could go for it. He only has a USP. Maybe Pronix, who wants to stay with that 5-7 for next round, take a very slow start of the game, but at the same time, get this cash up. We'll really see, but yeah, seems like for now, Horizon are not even going to be that pushy and try to, you know, do anything, take some weapons out of the hands, perhaps.
Yeah, this is definitely as hard as it can be. I mean, Pronix, Zeiss trying their best, but ultimately, you know, the bomb will explode, and that's just all that can be done. Actually, Zeiss still going down somehow. I guess being just a little bit too close. But second round will be going to Saints, and so they're going to be able to be in it.
Inverness was able to take 2 before he was taken out at the beginning there.
Yeah, and so he was at least able to get to take out some weaponry. So that's going to affect their economy. But how much, you know, this will be a long duration of a day, especially for mainly this game. You know, and that's one of the biggest things as well, not only being at a LAN, but we've talked about this, even just the best of 3s, and this is being a best of 5. The endurance of these players, they have to go all day and mentally prepare themselves, and that's a lot to be asked. We already see 2 players on either side getting taken out. It's down to a 3v3. Bomb is not necessarily set to go towards any specific position or bomb site, but we are seeing the 3-man split, one in either main point of the map. And so the only problem with that is if there needs to be a rotation, you're almost guaranteed, unless they can hide, that one player will go down. So this is going to be a little tough for them.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, if we look at the minimap as well, Saints are moving all of their resources towards A, and there's only one player there, one on mid who can come for quick help. But at the end of the day, they are working at a disadvantage on this bomb side. But actually, Sid gets caught so much off guard there. Very lucky not to go down, but those nades are going to deal some damage. And that's going to be Gentleman finding the first, but getting caught off guard, and that's going to be Inverness getting a refrag, saving Gentleman's life. So lucky in this round. Saints almost losing both Sid and Gentleman, but the team play does come in to help. And now we only have Zeiss left alive, and with $100 to his name, he's probably going to opt to save. I mean, all he can really do is spam these knife pull-out animations, but other than that, there's not really any need for him to go for this. I mean, again, we're only in the 3 rounds in, so at this point, save the weapon. You know, sure, that start might be a bit rocky, but again, you can definitely get back into it.
Well, but exit frags might be a thing. I mean, look at that. They're so low, like under 20 HP for 2 players. I mean, look at Sid, 6 HP. If he's able to get some picks here, that's 2 players going to be going down. And now with that extra shot being done, he does have that information. But it looks like it will be a save entirely, but maybe Zeiss will push a little bit. Nope, he's going to go for the safety bet and stay where he needs to be. So that is Saints. They're 3-0 already on the first game. And now we get to go into the next round. And it seems like Horizon's having a bit of a rough start on their best map. Not the best show.
No, but at the same time, sure, you know that those pistols sometimes are literally a coin flip, and the only thing that they've really lost is their first rifle round, which is not the best, as now they have to go, well, somewhat forced, but it just doesn't look like a pretty buy at all. So yeah, losing that one rifle definitely did not work out great for them. But again, you know, even if Saints win this round, they're 4-1 up, but they've only won one rifle round. So at that point, you know, when those rifles come in more stably, things will change. But seems like for now, gentlemen, is just having a shooting gallery here, taking out everyone. Exise, though, is able to refrag on Inverness, but the bomb being down in Saints' control and them being able to go either A or B, where they most likely will only meet pistols, well, that definitely puts them in advantage. Gentleman here, he's just balling out, man. 5 kills to his name, and 6. He's ready for everything. Last player alive, that goes down as well. And Gentleman, so far undefeated. His strategy, his rulebook is working. As we're moving into the 5th round, Saints are taking an unprecedented 4-0 lead on Horizon's best map.
Yeah, this is absolutely unexpected. I mean, the fact that Horizon, this is one of those that was a nice 10-0 for Horizon. But again, as we mentioned in the early stages of the stream, that, you know, they have the stats and they have the strats really behind them for everything. And that Horizon does good. But Gentleman is on a whole nother level of just being big brain stats. He has plays, he has routes, he has everything for him and his team to use, and it's almost like he has an answer for just about anything. And so being able to use that to his advantage is going to be huge.
I think we just witnessed an ace from Gentleman.
Was that a Gentleman ace?
I'm quite sure it was definitely 4. I'm not sure about the ace, but even if it was an ace, that makes it even more impressive. That's a good call, actually, yeah. It could have been 7 kills to his name. Well, he's looking to do it all over again. That smoke comes in, and Gentleman, there you go.
He's at 7.
All right, well, he got another one just now. He's on 8 now.
8.
Very low HP, though. Envy has to find these frags, and he does find one. This looks like a round that Horizon could finally win. 2v3, Gentleman very low. Sure, he's been performing extremely well, but with that HP, has to find instant headshots, and Inverness looking to do the same thing, but not yet being able to connect. They are still committing towards B. That's a weird decision. There's 3 players there. Gentleman goes down as well, and Inverness, at this point, he could just rotate towards A. There's no players on A, but he is still staying so strong, and I mean, ultimately, if you keep pushing a stacked site, you are going to go down. So that is going to be Necro eliminating the last player and putting Horizon on their first round here.
Yep, so Horizon finally making somewhat of a comeback and being able to bust in for the first one. And well, it was finally well due. I mean, you can't just have Horizon continue to lose on their best map, period, historically speaking and data-wise. But we're going to try it again. I mean, Saints has plenty of money to buy up, so they're going to be able to do it all over again. So let's see if Horizon can take down another fully stacked Saints and see if the new strategy that Saints is going to pull out will be able to take on Horizon again. Because if they can take them out, more than likely you'll see a scrappy buy or just pistols again for Horizon. So if Saints can go ahead and do it now, then this will be huge for them to be able to just get even more of a lead than they already have now.
Yeah, most certainly so. Again, that cash is not looking the greatest on either side, but Horizon definitely envy on $0, Exise on 600, like that's not the best situation. But on the other side of things, Saints, they do have their big cash guys, for example, Sid. But again, Inverness is on 100, so this is a must-win round for either team, because I think whichever loses it will be in a very bad economical decision. Seems like they are aware of it, they know, so they're trying to not make any mistakes, trying to bait out these mistakes from the opponent players, actually. But for now, Saints are not really aggressing, and same can be said for Horizon. But eventually, they will have to. And when they do, Necro goes down. with Inverness getting a quick headshot, they are going to move their resources more towards the A side of things. The rotations are coming in very quickly. Horizon have been good with making their rotations happen fast in this game. Sure, that hasn't netted them the most rounds, but it's definitely a good thing to do. And that execute is still coming in. Nades raining both directions, going to be Envy eliminating one.
Ooh.
And that nade just taking down everyone. But what just happened? So many kills on a kill feed. Pronix has to find both, but it's only going to be Star Fox left alive against Exice. And Exice is making the rotation quite quickly. He will come in from the side that Star Fox is looking at. I don't think he actually got spotted. Oh, this is so close. I think they both might actually know where each other is. He peeks and he gets the frag. Star Fox playing it to perfection, isolating the angles and getting the frags, getting Saints to 5. A crazy opener to Horizon's best map being Province.
I swear, it kills me the way this guy sits. Star Fox just sits in the weirdest positions. And he's so much lower than everybody else. He's got his feet propped up underneath the desk. And he's got his iPad just propped up. I mean, good on him. He doesn't have to hold it. So it makes things a little bit easier. But again, he just sits in the weirdest positions. But you never know. Those people who sit really weird, you got to watch out for them. Because not only are they used to playing in that way, you know, they're comfortable. They're relaxed. They're more at home. And especially this setting, you need every little bit that you can. But look at this. Saints up to 5. Horizon only on 1. We have a scrappy buy coming in, forced in half. I mean, you got some shotties. You got a FAMAS. But, I mean, it's just basically spaz time here on the side of Horizon. And, I mean, that's good. They can stay close and get some shoddy action. But at the end of the day, there's only so much that can be done. But even while Flash, Pronix able to get one. Trade out Zeiss for another one.
Zeiss, that's a big one to be found. Star Fox is not going to be happy about that one. Jumping shoddy kill. And somehow they're slowly making it happen. Now Sid, he is going to find Necros. So a 3v3. And there he goes. Saints once again. 2 kills on the kill feed in a matter of seconds. And now it's only Envy. Sure, he has one of the better weapons of this round. Oh, and he actually might catch him off guard with a knife out. But Inverness, he is there just shouldering his brother, taking down what he could not. And that's going to be Saints up on 6. A better first half could not have been asked for them. And I mean, again, they are doing this on the T side of things. Personally, I think CD side on Province is a bit easier to play. So, you know, with establishing this kind of a lead on the first side, on the T side, like this just puts them in such a good position to actually win it all. And we talked about in the pre-show how this is a map that Horizon definitely should take home. So the fact they're losing for now, I mean, again, this is far from over. I mean, we've literally seen 0-9 to 10-9 comebacks in the majors, so nothing is off the table. But at the same time, Horizon, again, look at that buy. That's just horrible. Sure, they want to buy everything they can in the last round, but that makes this round so much harder to accomplish. Deagles, some 5-7s. Star Fox is guarding that area as well. And I mean, I think Saints will know, at least for now, there's only pistols, so all they really have to do is stick together and not give them 1v1 gunfights. It does seem like they're going to go A, and meanwhile, yeah, just players slowly falling all around the map. Star Fox now takes down Zeiss now, and now it's a 3v5 with 2 actually being on A, so it's still somewhat possible. Those nades just deal so much damage, and so does Reason with a triple kill, and that is going to be Saints on 7.
This is definitely not going the way that Horizon wants it to be going. But again, Saints really showing up, showing that team play, team pushes. I mean, we're seeing kill feeds of 2, 3 in a row on the feed, so they are executing at the exact same time and moving forward. So, I mean, that is such a huge thing for them to be able to coordinate all those things across the map at the exact same time and figuring out not only their position, but accurately shooting them in those positions is absolutely insane. So we're going to see it going off again. Lighting, Necro actually looking good this time around, getting 1 kill each. Reason's already down, so that's worry about the heavy hitters. Besides Inverness being able to actually clean it up a bit. Gentleman is still in play, and he has 10 kills to his name. So they're going to have to kind of figure out where they want to take the bomb, which I assume is going to be A, but we may have a rotation. Looks like they are going to go for a heavy push back to A, leaving 1 player on B.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those rounds that Horizon have to win. They haven't had many rounds where they have a player advantage, but now that they do, Especially with Sid missing that molly. I mean, it's entirely possible to do. Inverness is going to be the first point of contact, but those nades on Saints are so good today, and so is Inverness. He takes down Necro. That flash is going to come in, but again, Inverness just not spotted. Playing like a ninja there, gentlemen. The only one who can really stop this Pronix advances. Now he's going to push through. But again, Inverness, he's just going to get a triple. 10 kills to his name, and that's going to be Saints. Very dominant in the first half, 8 rounds. Now, all they really need to do is win the pistol, and then they've pretty much done it, as winning an anti-eco is more a question of time, not exactly a choice. So, at this point, there are definitely some problems on the side of Horizon. I mean, they did not expect to start off in this manner, but they have, so they have to find ways how to come back from it. And Inverness here, such good dodge from the flash, an instant kill, switches out the weapon as well, gets the third. But yeah, I mean, on the side of Necro, he is definitely slacking a little bit if we compare him to Gentleman. As Gentleman, you can see, you know, the individual skills definitely there on Saints as well. I'd say it has been upgraded since the semis. But at the same time, like, we can see the strats that are coming in from Gentleman, and they are very, very good and hard to counter. So in the first pistol, this is where Horizon have to do all the heavy lifting. They have to win this one 100% if they want to have any chance back into this game.
Yeah,
I
they definitely
believe
do.
Inverness actually got 4 kills on that last match before the switch here.
He did. Yeah, he just wiped out the entire site and finished off the last player coming into the site. I mean, he really just cleared it out. I mean, he hadn't really shown up very much, but when he did, he did it very well.
Well, the pistol is underway, and seems like it's gonna be Gentleman taking down Zeiss first, but still, Saints don't really have an idea where Horizon will go. I mean, B could still be a question, so they leave one player there. It's actually gonna be A, and Saints have made a pretty good call at allocating most of their players towards A. The question just now is, can they actually perform aim-wise? Because pistol rounds are way more about aim than rifle rounds, I'd say. Just about who can, you know, tap the gun a little bit faster. So at this point, the first half deal with Inverness, and that's not gonna happen. He's on fire today. 11 kills now to his name, taking down Envy. That flash is gonna deal a lot of damage. He has to stay vigilant. He has to stay on his feet, but it's gonna be Lighting doing the exact opposite what he wanted him to do. Taking down 2, and now at this point it is a 3v3 with the bomb being planted. Now Necro is very low, same can be said for Pronix and Lighting, so Saints do have the HP advantage, but there's some nice smokes there, so it's definitely possible for Horizon to just deny this push, deny this retake as long as possible. It's going to be Gentleman again. This man is showing up individually big time, and Reason finishes off Pronix as well. Gentleman is on 13 frags. Normally we're talking about him as a great in-game leader, and sure, he can have his star-like performance games, but seems like today, at least on this map, he's definitely having that star-like performance both individually and as an in-game leader. We can see Envy, he's starting to sweat a little bit. That jersey is getting a bit hot because, yeah, this is their map, but they're just not performing how they should. So one more round for Saints to actually take home the first map in a crazy fashion. I mean, we're talking about 9-1, 10-1 here.
Yeah, on Horizon's historically best map. I mean, from an 82% to 56%, you kind of expected Horizon to be doing a little bit better than 9-1. I mean, they've got to do a sweep among sweeps. And there's going to be a force buy coming in. Everything's all bars none. This is it. There we have FALs, we have Tech 9s, and they are going for as much as they can. But look at this. Zeiss, Envy, and with the moment you need them coming in. Although Envy's super low, so now it's a 5B.
Oh,
but no, that was so close. Inverness, that was almost bad twist.
Yeah, almost bad, definitely, but for now they're still keeping themselves in the game. Envy is very low again, and Zeiss same, but Envy can't connect that shot. That was a must-hit shot for Envy. We can see him sweating in the round cam before, and now he's just not able to perform. I mean, sure, still, Horizon are in this, but Reason gets another, and now it's a 2v4 turn, a 2v2. Some nades coming in as well. Unfortunately, nobody in that corner, so at least for now, Horizon do stay in a little bit of advantage here. Still corners to clear, but one player very low here. They know where both are, and they get eliminated. Is there enough time? That is the only question right now, but it seems like there is, and Saints, they have taken the first map. You can see what it means for them.
I cannot believe we just witnessed a 10-1 in the first round of this best of 5. from Saints having a 30% deficit of possibilities of historical data, but Saints just obliterated Horizon on their best map. The map that they 10-0'd Elevate on. I have no words. They 10-1'd them. They all but 10-0'd them. I mean, that is just insane coming in from Saints.
I think that the whole theme of the finals of the major for Saints is simply making the reverse sweep happen. And once again, they've done it. As you said, Horizon, they win Elevate 10-0 on Province, and now Saints give them a little bit of their own medicine. As they win out 10-1. I mean, sure, it wasn't 10-0, but at the same time, as you said, this is just stats-wise so geared towards Horizon taking it, and they don't. And not only they don't, they simply can't perform. They can't find any answers to the onslaught of just Gentleman's in-game leadership.
Yeah, his stats and strats are just unbeknownst. It's almost you just can't go against his strategist. He has a playbook, and he's got to have that password protected, encrypted, everything to make sure that is not taken. I mean, that is disgustingly good.
Oh, most certainly. I mean, we saw throughout the first game that it's not only the individual performance of Saints that definitely has, they have up the ante, they have, probably practiced as many team death matches, as many aim, whatever's as they can every single day. So we definitely see the individual, like, just crisp aim is there. But also the team play is just off the chart. The way how they on the T side take different sides, the execution, different nades they do, different splits they do, like it's definitely all there. And I think it's going to be very hard for Horizon to find any answers if Saints have prepared like this on all maps, not only Province.
Yeah, and it's just, if they have this type of stuff, I agree, all the way through, we could be seeing a 3-0. It's possible. It would be unbeknownst. That would be a way for Saints to put themselves into the history books of a 3-0 at a major LAN event against arguably one of the best teams in the entire world. Would be nuts. DB, what did you see in that just turned everything on its head?
Gentleman's individual skill, I would say. That ace really clinched it, I think. Just got him in the right mindset. Just blown away.
Yeah, it did. And the fact that not only the guy is giving the strats that are working horrendously well, but the fact that he's able to show up as one of the top fraggers, yeah, I agree. I think that's a huge tilt moment.
Yeah, I think especially at this point, it's like we talked about this thing where, a team maybe does good and they do all right, but then one player who on the team maybe isn't having those star-like performances most of the time, he shows up, and when that one player shows up, just everything falls into place, and they suddenly start performing almost twice as good. And I think that's definitely something that happened on the first map, where yeah, most certainly, like, Gentleman is always good in terms of in terms of his in-game leadership, but when he's able to do that and perform like an absolute beast, well, yeah, Saints are just gonna accelerate, and it's gonna be hard for them to do much. But if we talk about the other side of the equation, which is Horizon, I think they simply lacked any ways how to counter their strats. I mean, they try to run the default that is working most of the time for them against, most teams. But again, this is Saints we were talking about, and they've definitely done their practicing. So those just default CD setups where, send a few players there, a few players there, they don't actually work that well anymore, as we said, as we saw. So, yeah, it's now it's like more just about being able to perhaps throw some gimmick strats, throw something that Saints aren't exactly expecting, because we could definitely see that Gentleman has done his studying, has done his research, and he just knows how, what kind of positions, even what players hold what positions. So at that point, it's just a question about, getting the best strat done, and that's definitely something that Gentleman did. And if we look at the kills here as well, just starting off very good, 6 kills to his name already, make that 7, and overall just a very good performance coming in from him.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just so many good things happening for everyone for Saints. I mean, everybody has done great, and like we were mentioning, Gentleman doing a phenomenal job himself, but the fact that even in just some of these rounds, everybody's able to show up equally, or even Inverness, getting himself a 4-piece I mean, doing great. And there we go. There's Gentleman. He was the actual MVP at the end. 13 kills, 2.6 KD, and a 2.29 rating over Pronix being the best at a 0.8 and 0.73 with only 8 kills.
I mean, honestly, if you lose 1 to 10, I think it's quite kind of impressive still that you are able to almost get a positive KD and an alright rating. Not the best, but not a just completely ruined rating. So yeah, Pronix did alright, but again, it's like one player on Horizon who was performing, up maybe to his usual standards. I wouldn't even say that, as we normally see him do better. And then on the other side of things, it's just Saints, just everyone showing up big time. We'll see the round balance right now. And yeah, honestly, that wasn't that big of a contest. I mean, there were some close rounds, but definitely towards the end of the first half, it was just Saints all over the board. Sure, again, round number 6, that was down to a 1v1. And the last round that they got was actually a 2v4 clutch turned into a 2v2. But I don't think that 2v4 clutch would have happened if Invi simply got that one frag. Then he would have made it 1v4. So I think Invi kind of, I wouldn't say lost the game, because I think it was lost long before the final round, but Invi definitely lost that round, and we could see him sweating a bit on the player cams, the round earlier. So yeah, that's definitely something you need to pay attention to, that some players on Horizon are maybe not playing how they should have. And honestly, we didn't expect this, because again, Horizon have been in LAN finals, I believe. So yeah, at this point, it's we'll see how well they adapt coming into map number 2, but definitely need to do some changes to the things they're doing right now.
Yeah, they definitely need to. We're going into Rust next, which is going to be Saints' pick. Now, Rust isn't too bad. Horizon definitely doesn't have nearly as much historical play. They have, at this point, 7-5, where they, on the other side, Saints have 10-10. So we'll be able to find out how that goes here shortly. But there's that 2.17 kill death on Gentleman. And we see 2 solid 2s on their kill deaths, and then 1.8, 1.3. So everybody did phenomenal. 13, 12, 12, 9, and 8. Everybody staying so close together. Inferna's doing a great job. Same with Star Fox. 7 and 5 assists. I mean, they were just helping each other out constantly. So even though Star Fox didn't have all the kills, he had 5 assists to make sure that his teammates were able to get it. Other side, Pronix, Necro, Envy, Lighting, and Exis. 8, 6, 5, 5, and 5. I mean, not bad, although I find that it is glorious to see that they all had 11 deaths equally across the board. So they died literally equally across the board. No one surviving.
Yeah, that's another thing. Like, if we looked at the stats of Horizon there, like, sometimes you lose very badly, but it's simply because 1 or 2 players are not performing, and then it's like, well, we're kind of playing a 3v5 at this point, so it's not exactly, we can't really win it. But that can be said this time. Like, this time they all, again, their kills were pretty much equal. 5 the lowest, and I believe 7 the highest, or 8 the highest. So it's not that one player on the side of Horizon was simply performing very badly, and that kind of impacted the whole team. It was more just about Horizon not being able to do much. And again, this is a team that we talked about where individually they're definitely a bit better than Saints are. So, if Saints play up to this individual standard that they did in the first game, plus they have that factor of Gentleman that is, in my opinion, if they win the major, at least I would crown him as the best in-game leader in Standoff 2 right now. It's just a very hard mix for Horizon to counter right now.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, this is really hard. I mean, again, they're used to playing good. They're used to playing at top tier. But the only problem is Saints now not only being good, they've worked all their way up through the lower bracket and made their way back to the finals and being here on the main stage at the best of 5 end. But the fact that Gentleman, again, he has those strats. He has things written down. He has plays. He has calls. And basically, what I would assume is scenarios too. Now, if we got, 3 versus 5, well, what side are we going for? Depends what the stack looks like. I mean, he probably has. We've seen huge lists on his phone. He has that data, and so he uses that to his advantage, and he seems like a very analytical kind of guy, so he's run the tests, he's run scenarios, and that's really hard which I'm sure Horizon is, running some, but when you've got that kind of big brain plays, that guy that has all those strats and scenarios, you really have to try something out of the box to throw his strats out the window.
Yeah, I think during the last 2 or 3 days, he has definitely done his practicing because we can see like the strats that they're running right now are a little bit different. I'd say they're a bit more advanced. It seems like they have just a bigger map pool of strats they can pull from, right? Because we saw, maybe in the group stage and also in the playoffs a little bit, Saints they were good at strats, but it was simply they found one or two strats that are working and just kept doing them all over again until they worked. But on the other side, but today at least, it seems like they have just many different strats that they can utilize, and that just makes it even harder for Horizon to make a correct read.
Yeah, it definitely is. The advancements, again, we were seeing 2-3 players execute pushes in 3 different areas at the exact same time. And that's such a big thing. But overall, it's huge. They have the plays, they're having things put in. And I mean, ultimately, it's going to be an uphill battle for Horizon if they're not able to kind of find the foothold for their individual skills. Because when you have 2 players in 3 areas really just executing, I mean, unless you're ready with you and your teammates, it's just not going to happen. I mean, the fact that those strats win or individual gameplay will ultimately, win you some rounds if you even get those rounds. But at the end of the day, it's all about the rounds and being able to win them.
Yeah, 100%. Here we can see the advertisement for the Note 30 Pro. I mean, that's definitely a very good phone. So if you do want to play some Standoff 2, look into getting it. Definitely a phone that we could recommend. It is the official sponsor of the major. So for a reason, they wouldn't really advertise a phone that perhaps doesn't work. So again, if you want an upgrade, definitely do look into that Note 30. But it does seem like we are slowly getting ready to get into the second map of things, that being Rust. And now Rust is Saints map pick, so that technically makes it a little bit easier for them to win it. Probably not going to be easier than a 10-1. But if we simply look at the map stats, Horizon have a little bit of advantage on it. I mean, Saints have played more, so they have won 10 and lost 10, making it a 50% win rate. Whereas Horizon have played less, 7-5, 7-1, and 5 lost, 57% win rate. So yeah, again, those win rates are nothing to go off of because we just saw Province where Horizon had 82% and Saints had 56, and Saints just demolished them. But I still do think that it's at least some kind of a guide, at least something that you can go off of if you want to make any kind of prediction. So yeah, honestly, even though Saints win rate might be 7% lower, that's not a big difference. And since they have picked it as their first map pick, and normally your first map pick would be like your better map, simply just because you don't want to lose 3 maps in a row. Well, yeah, with that being their map pick, I do think that this could be very possible for them to take it home. There's definitely been some huge preparation done beforehand from gentlemen as well if they decide to make it as their first.
Yeah, and it's such a huge thing for them to be able to find a way back for Horizon. I mean, at the end of the day, they need to take some games and some rounds, because starting off with a 10-1, not great. And I mean, it could be just the first round jitters. They're off stage right now. They're kind of regrouping everything, potentially meeting some fans, but overall, they got to get back into their positions and be able to get back into that right mindset. And again, just what they need to do. And also, just before we dip off of this Note 30 Pro, got to give some specs for you guys if you guys don't know about it. Octa-core, so you're going to have octa-cores for it. It's going to be the Hilo G99 with 8 gigs of RAM and 256 for kind of the base model for it. You guys can pick it up for just a couple $100. It's actually really not badly priced with a 5,000 milliamp battery on it. And if you like the, cameras on them, it actually does have a Samsung sensor built into it with 108 megapixels with a 1.75 f-stop, which, by the way, that means that works in really close-up order, so you get a good focal length for it and fairly decent for nighttime shoots. And that's going to, of course, you're going to be running the newest Android 13. So remember, that is a possibility. It is also running full 1080p, and that is an AMOLED display, so you're going to have great color accuracy, and you can be able to see anyone you want in-game, so you'll be able to have the brightest and best color ratios you can get.
Yeah, most certainly. Look into that again. That's a big phone. Definitely will be able to spot those players in longer ranges as well. But with that being said, I do think that We are slowly, again, slowly getting ready for Rust, and let's talk about Rust. Actually, I do think that Rust is a map where fast gameplay or fast-paced gameplay, especially on the T side of things, is the meta, is the norm. You know, because you can really take both bomb sites by storm if you just decide that you want to push them, especially on the B bomb side of things, where it's quite close range. There's a lot of different things you can do. Just kind of rush in, make things happen, overwhelm your opponents. So if you didn't think Province was quick enough, we have something in store for you as we are moving on to Rust, where fast gameplay is the key.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely nuts, and especially with the A site, that's going to change. That's going to be really, I think, the main source of action, at least with Saints. Now, Horizon might change that up a little bit. They should be starting first on the T side, so we'll have to wait and see what they're able to do. But I feel like if things are not going to work, it's going to go on the side of Horizon. They may have to flip-flop back and forth, in which case B will come more into play at this point, just to try and change things up a bit, right? So it's going to be something that they're going to have to work on. But ultimately, I think fast pushes, quick aggression on Rust is definitely what is needed.
100%. I mean, at this point, they just have to find ways how to get back into this game, because it's not going to get any easier, right? Like we're moving on to Sakura, which is our fourth map, and if it does go to that, I mean, that is Saint's best map. That is almost what Province is, or at least was, for Horizon. I mean, that does the same thing for Saints. Like, they have been very good on Sakura. Sure, they did lose that crazy game to noobs on Sakura, which could tilt some heads a little bit, make them a bit skeptical, but I do think that ultimately they are simply a bit of a better team on that Sakura map. So if Horizon want to win this, they kind of have to go and win on their own map pick, because on Saints map pick, that is, because otherwise, yeah, it's just going to be very hard to get into that game, especially losing this. Then they have to win 3 games in a row, to win the major. So this is pretty much a do or die map for Horizon.
Yeah, it definitely is. And, well, they've got to get into this because, again, if we go to Breeze, that's going to be our 50-50 shot. And what you don't want to be walking into on your third game is a 50-50 shot of being able to take it. Because if, Saints able to just blow out on Rust, well, your flip of a coin. That could be over. It could be over before it even starts. The fact that we've already hit a 10-1 is nuts, and that we're already done with our first game, and then we roll into Rust. If it's anywhere close to that, again, it's going to be rough. And then your flip of a coin for the third, that is not where you want to be. This is really, and I agree, a very pivotal moment for Horizon. They have to take Rust to give themselves a chance to get over to Sakura and to give them a better shot. But then again, it's an 83% win rate on Sakura for Saints. And we've seen the Saints time and time again bring Sakura back at no matter what, no matter point it is. And, of course, we can see here on screen that they're showing off that Note 30, which, again, is, at least in USD, a $250 phone. Now, unfortunately, in the US, you cannot get it. The cell towers just don't work. But if you're over there in Europe, you guys, that is something that is a possibility. You have to double-check on your antennas and be able to make sure that that actually works for your cell towers in your area. But it works in a lot of areas, and the fact that this phone is only 250 USD, give or take, that is such a cheap phone, at least comparison to here, where phones can range between $1,000 and $1,500. The fact that this has that kind of specs for 250, as far as the equivalent goes in price, is absolutely nuts. So Infinix is basically giving away these phones. I mean, I would love personally just to have one of these, but well, maybe we can talk about that and see if maybe they want to bring some here, but I guarantee the price will increase for the markets here. But overall, check them out. It's something you want to get. By the way, I didn't mention, even though I did say that has that 108 megapixel camera, there are still 2 other sensors, and that 4th sensor is for your flash. And it's really good. It's great. It's got some great quality to it, and the engineering that goes into these phones are fantastic. Now, granted, they also have some other models as well that you can check out, which is the 40 and 50. with respectively, but 30 honestly is just like such a great price and has great specs to performance. There's no reason to not use it.
Yeah, I mean, and to answer everyone's question, will it run Standoff 2 smoothly? The answer is yes. So if you want to get this phone
Oh,
for
yeah.
playing some Standoff 2, you can most definitely do so, especially that big screen, almost a 7-inch screen. It's just going to make it, I wouldn't say tablet-like, definitely not tablet-like, but it's going to make it a bit easier to spot those players and take them down.
Yeah, it's definitely going to help you out. Now, as far as the display goes, again, it's going to be 1080p, but one thing to note with that, it is 120 hertz display with 900, right, at peak, 900 nits, which is disgusting for its brightness. That means that in the brightest day, outside, in the sun, you should be able to see your phone screen just fine. Now, I can't say anything about the heat dissipation of it, though. Once you, with those AMOLEDs and you start cranking the brightness up, they do get a little warm. But just keep that in mind, that it can still do over 1 billion colors with that AMOLED. And it's 120 hertz, which means you can play Standoff 2 at 120 frames in your pocket.
Yeah, again, definitely something to look into to play on. I have noticed that most players in the major are playing on a tablet, though. I think it makes it a little bit easier, in other mobile games as well. Probably the pro players will play on a tablet, but I think it's just way easier to transfer to your phone. It's something you always have on you. So if you ever want to have a quick practice session on Standoff 2, I mean, it just makes it easier to do. Tablets almost like having a PC. You don't really bring it anywhere, so you can only play at home. But there's so many different places you can play that is not your home. On a train, on the bus, and so the Note 30 will be perfect for that.
Yeah, and also just a few other notable features that I don't even know they're going to mention there in the studio. There is a micro SD card slot, and it can take up to at least 1 terabyte. And so, again, you can get a 120 or 256 on that with 8 gigs of RAM. And just, it's great. It also, and I know this is a weird feature to have these days, but it does have a headphone jack on it. And that also can pump out 24-bit sound at 127, or not 127, 192 kilohertz, which is some high-quality audio. So you guys, if you're a little bit of hi-fi, this was tuned by JBL. So an actual reputable audio source to make sure that the audio coming out of it is great. And also, everything else along with it, that you would kind of expect, your Wi-Fi, your Bluetooth, dual band, everything like that. So the last bit of information before we dip off of here is it does have a 68-watt PD 3.0 charging, so which means you can get to 80% in 30 minutes. And it can also wirelessly charge, and since it's Android, it can also reverse wireless charge, so you can charge other people's phones if you need to, because since you can charge yours in 30 minutes, basically, you can give out some other charges, other people for other slower phones. Notably the ones that may or may not have a fruit on it.
Yeah, speaking about phones with fruits on them, we'll see how. It's actually not speaking about it, but we'll see how our second map goes. I mean, again, we saw a little bit of a cool down, on the after the first game. It seems like some fans are leaving not exactly the stadium, but they're just leaving their seats. They're exploring what is there in the arena. Definitely, that phone is something you can check out if you're there. But other than that, I think that Saints, all of the people in the arena really supporting Saints, as we know this. There are definitely way more Saints signs than Horizon signs. So with that, being true with so many people supporting Saints, I definitely do think that played into them having a little bit of advantage here.
Yeah, so if you guys are Horizon fans, make sure that you're posting in chat. And if you're in the arena, yell for your team. Give them the love that you know that they can do the best they can, and they're able to bump it up and take it again. I mean, right now, it is an uphill battle, to say the least. Again, they've lost their best map. They have pushed just not hard enough. And now we're going into, well, not necessarily one of the best, but definitely one of the longest amount of maps played, Rust, for Saints. And, I mean, that's 20 games they have on this map. And so they've learned what not to do. They've learned what to do. And, well, it's going to come down to this to find out Because what we don't want is, again, Breeze being a 50-50 shot of who's going to take it. That's not where Horizon wants to be. And so they've got to be able to do their best, and probably a little bit more than their best, to be able to take Rust.
Most definitely. I mean, again, if they lose it from there on out, if they want to win the major, they have to win 3 in a row, and that's simply going to be very hard to do. So definitely Rust. They should be looking at Rust almost as if it is the last game, because this would help them so much. Making it all equal, making it back up to like a 1-to-1 scoreline. Yeah, that's good. That definitely makes it easier. That makes it possible for them to keep playing on. But if they lose it, it's just going to be horrible, right? Like 2 maps down, especially when you come into this. They probably came into these finals as kind of, yeah, we're the favorites. I mean, we know that Saints are good, but ultimately, like, we can definitely do this. So coming in with that mindset and then ending up 0-2 in a best of 5, that's just not something you want to have. So looking at that trophy, they definitely can think about ways how to get to it. But I think the first step towards that trophy would be winning on Rust.
Yep, and we're slowly and surely getting back into this. We can see the fans are back more to their seats. They're jumping. They're having a good time. They're showing off their skins, and they are just in and ready to go. Players have rejoined the stage. They are back, getting into their seats and getting into the new lobby, getting ready for Rust. So again, Saints already taking the first one. Horizon, a rough start because it was a 10-1. So where we will land on Rust is ultimately going to be up to Horizon. We said at the beginning that the maps will be, and the pressure is going to be on Gentleman, but clearly the pressure creates greatness out of this man. He was able to direct his team so well, all while still being the MVP of the entire game. So he's ready. He's got the stuff in there. He's got the skills. And again, under pressure, he's able to perform. So now Horizon, they need to get Zen. They need to get back into that mindset that they can and will make this happen.
Yeah, most certainly so. I mean, we saw Invi there doing a little bit of, I wouldn't say meditating, but just a very focused approach to, thinking about the next game. But I think on the side of Saints, they look a bit more cool, a bit more relaxed. I mean, again, they are definitely riding high on the emotions, all smiles. There you go, Gentleman doing some crowd control, making his team do some crowd control as well. That's definitely great to see, just hyping up the crowd, showing the fans, that without them, it would not be possible. And they definitely do appreciate the support. So, yeah, definitely Saints having a bit of a more chill, a bit of a more easygoing attitude coming into game number 2. Again, they won the first one. Now it's their map pick. They're looking solid. They're looking good. But again, Gentleman, I think one of the reasons why they did so well in Province was because of Gentleman. And not so much because of his calling, because his calling is pretty much always great. But what was also great on the Province was just Gentleman's individual skill. So unless Gentleman is able to do it all over again on Rust, throw some punches, get some heads, unless he's able to do that, well, yeah, it's going to be a bit harder. I think still completely possible for Saints to, take this Rust game as well. But Gentleman is definitely a key factor in Saints' quick or rather slow success.
Yeah. I mean, Gentleman is going to be really the key pivotal point. If he can't call this game, Horizon has a better chance, but it's not the greatest thing to be basically banking on the in-game leader on the other side to kind of fumble. So hopefully we can see them bring it up a bit, see those calls coming in to be a bit better. Unfortunately, that is on Necro's shoulders to be able to be that person to make those calls. Even though the team, yet again, can individually play and they have their own abilities, but being able to be set up properly, in position properly, that's going to be on Necro to be able to make sure that his entire team is ready for the execution that Saints will inevitably bring upon them.
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking at the arena, seems like they have quieted down a slight bit. They're still definitely there, but as we are slowly getting into the first map, as players are starting to join, definitely some cool and calm is needed. If we look at the side of Horizon, I think honestly they just need to perform better a bit individually because again, even though Necro has good calling, I do believe that Necro's calling isn't as important for them as it is for Saints from Gentlemen. So I think Necro's calling overall was all right. Again, calling on the CD side is way harder. Like, you just can't call as much as on the T side. And because we only saw them play, 2 rounds on the T side, or actually they got the bomb plan both times, simply were not able to secure the retake. But yeah, I do think that once we get to Rust, once we get to see more of that T side on Rust coming in from Horizon, it will be a bit better. But my main point is simply, yeah, they need to perform better individually because I do think the Horizon are a team where that individual performance means way more than perhaps on the side of Saints. And so with them kind of all doing the same, but not great, not even good on the first map in terms of the individual, I do think if they just boost that up a little bit, then everything might just fall into its place.
At least being the best option. I mean, it's just, there's only so much they can do. And so, yeah, I agree. If they need to at least have 2 big players, and then the rest of the team needs to do at least double digits. If they can have at least double digits for 3 out of the 5, and 2 players kind of cracking out a bit, I think that'll put them in a better position. Will that be enough? I'm not totally sure. It just kind of all depends on if they're able to break the strats. Because they could still execute and still get those kills, but yet come down to 1v1 and where Saints are still able to take it. So if they're going to be able to do it, they have to execute and cripple those strats that Saints are going to be able to bring. And Necro needs to be able to make sure he's got some big brain plays ready in the lurks for them to use, along with bringing up their extra kills, their extra, everything for them to be able to have a chance. I mean, because what we don't want to see is a 3-0. Now, obviously, I'm sure Saints would love to have a 3-0. I mean, I'm sure they would love to have that under their belt and not have to go 5 games. But at the end of the day, this is the finals, and we just kind of have to wait and see.
Wait and see, I think, is definitely the strategy for us and also the players. I don't think they want to get, again, too overconfident, especially Saints here. It must feel amazing, again, winning on Province, winning on Horizon's map pick. But at this point, just don't overaggress, don't be too confident coming into us. Just play your default style, wait and see, right? So, yeah, it does seem like Gentleman is not exactly worried, but a bit confused about something. And we're going to see this guy is definitely, again, one of the more emotive ones. I mean, again, we saw after they lost against Noobs in that 3-9 to 10-9 comeback that Noobs made. He was losing it a little bit, but guess what? He has made it. He has made it to the finals. And again, looking at himself in the big screen, I don't even think he can believe it, being so down after that Noobs game. And now rising to never imagined highs. But there is that one last step, which again is winning 2 more maps to put yourself as the major winner.
Yeah, and I mean, the crowd is just going nuts for different players. They're making sure that they know that they are loved. And again, we're just waiting for them to get into the game, make sure everything's good. We definitely don't want to have any kind of issues again. They're going through things. It looks like they're looking at the stream themselves, seeing everything. And, of course, they're there. Being on stage is definitely going to be huge. So, Reason, obviously, you should be expecting plenty from him as far as kills go and, flashiness. But at the end, it'll be the work of the team that makes this match come together. And, I mean, Gentleman looking somewhat very calm. I mean, he's got a little bit of those jitters. He's rocking back and forth, but at the end of the day, they're just ready to go. And even the announcer, he's giving the last props to both teams, and you can hear the crowd in the background just screaming for Gentlemen. So I definitely think if there's a fan favorite of one out of the entirety of this event, it's going to be Gentlemen.
This guy just doesn't stop. I don't know how he has so much energy. But, I mean, it's definitely working out in his favor. I think that's another thing, like, maybe Gentleman is a bit less, I would say, like, just overall stable. I think Necro is just very cool, calm, and collected. Whatever happens, he kind of stays the same. We can see in his facial expressions as well. For the Gentleman, I think, if he loses badly. But if he wins, and if the crowd is there to support him, I mean, that definitely elevates him to new highs. So, yeah, we'll see. we'll see how it goes. I mean, I think for now at least, it's definitely the crowd more on the Saints side, more on the gentleman's side, and that is a positive feedback loop for both.
Yeah, the crowd giving them energy. I mean, that is, you can see Gentleman is just feeding off of it. And, well, you can see that Horizon is, like you said, not meditating, but they are mentally preparing themselves for this next game. They don't want to be over too confident, too crowd pleasing to get distracted. They want to make sure that they are just ready for what is to come, either ready to deliver the finishing blows and to take Rust, or potentially preparing themselves to lose another game and prepare themselves for Breeze. But come on, we got to see the crowd getting hyped up. Everybody's ready. Everybody's screaming. Again, getting into it. They got to make sure everybody is ready and hyped for the game number 2, because Rust, I think, will be the decider here for this best of 5. I mean, we could see a comeback, but I think right now, this map, or this early on, will be the deciding factor of how the rest of this will be going.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, again, you know, if they lose this one and if they are not able to win the second map, it's just going to be hard for Horizon to do pretty much anything in this situation. But if they are able to win this one, I mean, it's definitely in the cards. It's definitely possible. At that point, it's 1-1. But seems like some questions to the crowd are going on here. Definitely. Oh, this guy with the big Horizon sign. All right. Let's see what he has to say. I think he's one of the only Horizons. Even his look, even people next to him are saying boo. They don't like this. They don't like Horizon supporter. But again, you know, it's weird because Horizon were in the lead in terms of predictions. I think it was 58% for Horizon, 42%. But in the arena, it's a completely different scenario.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, it seems to be just huge for Saints. You know, we even have what I'm going to call the Saints Mama with the best sign of all. Just having all the names on there, all the love given out. And either way, there are Horizon in the crowd, but look at all of the Saints being thrown around. And by all means, you can see that Saints are feeling it too. The smiles are better. They're definitely in better spirits. We've seen them through the group stage and the playoffs. And so they definitely will try to not disappoint their fans, considering they are just everywhere with, I mean, look at this. Dude made a banner. I mean, he's just got everything ready to go where he can hang that at home and be able to hopefully get the team, what I would hope, to sign it after they take their victory.
Yeah, I think that would be absolutely amazing. You know, put it on a wall. And here we can see some gifts coming in as well. Not exactly sure what this guy got, but he definitely got something. And yeah, that Saints flag would look way better with some signatures on it.
Yeah, it definitely would. And again, look at everybody there just getting excited. They're ready to go. Looks like somebody even has a portable display back there that they brought in. That is absolutely nuts. I love that. And, well, they're just getting into it. They're getting ready. They're almost into this. All the fans are ready. We're ready. The players look like they're ready. They're on stage. So, again, shortly, we'll be getting into that second map that is Rust.
Yeah, again, on Rust, you know, those quick pushes on the CT side are the key. So we'll see how that comes into picture. I think it also is important to see, it will be important which side, which team starts on. I think if Horizon are able to start on the T side, then maybe that in-game leadership of Necro can shine a little bit more. So I think that would be great for Horizon to actually start on the T side, which is a bit counterintuitive. I mean, normally most teams want to start on the CD since on most maps it is the easier side to play. But I do think on Rust, if they are able to get the T side first, you know, it could be a bit better for them.
Yeah, definitely. And so I just, depending on what sides, I mean, I'm thinking that Horizon should be starting off first on the T side, but, you know, we never officially know. I mean, they do get rotated around, but if they are, then, yeah, well, I think that's just where that aggression and speed is going to have to come in handy. Hit the A site as much as they can, as fast as they can. Well, until it doesn't work. and then be able to switch over to B and then do that hard push. Because normally there's only one, maybe two on B. And so if they go for A a couple times, able to get it a few, and then switch over to B, then they should almost guarantee themselves at least 1 or 2 B shots and then go back to A. You know, switch it up, obviously, but, you know, able to definitely make sure they need to keep Saints on their toes. And hopefully Saints don't have any answers to all their plays this time around.
Yeah, again, this is a best of 5, so just because you have one bad map, that doesn't really mean anything. I mean, in the best case scenario, there's 4 more to go, but I do think that if we just looked at the players on the side of Horizon, I mean, they didn't look that happy after the first match. I mean, that definitely wasn't something that they expected, and so it's going to be interesting to see how they are able to come back and counter the kind of negative start that they got off of.
Yeah, and I mean, we definitely are really hoping that Horizon can make this more interesting. Because, I mean, like I said, Saints would love to 3-0 this, and right now, I'm not saying that it's not possible, but it's definitely possible. If they're able to play continuously like this and Horizon falls, I mean, it's just not looking too good for them. But they are getting their headsets ready. They are getting everything kind of put back together. Fist bumps are underway, so games will be starting soon. They are preparing themselves mentally, physically, and spiritually to make sure that they can hopefully get this under their belt and put a point on the board.
All right, the headsets are on. Necro is clawing his iPad, as that is definitely something that should help him to get it over the line. Again, most of these players, I think all of them, actually play with claws. And we all know what claw is. Playing with 4 fingers, that is no easy task to do. That is something you definitely have to learn, as I think most people, whenever they start playing a mobile first-person shooter, they just start with 2 fingers. I mean, that's kind of how you play pretty much all mobile games. So you're like, well, yeah, I'll just start with 2. But soon enough, you realize that 2 fingers are not exactly enough for using the joystick, looking around, shooting, crouching, scoping. So you start using more fingers, which obviously takes time and takes skill to do it and to get good at it. But once you do, you will be way better. So perhaps if you're just getting into Standoff 2, look into claws, look into 4 fingers on your devices. That's something that definitely elevated my skill ceiling in similar games. But we do have Lightning here. He has been someone who I think is kind of questionable. I think he's one of the only questionable players on Lighting on the line of Horizon. You know, he's not. There's 4 players in the top 10 leaderboard for Horizon, and he is not one of them. So he's the only one out of the leaderboard. And again, he's not an in-game leader. He's not a sniper player where having like less kills perhaps is like normal and expected. He's just like your standard like support rifler. So yeah. We'll see. We'll see how Lighting does further on. I think it would be great for him to prove himself in a new light in these finals, as I think throughout the whole group stage and the playoffs, he has been doing all right. But, you know, when you play on Horizon, you kind of expect a player to do a bit better than all right. So I'm in no way trying to like downplay Lighting. I just think, you know, we haven't really seen his full potential. So we're definitely looking to see that right now as we are getting into map number 2, Rust. Saints map pick. Second map with Saints leading 1-0. A huge map to win. A massively needed match to win if you're on the side of Horizon. And if you're on the side of Saints, I mean, this would definitely help. But I think that the odds are way bigger on this one for Saints.
Yeah, definitely, being that this is essentially stats-wise.
Horizon versus Saints.
You know, we're being able to see what it is. You know, it's technically showing a 50-50 chance, but ultimately, I think it's looking way, 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 way better for Saints at this point. Now, it could change. You know, they've had a lot of time to take a break. They've been able to put things, you know, kind of back into play. They were able to get off stage, and so things can change at a moment's notice. But now, this is the first round. We're not seeing necessarily a decision yet, besides maybe the bomb is going closer to B. But we still haven't seen any pushes yet. And we are seeing at least a 2-3 split. And so if Exice does anything with these dualies in close quarters, this will be disgustingly terrible for Saints.
Yeah, they're both again taking the slow approach, but look how many players there are towards A, and now I think Saints are going to execute. Zeiss is fully flash. He has to find some frags. How is he not dead yet? There we go, and Vernus takes him down. Sid as well. And again, this is Saints. This is peak Saints. This is peak gentleman strategy. Just taking the side by storm. Perfect execution almost. Still, 5 players remain alive, but Reason, he is a bit aggressive there. And honestly, that could maybe lose them this round a little bit, as Star Fox and Sid are very low, and now they find another one. This is a 2v5 retake made into a 2v3. That aggression from Reason there was not needed, but still 3 more players need to be found, and they are playing the times game here. Pronix trying to jump around, trying to dodge bullets. Nobody's really peeking him as they're all low, but it's gonna be Sid and Gentleman to eliminate both of them, and them taking the first pistol round of the second game on Rust. So again, off to a great start. And this is something we talked about, right? We talked about how Horizon would love to start on the T side, because if they do, then Necro can shine a little bit, because Necro was just struggling to find answers to those T side onslaughts that Saints had on first map. So I think if Horizon were able to start on T side, maybe they would be in a bit better position. But for now, they're going to deal with CT. And Saints, I mean, again, this is just a standard anti-eco round for them. All bought up, all on SMGs, an AK on Inverness as well, and pretty much only USPs on side of Horizon. I mean, Pronix is on a 5.7, so gentlemen, he should have a pretty good position here to just take them all down. I mean, they are stacking, so that is kind of smart. But actually, Zeiss takes down Gentleman. Yeah, he was not looking there, but I think now they know there's definitely more players there to be found. But actually, Zeiss gets another with that SMG. That's big, but finally taken down. So the SMG out of the picture as well. And that nade should do some damage. Doesn't really do that much. I mean, Envy now is half, but the rest can definitely fight on. As Star Fox and Reason, yeah, they will pick up the Bob, and I think at this point they could honestly just go B, as they know there's certainly 2 players on A. Like, why challenge them? Sure, they only have pistols, but at this point, I think it's just better to go to a site where they can at least plan, because if they don't, well, this is going to happen. Yeah, they're getting ambushed a little bit. Again, those are the only USPs, but at the same time, they don't want to give them any chances into this one. Ooh, Star Fox is not aware about this corner here. That could be a freebie, but ultimately Pronix is going to fall, so even though Envy's position is not known, well, there's not much that he can do, especially now, actually, when he gets Inverness. He also retrieves an AK, so maybe a bit more doable.
Yeah, I think this is more doable than ever, but the only problem is he's already half health, and he's got to deal with Star Fox at full, and he's about to have a good time with him, but Reason pops the corner first and is able to still take him down. So a little bit of extra fun work together, but ultimately, both of them stay alive. And that's the subsequent round afterwards, going over to Saints. And we can see not frustration, but not happiness coming in from Horizon. They're trying to stay focused. They're trying to bring the best that they can. But it just seems like they're just not feeling the best. Now we're going to see everybody buy up at this point. We are going to see a little bit of extra saves for the side of Horizon. You know, that unfortunately, you know, they weren't able to bring that AK over into the next round, so they had to buy everything they possibly could. And they're going to try it again.
Yeah, moving into our first rifle round, I mean, on the first map, things, Saints were simply better with those rifles. And I wouldn't even say rifles as much as just their strategies and how they can utilize those rifles and how they can approach bomb sites. But in this one, we are yet to see. I mean, again, Saints are off to a great start here, but those rifle rounds normally, when you get those rifles, you know, things usually change a little bit. They get a little harder, but Inverness, that's such a nice shot on lighting. I think he was lighting up a nade there maybe, and Reason gets another, Sid for another, and this is just so one-sided right now. What has happened to Horizon? They got to the finals undefeated. Sure, they drew some maps in some games in the group stage, but they never lost a single one. And now they've lost their first abysmally, and now this one, well, sure, we're only 3 rounds in, but this just doesn't scream promising for them.
No, it doesn't. I mean, it just seems really weird. Like, you know, they kind of tied, you know, a game with Noobs early on, and then they just kind of dominated in the, you know, kind of group stage area. Playoffs, they always performed, but if this is going to be a reverse sweep, this is going to be the nastiest one of the century, if they're able to do so. But right now, Saints is looking so strong, I really, really don't think that that's going to be an option to reverse sweep this if they lose here and go into Breeze and then take out Sakura, which is Saints' best map, and then also take out Sandstone. I mean, Sandstone's their best bet, but they've got to get through 2 maps, so they are not exactly the most versatile in. And just to get there, they really have to take this. If not, this could be spelling a 3-0 victory for Saints. Because, I mean, Reason is popping off already. He's got the first kill. It's already tilted. It's 5-4. And now they've got to do a 2-man split away. But technically, they're not even 2 split. I mean, Necro's in the back. They're thinking it's going to be B, and it is going to be a hard push all on lighting. And we are going to see one in mid go down. So, again, we might have a backstab coming in from Envy, which might be huge. But then again, is this going to be expected? And it looks like it is, and Vernus is getting into a better position. And they're even pre-firing it.
Ooh, Envy here has to do so much, but yeah, they're pre-firing.
there's no
There's
way.
3 of them. Yeah, he's gonna get pushed. 1 kill would be amazing, but not even that. Just everything denied. And sure, Horizon, this wasn't exactly a rifle round, but they did buy some things. They did buy some 5.7s, they did buy a shoddy, but just nothing. They cannot do anything with them. Sure, there's still those 2 weapons alive, but I think if Reason spots him, he eliminates him. He has been on a mad one. He has 7 kills to his name. Gentleman actually only on 1. Someone who was performing extremely well on the first map, who said, well, because he performed so well, they had all this advantage. Well, guess what? Now Gentleman isn't really performing that well, and it's still Saints on pretty much 4 here. So, yeah, even without Gentleman playing individually like a madman, they're doing great. I think Saints have just showed up to dominate and to conquer. There's nothing right now that is stopping them from doing so. There's just no answers Horizon can find to this.
No, there's not. I mean, this is just so bad. And we're seeing just 1 by 1 get taken down, and sometimes 2 by 2. I mean, they are just getting taken out at the same time. Their executions are just damn near perfect. It is so good to watch them move in synchronous. And honestly, they were doing good all the way up through the playoffs, the group stages. They were doing great at it. But right now, they have practiced so hard these last few days. And, you know, they unfortunately had to be postponed from yesterday, and I can guarantee you they used that day to practice and to get ready. And these strats, these executions are just crazy.
Oh, look at this. Like Sid, it seems like they can't do any wrongs right now. Whatever they do, it works out. And I mean, sure, I do agree with your point. Like, they've practiced a lot. We can see way more. Like, even though Saints were always a team play dominant team, right now they've just taken it to the next level. Almost never we see a single player like pushing alone or doing something alone. It's always on refrags. Even if they lose a player, immediately there's someone who can take back that kill. And refrag. So yeah, for now, Saints are doing extremely well. And now, Horizon, look, they've evacuated the A bomb site. And this is a problem that we saw on the side of Noobs, where they just evacuate A on Rust. And when that happens, well, they can't really do much because some smokes get thrown. They get isolated pretty much out of the site. And they have to work on a retake situation, especially now. That would be a 4v5 retake, which makes it even harder. So yeah, Horizon pretty much conceding the 5th round here without any effort, actually, because look, the bomb is on site, but there was just nobody to contend the site there. So yeah, we're going to be looking at a 4v4 retake. Now, Xyz does take down Inverness, but this is a crucial must-win rifle round for Horizon because they have spent everything on this one. So if they lose it, we might be looking at a 6-0, which is absolutely insane. This is Horizon we're talking about. They have to find a way back into this, but I don't think Saints are going to make it in any way easy. Oh, and look at this, gentlemen. This is a backstab of the century. Zeiss, he's actually aware of it, but it doesn't matter as he gets one, and Reason with a triple. Just everything they do works out perfectly, and now they're on 5 and probably Horizon on an eco. So we're looking at 6 in a row, starting us off on Rust.
This is not looking good for Horizon. Again, we've seen some sweeps already. We've seen some reverses. Even, you know, basically 10-0 when it's already on 9. All right, it's fine. But we haven't seen any real inkling that from Horizon. Like, it's not like, oh, they're coming down to 1v1s, they're losing them, or they're trading 1-1 back and forth. I mean, no, this is Saints obliterating Horizon. They are just not even having a chance to, you know, really refrag. I mean, they're going into this 1v1 back and forth. There's no one there to refrag. I mean, we see one kill, and that's the kill. There's no one aggressing. There's no one immediately pushing right after that. And now we're going to see Zeiss. He is close. He's going to try and use his shoddy. But will that work in his favor? Depends if he can make it happen. He misses, gets one, but pings another. And it's that Star Fox super low now. But he gets a ping through the wall. And it looks like the bomb will be entering the site now. The push is coming in. Smoke is out. And now the bomb is going to go down. I mean, this is a 2 versus 4 retake. Star Fox is really the only one who could be taken down easily. But it doesn't matter because it's all up to lighting.
I mean, exactly as you said, like, it's not even that these rounds are close. Like, sometimes the rounds don't exactly display the game. You know, sometimes it's very close, but just one team somehow at the end of it all reigns out a bit superior. But right now, we're just seeing the score perfectly depicting what is actually happening on the server. As every single round, yes, Saints, they just find 1, 2, 3. They just slowly take down either the whole team, or they take down a few, take the site, and then take down the rest of the team. There's just nothing they can do, and we can see Necro is definitely not looking the best right now. I mean, he's definitely a bit nervous. Sure, those 2 fans might help a little bit, but they're the only fans that right now Horizon has. As in the audience, the fans are definitely tilting more towards the side of Saints, and we can hear it. You know, we can definitely hear in the background of it that in the background of these kills that there's the crowd, and the crowd is definitely cheering on way more when Saints get a round. But this definitely means so much for them. Again, this is Horizon that currently they're defeating 6-0. Now, I do think we're getting these replays because Horizon probably took a tactical pause, which, I mean, it's long awaited, honestly. I'm surprised they didn't take a tac pause in the first game, but well, now they'll definitely talk some things over, but they definitely need to, because otherwise, this just looks like one of the craziest one-sided finals I think we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, it was well needed, and hopefully they're able to make those connections. Although I love how we see everybody on stage, and all you can see is like the top of Star Fox's hair because he's so slumped down in his seat. Like, you see everybody else, but then you see like the tip of his head. Just looks great. And now we're going to see a push yet again. The site's already taken. The bomb should be coming in here soon to be planted on B. And see, this is one of those things I'm talking like it was almost in a better position for, again, Horizon, if they were able to start on the T side, would be able to go A and B. But the fact that Saints are going for primarily B pushes, because you know it's usually a 2-3 split, and 2 is normally on the side of B. They're able to just walk up in here, take the site. Lightning is able to get 1, take Sid down, but Star Fox gets a 2-piece on the end, and is able to take another round. We are 7-0, ladies and gentlemen, for Saints on map 2, and where the first map was 10-1 on a finisher, it's looking so tilted to Saints.
Yeah, I mean, even though it will sound weird, I think Horizon had to save in that situation. When it was 3v4 and the bomb was planted, like, it would have been better for them to save, because now, like, they're on, look at that buy. That's certainly not the best buy, and because they're forced, like, they're not in the best position, they'll also have to force again next round, which is actually the last. I mean, I get it. They want to get some rounds, but Sid, he wants some frags, gets a double with that nade there. Now, there's only 3 players left alive, and actually 2 of them are on the A bomb side, so at least some hope is there for Horizon fans. As you know, if they approach A, perhaps, you know, Saints will lose some players. But I mean, again, you know, we've seen 7 rounds or whatever Saints do, they just can't seem to make a single mistake. They just do everything perfectly, almost if they knew beforehand how they have to do it. So with Reason now being ready to pretty soon clear the site, it's actually going to be Sid. He is on 3 kills in this game, in this round, and definitely looking for those final 2. Who would not want to get an ace? That one gets a little bit robbed from him, but it doesn't matter. It's going to be Star Fox taking down Necro, and again, the rounds perfectly display what is happening on the server. How many rounds have we seen? Just 4 players against 1, 5 against 1. There's just nothing Horizon can do at this point. It's only going to be Zeiss, and he has $0 to his name. Obviously, you know, go for the save. At least take that rifle over to the next round, but it's absolutely crazy what is happening right now. This is Horizon again. This is not like, okay, if noobs made it to the finals, we'd understand. They had a great run, but perhaps that has to come to an end. But this is Horizon. This is one of the most established, if not the most established teams in Standoff 2, and they just currently get demolished by what seemed like a team that perhaps could take it, but they need a little bit of luck to do it. Well, I guess they have all the luck. Gentleman is there to guide them through it all. And we're moving into the last round of this half, but Horizon struggling to not even find rounds here, just find frags.
Honestly, I think this is just absolute undeniable proof that time travel exists, because there's no way the Saints, I mean, they're doing so good. They have the answer for everything. And it's like they've already played this, and they're just countering what they've already seen. And that may be true. It may not be time travel, but they may have studied and studied and studied Horizon's plays. And, well, it seems to be paying off, because not only are they able to do that, but so effectively. I mean, look at the Reason just popping up for heads. I mean, what is that? Dude has 7 HP, and he's not stopping. It's 4-2 again. And again, B is completely open. Reason is working his way around. And, well, he might be able to help out, but he might have to worry about a backstab a little bit. We do have Envy, but let's see which direction he pushes. He may have seen him go through the far door, and this may be a nice backstab, but Reason's so low, and he is able to still secure one more kill. Sees the shots behind him, but only able to get one.
Well, Envy in a 1v3, not exactly any time on the clock. Well, he does get one, but 2 more to be found again. The time is low. Oh, he does actually find Sid, but yeah, Star Fox again. Saints are so good at refragging here. As soon as one of them peaks, the second one peaks as well. And what can really Envy do in that situation? You can see it's all smiles, it's all happiness on the camp of Saints. Sure, don't get too ahead of yourselves, get that one final round. We don't want to see another, at least they don't want to see another 0-9 to 10-9 comeback as we saw in the playoffs. But again, at the same time, it's not even close. Like, maybe we would have this discussion if it was really close, but for now, it simply seems like Horizon have no answers to the strategies of Gentlemen here. Now moving on to their first T-side round, they have to get the pistol, otherwise there's nothing they can do. Like, every time that Saints peak, they're just able to ultimately spot the player and get the headshot as quickly as possible. Reason is showing up big time, just everyone is showing up. And with that, the way how Saints are performing, I mean, it's entirely possible for them to take this 10-0. Now, they get some good info about some whereabouts of A players. And with a push coming in from Gentleman, he does go down. So Necro is going to take down the opposition in-game leader. And maybe, at least metaphorically, it's going to help them take down the other team as well.
Yep, and we have at least a better place for Horizon, although getting tinged a lot. Necro is super low, and some chip damage is coming in, but it's looking to be a 5v4 currently, unless Necro gets peeked down super quickly. They're gonna have to push through all these smokes, and more than likely they're gonna be ready for it. And as we see Reason making his way in, he's pushing up. No one's pushed through. He's got a little bit of information. He's passed it along. Now he's got even more through the doors. He saw at least one player jump. And again, the information is given. He pops out. 1 and 2. Reason potential for another one. Yes, he is helping out for 3 whole kills and is looking to make it a 4th assist or kill somewhere in there. No, he's just been such a pivotal person already and still has yet to take any damage.
This would be when Lighting shows up. We talked about how we need to see a little bit more from Lighting. If he is able, together with Necro, to get this round, that will be at least honorable for them. But it's not going to happen. Lighting goes down, and Reason again with a double. That is Saints on 10-1, and then 10-0 in the major. One more map to go, but this just is absolutely insane.
It does, and ultimately, they are just playing out of their minds. They are just doing the best possible. Gentlemen and Saints is unanswered at all. And the fact that they just closed this out on a pistol round, because they took every single round all the way through their T-side approach. That's insane. 10-1 and 10-0. These guys are playing out of their minds. They have strats, they have calls. And honestly, their aim is here. Their aim is on point. We get to see them just jump and take heads. Jump and take heads and everything. And Reason on that last one, he didn't ace it, but you know what? It's a commemorative ace. He was a part of the reason every single kill happened. He had a bullet in it.
Man, we never expected this scoreline to happen. 2-0 in terms of maps. And next one coming up is Horizon's map pick. So that is right now the only thing that they could be happy about is the fact that at least their final attempt at not going out of the finals will be on their map pick. But I mean, we can see on the players' faces, Saints are still there. You know, they're there. They're happy. They're perhaps even talking to some fans. Horizon, they all just disappeared. I mean, for a good reason. They definitely have to go over some strategies right now. What exactly is going wrong for them? But this just looks like there's nothing there's nothing that we see coming in from Horizon where it's like, yeah, well, I could, you know, they're having a bad game, they're having a bad map, but I can see this, you know, turning the other way. I mean, again, 10-1 and then 10-0 in the finals. And bear in mind, this is something that Horizon did to Elevate, right? Like they won 10-0 twice in a best of 2. Now imagine that same thing being done to you in the finals. So moving into Breeze as our third map, it is gonna be again Horizon's map pick, so it makes it a little bit better. But other than that, I mean, yeah, the only thing that Horizon have in their favor is perhaps the win rate. 67% win rate on Breeze, where Saints have 60%. But are those 7% really going to decide the outcome of the game? I don't think so. I think Saints have showed up to win, and they are doing it as quickly as possible. They have places to be, all right?
Yeah, and also let's just make a note of that those win rates, that is 10-10. That is 20 whole maps for Saints. And then that is also 7-5 for Horizon. So there are way more 13 versus 20 maps. I mean, they've got the experience. Gentleman coming down to see the fans. He is showing the hype. Just being able to see everybody up close and personal to feel the love. I mean, obviously, that's not necessary for Horizon necessarily. But you know what? I bet you it's making it a whole lot better for Saints and being able to feel good, feel the people, feel the emotion. And not only them being able to take just unprecedented amount of rounds. DB, I know we've been yelling at everything. This is just nuts.
Yeah, I think gentlemen stepped down to let Reason step up. So this is just bonkers.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think is happening with between like with Horizon? I mean, we've seen them all the way through. You've been here for everything. What is happening with Horizon?
I've been trying to think of a reason. The only thing I can think of is stage fright. Being on this big of a stage, even though they've been here before, it's just one of those mentality of we got here, we have to show up. And if you get into that mentality, you will choke. I'm just gonna say.
You think it's performance anxiety?
Actually, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it might be. I mean, we can see that they're not feeling as comfortable as Saints. And they're just not connecting these shots. I mean, Necro, you know, we're seeing some of these pistols, but, you know, I mean, it's mainly a Saints montage rolling through here. So we don't exactly have a whole lot of, you know, shots to really kind of go off of. But at the end of the day, it may just be. And here's our MVP. Oh, my goodness. A 6.33 KD for Reason with 19 kills in one game. A 10-0 with a 5.01 rating. What? Wow.
The man showed up to play. I mean, again, this is the fact that they just won 10-0. What makes it even crazier is that on the first map, things were like, yeah, you know, this happened because this crazy 10-1 victory on the first map happened because normally they're not like normally Gentleman's really good at calling strats, but perhaps he doesn't show up individually that much. And on the first map, Gentleman was doing great. He was the MVP as well. So we're like, yeah, well, that kind of makes sense. Well, guess what? They win out on Rust in an even easier fashion, 10-0. And Gentleman wasn't even there, getting all the frags. I mean, sure, he was putting in the work, but other than that, I mean, he was there was definitely reason doing all the heavy lifting. And yeah, look at these rounds, man. In the first half, there's only one round where it goes down to a 1v1 situation, right? Like, that is absolutely insane. How can this happen? Like, this is a deserved scoreline for both Saints and Horizon. I mean, again, it wasn't like, oh yeah, it was 10-0, but perhaps could have been like 4-10 or 5-10, because there were so many of these like so close rounds where somehow Saints reign superior. No, it was literally just nothing coming in. And again, we can see on the scoreboard that this time it's only Zeiss showing up. I mean, last time it was Pronix, I think. But definitely they need to show up individually. Lighting on 1 kill. Necro, sure, he is the game leader, but he has 2 kills to his name. Pronix, somebody who is performing extremely well usually, on 3 kills only. And again, this is Horizon, where out of the 10 top rated players, out of the 10 highest rated players in the major so far, 4 of them are from Horizon. Almost half the top rated players in the major are from Horizon. So how can it be that right now none of them can really show that individual prowess? Now, on the other side of things, yeah, Inverness on 4, Gentleman on 5 kills. And in no way is that meant like, oh, he only has 5 kills. No, he's doing amazing as an in-game leader. But this just shows that Gentleman doesn't even have to show up. He doesn't have to have those star-like performances like he did in the first game for his team to still be able to just win it all. As Reasons on 19 frags, Star Fox and Sid on 10 and 12. And yeah, they're just looking so solid right now.
Really,
Yeah.
with them 19 kills, though, he actually has more kills than Horizon combined right now.
That is so
crazy.
nasty. Like, the fact that he's just able to just wipe everything. I mean, but then look, he has a 6.33 KD, and Star Fox is right behind him with a 3.33, and then Sid with a 3. I mean, what can you do? I mean, you can clearly see why Horizon is having a hard time, because of those types of stats, those types of ratings. I mean, it's really hard to come back from. I mean, we could see a reverse sweep. They have in the past, against Revile previously, and maybe not exactly last time, but in the past they have done a 2-0 sweep and come back to win a 2-3. But that was Revile. And as we saw, they kind of got dropped out a little bit beforehand. In the brackets, they got knocked out on the 22nd. Saints beat them out 2-1. And even though Horizon could come back from that big of a sweep against Revile, Saints just walked right through them.
Okay, let's talk about the next map then. Breeze. What are we expecting on Breeze? This is Horizon's map pick, so perhaps, yeah, I'm having like a guttural reaction as well, because it's like, well, first of all, there's no way you can make predictions, because we just saw what happened on both maps. But also, like, on Breeze, like, it's do or die for Horizon, and not only on Breeze, on literally as long as they keep playing, it's going to be do or die for them. So I think it's the pressure is definitely there. Another point that I want to make is something that DB said, right? Like, it's just like stage fright, like a performance anxiety. And I think one of the things that really happens on the big stages when you have a crowd cheering you on is whatever emotional state you're in, whatever you feel, that just gets like exaggerated tenfold. So if you start off on the wrong foot, if you start off and as Horizon did, you lose maybe 3 or 4 rounds in a row, that kind of negativity just builds up more and more and more. The crowd is really an amplifier for whatever you're feeling. So I do think that could be true. And I mean, at this point, I feel like they're so far into like in the deep end that it's going to be very hard for them to swim back up. But perhaps they have hit rock bottom. I mean, literally they have. I don't think it could go any worse. I mean, sure, they could lose 0-10 again on Breeze, but at this point, I think Saints have really proved a point here, right? So perhaps at this point, they can, start changing things up. But we have some new players in the seats here.
Yeah, maybe some
we
faces.
know who they are.
These are the talent. These are the content creators. These are people that have made their way through. They're at the event. Looks like they're going to have a little bit of a show match. We are going to be seeing some more coming in, but again, more talent, more people being here.
That's right. Yeah, definitely. I think it might be a combination of a few casters, perhaps a few content creators, and then some players that we saw that perhaps maybe didn't make it to the playoffs. So yeah, definitely a wide range of talents here. And yeah, I do think it's true. You're saying we might just have a show match here.
Yep, and it looks like they're going to be, and it looks like maybe, just maybe, everybody's working on that phone. This may be a nice little show of that Note 30 Pro to be able to show off that skills and power of the phone. So we'll be able to see what's possible with it. So you guys wondering about it, you'll be able to see it in action, firsthand experience, show match with the Note 30 Pro. Even though this may not be their ideal device they would love to play on, but this will be kind of the best showing of the phone itself. Is what better way to show it off is in game with the best, content creators that not only will more, be having to have that review of the phone, the feel of the phone, and they'll be able to show off their skills and abilities. Maybe not necessarily as good as some of, maybe Saints would, but, they definitely have a better shot to show it off.
All right, let's see how this one goes. Should be an interesting show match. I'm kind of interested to see if they decide to play the regular game modes. Perhaps we'll see some fun game modes. I mean, normally in these show matches, you don't exactly go to win and to take it all home. You just go there to have fun a little bit and see hype up the crowd. Make it a bit more fun for them to watch and enjoy. But with that being said, I mean, we would love to hear exactly what's being said here, but I think overall, everyone's just getting interviewed. How they feel about the major, did they expect the scoreline that we have right now? We can see some stories popping up too. But yeah, we should be getting into the game pretty soon. I mean, this guy just went to sleep, so perhaps not that soon. And Rez here, definitely someone on the side of noobs who was performing extremely well. I think one of the key foundations for noobs' success for making it as far as they did. Unfortunately, they do not make it over the line as they play against Robile for the third spot match that we already saw. But with that being said, I do think that we shall have a fun show match as any second now it should begin, if there is one.
Yeah, so we can see everybody in the crowd. They're ready. They're seeing these people. They know them. You love them. I mean, being that these are some of the best players and content creators, VIPs up on stage. Now, again, some of these faces you've seen before already because they're on other teams. The content creators are good, so they're going to be on teams anyways. But, not all of them, maybe some. But at the end of the day, they're going to be able to try and get ready, get into it, and they're going to try their best. And, maybe not necessarily they all, play together entirely. So this may come down to more individual skill and who's on, whose team as far as that goes. But, ultimately, they're going to have a good time. A show match is going to be fun. And again, showcasing the power of the Note 30 phone, will be a great contender. Again, this phone can play Standoff 2, basically max settings. It can have 120 FPS. And it should be able to sufficiently run just about anything, but again, we're here for some Standoff 2, so it can play Standoff 2 quite nicely, just fine, at max settings, full frame rate, and so you will not be disappointed, especially, again, for $250 USD. Conversions may vary as far as, area, but roughly about that amount of money. That's really, really not that bad. I would consider an eco phone for $500, double the price would be an eco phone for in my case. And even so, that eco phone probably still wouldn't come close to playing the Standoff 2 or any other game for that matter at 120 FPS. First off, it wouldn't have 120 FPS screen anyways. So I would personally love to have one of these phones, which I probably could just to play on, but as a daily driver for a phone, and like I said, it definitely won't work for me. Definitely something I would hope to maybe see come sooner.
Yeah, most certainly so. I mean, we're still having some interviews. I think just the crowd, since there's so many famous and familiar and known faces there, I mean, the crowd definitely wants to hear from all of them, how they're doing in the finals so far, what it's looking like. There's definitely different perspectives. Again, there's some content creators. I believe there's some casters as well. There are some pro players. So, all of them have different perspectives on what exactly is happening in this major, how they like it, and what's going on exactly. But as you said, that phone is definitely something to look into. I mean, I just checked the price myself, and for me it will be around $270 to with shipping. So that is a pretty fair price for what seems like a very good phone. All stats that I usually care about and that I looked up seemed more than average. Some of them actually very, very good. So yeah, definitely do look into that. Ooh, King Julian is still there. So far, not really helping lighting that much. But perhaps it will help this guy. Or maybe, just maybe, King Julian is actually not a talisman. He is the one who's making Horizon lose all of these maps. I mean, that does seem kind of far out there. But perhaps we never really know the power of Madagascar characters. So we shall see.
But yeah, these guys, they are getting so ready into this. You're ready to see how these content creators and these casters go through this. You're ready to see how the hype man himself on the floor is going to be able to play. And again, you'll be able to see the phone in action, ready to go. Infinix having their own main stage event with some of the best faces that you know and love. And the fact that we'll be able to see it in full swing, I think will be great, and will definitely help tilt some people for that such of a cheap price for such a good phone. The fact that it's so cheap with 120 FPS display, I swear to you, is unheard of. I've honestly never seen such a cheap phone with 100 FPS. I don't even care that it has 1 billion colors in the display. I mean, it could have 5, but the fact that it has 120 FPS on a $250 phone, I mean, you don't see that normally in the phones that I'm used to seeing. Anything less than $800 minimum.
All right, the crowd is definitely ready to get into this one. Seems like some hype is getting delivered to them, also from the people from the guys who are waiting to play in the show match. But we have to wait a little bit, as simply there's not the game is not starting just yet.
Yep, so we should be getting close to that, getting into the extra fun very soon. There's a little difference between us and them, so we'll be able to get that information quite quickly and figure out which one of the show teams will be able to take this forward. And again, that gives us a nice little break. Considering the way Saints has been playing, technically we would be done in about another 45 minutes if Saints continue their rampage and ripping through Horizon. Now, this gives Horizon a chance to reset, refresh, and to get into a better mindset to maybe have a chance to come back. But ultimately, this will be the All-Stars match 1 versus All-Stars 2. Best of 1. This is it, just one game. And to find out the All-Stars here. Here we go. Rez. He's looking good, looking strong for noobs. Miracle, Glory, Grease, and Luke's.
And on the other side of things, we have All-Stars 2, Valiant, Trublax, Leda, Spiky, and Serfuga. So definitely a wide arrangement, a wide assessment of talents here. Noobs definitely, playing against each other in this game. Will be interesting to see how that one goes. Leda against Rez. But, the rest of the talent board here, also well known and definitely looking to play. Again, this is going to be a show match, so it's, you know, it's more about just having fun. I don't think like all of them will really try hard that much, but I mean, we'll see. Maybe Rez and Leda want to win at least something, so perhaps, you know, both of them go big time in terms of trying.
Yeah, this will be interesting to see what kind of, you know, all-stars matchup this will bring. And again, this is kind of a holy mess of you know, players getting thrown together and to see how this runs. So this is going to be the ultimate, I would say, kind of scrim match. You know, just kind of throw people together, see how it goes. I don't think they're going to have that kind of communication or big baller skills of how things go. So either way, they're getting into the lobbies now. Looks like they're getting the information for the rooms. They're getting put in, and they're getting hyped up and ready to go.
Most definitely so. We can see in the audience, maybe not as many people as we saw, but again, this is a show match, and I'm sure they will show up as time goes on. But no signs anymore. Seems like for the show match, nobody really wants to rep either Saints or Horizon. Ooh, we can see some case openings as well. What exactly did he get? Not quite sure, but perhaps something good. Let's hope so. Oh. Oh. 2 knives, and yeah, it's gonna be a blue. Not the best, but I think he's gonna just keep trying until he actually gets something.
I do believe that first draw was a P90.
Well, we can see the guys in the audience as well. Definitely having some interesting things there. They just shot a packet of sugar.
Got to stay awake somehow.
That's true.
All right, so these guys, they're showing off what they got. They're showing off their skins. They're showing off everything they have. These lovely players in the audience trying to show us off. Look at all them good-looking skins dude's got. Yeah, look at him. He's showing it. He goes, I know. I've got some. He's got some big baller skins. He's got more than the guy next to him. And so you can show, they can see the dedication, what they have. We still got some more people showing it off for some Saints, but again, everybody's pulling up their devices. Skins upon skins upon skins for everyone. It's looking good. Everybody loves their skins. Man, look at that kid. Oh wow. He's almost got 2 full rows of red rares. Wow. I mean, able to show it off. Everybody's showing off their player codes. You know, if you guys are looking for some good players, good friends that are at the LAN, they can tell you all about it with them player codes if you want to go ahead and add them. But be careful, you know, they may get full because, you know, there's quite a few people.
Yeah, between the 3 streams right now, there's quite a lot of people. They're going to make a lot of friends showing those ID codes.
Yeah. Yeah, hopefully there's no official limit to how many you can have and accept, but either way, they're showing off all the skins they got. They're showing exactly how dedicated they are and exactly what they have. And of course, still for their friends, their families, and the players they know and love. Gentlemen, getting some love shown to him. Yeah, we know what's up. But we're getting into the next match super soon, into this all-star show match. Should be rocking in any moment now. Look at him showing off that glorious AK skin. And look, you know, Dad right there. He's like, yeah, look at all that money he spent out of my bank account for all them crates and skins.
Well, it's to be expected with all these parents in the crowd.
Yeah, Dad's taking pictures. He needs evidence.
Yeah, he needs evidence of being being the greatest of all time.
Exactly, being on screen too,
taking
on
his kids,
camera.
being with his, just coming here with on this grand of in this grand of a stage, bringing his son just to be here.
Yep.
The parents don't get enough credit for even bringing their kids here.
Yeah, we got to give all the parents a shout out, especially Dad there. You know, Dad of the Year, being there with his son, to be at a LAN event, to be in the seats. And I mean, that is just huge. And being able to bring everybody here so they can have a good time to support their favorite team or one of their favorite teams on the main stage in the arena. You know, it's not exactly the cheapest thing to go into some of these LAN events. And so gotta love seeing the parents supporting their kids and their endeavors and their favorite game. I mean, that is so huge.
Also nice to see how many parents trust their kids to go alone. That's unheard of around here.
Yeah, but we don't talk about that. We don't talk about where we are. We don't, you know, the trustworthiness is definitely there. And again, you know, like we saw with, you know, this as I called her earlier, the Saints mom, you know, with the sign, just, you know, showing the love. You know, who she is, we don't know. Could be one of the players or one of the people in the audience. But you know, it's one of those things. Everybody's showing off. Looks like they're trying to find the best of the best. Who's got the rarest skin?
Yeah, who made the most allowance to be able to afford all these skins?
What is happening right now? There's like 50, not 50, but it's like 15 phones there. Some power backs as well. Okay.
Yeah, they're good. Looks like they're gonna give some freebies to whoever had the rarest skin.
Oh, they're giving away a sport water bottle.
Ah, okay. So that's what they got there. In the event colors.
Just remember, A-Master, just because you see the colors doesn't mean you should go run out and buy one. But I'm not saying nobody else should. Yeah, shouldn't wait.
It's definitely my color scheme. You know, I love it. Would love to be sporting some material in the that matches not only mine, but you know, the event's colors. So able to have a good time. And it looks like we should be potentially starting soon. Now that we've gotten all this stuff out of the way, we should be seeing that All-Stars match starting very soon. But again, we've got to get through all of the freebies given away first so we can make sure that all of the fans and the audience are involved.
Yeah, gotta love this crowd participation. You don't see this in a whole lot of the actual LAN event, these events anymore.
Yeah, they try to, you know, it's all about the production and the main stage, and then they, you know, run through so many things. But it's great that they're involving everybody, including the people in the audience, together.
Yeah, this camaraderie is a good thing nowadays, especially after the last couple of years we've had on this planet.
Yep, so overall, they're doing good. They're looking good. They're having a good time. They're showing off their best skins. And they got a whole bag of freebies back there. So, you know, if you're close by and you're not at the LAN, you might want to swing by to get yourself some freebies. But again, it's all up to one man and one mic to look at the best skin and be able to give it out.
Вас мало, да, за Horizon. Плакат за Horizon получает подарок. Танцуй, ничего себе. Как тебя зовут?
Арсений.
Арсений. Как думаешь, у меня что перед тобой? Что это такое?
Cybersport.
А сзади? Бутылочка, это тебе. Так, окей, одного из Horizon.
А можно у меня просто...
А кого уже награждали сегодня за плакаты? Я предлагаю так, давайте. Раз, два и три. Так, давайте. Раз, два, три. Мы сейчас быстренько.
Сказали красиво.
Все, итак, приготовились. Приготовились. Камень, первый ножницы, да? Камень, ножницы, бумага. Раз, два, три. Раз,
О,
два,
Люси!
три.
Привет!
Раз, два, три. Улетел парни, еще. Приготовились. Камень, ножницы, бумага. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два. Давай еще раз, чтобы честно было. Камень, ножницы, бумага. Раз, два, три ножницы. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Победа!
Можно проверить? Пожалуйста, аккуратнее. Давайте на пляж.
Еще болельщики Horizon.
Смотрите.
Сейчас очень много.
Давайте на пляж. Посмотрите.
А теперь еще нужна помощь вот этим ребятам, которые готовы у нас к шоу-матчу. Поэтому, друзья, давайте приготовьтесь к шоу-матчу. Садитесь, пожалуйста, на свои места.
All right, so we should be getting into that show match very soon. It's coming up. Now that all the fans have been giving away their freebies and all the extra fun, it's coming up close. The show match is underway. It will be starting again very soon as we see it. There's just a little bit more time. They got to get everything kind of set up and everything with these phones, make sure that everybody's in the same lobby, and that the players, or all-stars as we'll call them, be able to be on and ready to go.
Yeah, again, All-Stars 1 against All-Stars 2. Both of them actually featuring a player from Noobs, so it will be interesting to see, if they're able to do much. As again, they had a very great run in the playoffs. I mean, Noobs, nobody expected them to make it to the semis, to make it to the top 4, but they did. So great for them. Great on Noobs, but other than that, I mean, yeah, they're just going to play the show match because the actual game is, of course, Horizon versus Saints. Currently, the scoreline is 2-0 for Saints. Again, winning 10-1 and 10-0 on 2 maps in a row. Last map to come up, I mean, if I'm saying last, maybe I'm foreshadowing a little bit. The next map to come up is Breeze, and after that, if Horizon are able to win that, then we move on to Sakura, and if they are even able to win that, well, then the final map is going to be Sandstone, but there's still a long way to go to get there, as right now Breeze is the next one coming up.
So it looks like they are on the camera zooming in. Yep, here we go. It's going to be a show match on Sakura. All-Stars 1 versus All-Stars 2. We're rocking and rolling into this. Who will be able to take it? Number 1, number 2. Which noob will be the noobiest? Going into this, we'll find out here on the show match. This will be only one game, best of one. So this will be game 1, round 1 of the only show match of the All-Stars here at the Standoff 2 Majors event by Infinix. Let's go ahead and get these players in, and let's rock and roll this.
I'm really looking forward to this because we've seen some absolutely insane plays on Sakura in the past.
Yeah, Sakura is really kind of the battleground for all of that.
Yeah, Sakura. I love seeing Sakura. I think it's one of the better maps. Just aesthetically, I think it's very, very pleasing. And so, moving into the show match, again, everyone is going to be playing on their phones here. So, the skill level might be a little bit lower than we've seen before. Oh, and it does seem like we have some fun game modes, as it seems like gravity has been disabled a little bit. We saw some players jumping there. Yeah, they are jumping very
Yeah.
high.
Doesn't matter though. Kills are still coming in, although not enough to jump over the roofs. I think that was kind of what they were trying to figure out. Like, was it good enough to get over? But we do have some noobs. We do have some Revile up in here. I mean, and then again, your content creators, VIPs, casters, all of them. So now maybe All Stars 1, I think, may have a bit of an advantage. The fact that it seems to be having more players than, creators, but we'll have to wait and see, because right now it's all up to Rez. And I mean, he's down to 1v1. He's just got to get one more bullet. Oh, and he's not able to do it.
Yeah, Trublox there takes him down. That was a pretty nice play, jiggling around the corner. That's definitely something you see a lot in pro play, but seems like this guy has it figured out as well. So let's see if actually it's only gravity. Are there some other stipulations? I mean, honestly, we don't know. We have not been told yet, so we'll see how this one goes. For now, it definitely seems like a low gravity is the way to go. Will be interesting to see. Maybe that changes from round to round, where some other things get either disabled or enabled.
I think it might be random weapons.
Ooh, yeah, it could be.
I only
or
see
shotties
shotties right
only.
now.
It could be shotgun only. Yeah.
This is going to be a fun show match then, if it's going to be random weapons every time.
Yeah, I mean, it's less to kind of go for, just more fun, show off the phone's performance.
Well, Letta is trying to show off his shotgun skills. Look how many people there are on the minimap. Rez, first the point of contact with Velja, just not able to make any connections there, and so Miracle is going to take down Letta as well. There are some refrags coming in, but it does seem like All Stars 1 are able to be a bit more superior here. 1v2 situation. Again, the jumping is disabled, but the shotties are still there. Oh, and that's going to be Miracle finishing off the last one, defusing the bomb and getting All Stars 1 to a round as well.
Which, by the way, it is 200 on the HP and the armor as well.
Oh, so that's why I was taking so much more rounds. Yeah, it looks like they actually they might still have to buy all your equipment, though. Actually, it does not look like this is random weapons. But it is random settings, though.
Seems like that picture is taken at the major. Kind of funny one, but it's going to be Miracle taking him down. So now at this point, yeah, it's just going to be shoddy galore all over again. And actually a 4v4 situation, so definitely some kills being traded both directions. Now the jump is still there, so they can definitely still jump high. And I think probably the jump accuracy is also increased. So this is a very fun jump around with the shotgun gameplay that we see here. Now Miracle does take down Spiky. And Letta is trying to spot these players, but they have definitely spotted himself. And yeah, there's not much he can do. Yeah, he flies up. I'm not sure what happened there. And that's going to be All-Stars 1 on another round.
I've always loved radical physics.
Yep, and I mean, as we can see, none of these phones are having any issue running the game. They're running full 120 FPS all the way through. Again, showing off that skill and ability, not only of them, but the phone and what the performance of it is. So again, if you guys are looking to grab it, it is 250 USD. It can play, I swear to you, just about anything at max graphics, including Standoff 2, 120 FPS. I mean, it is well worth the cash for it. Definitely well worth it, in my opinion, especially, you know, as I mentioned before, what I would expect to see at that price point. This phone, to me, at least in my market, I think this would be a solid $800-900 phone, at maybe $6 at the lowest if you caught it on sale. So well
Or
worth it.
refurbished.
Oh yeah, so well worth it at $250.
Ooh, that's a nice shot there from Fuga. What is happening? Grease there goes down as well. And that's going to be All-Stars too. I mean, this is closer than the actual finals. This is back and forth here. We can't figure out which one is actually better. These guys are just, going at it on these phones.
Yeah. But again, you're right. I mean, this is going more back and forth than anything. I mean, if they switch everything up to this, I think Horizon might have a chance.
Yeah, this
I
show
think
match
it's-
just might be what they need.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, again, ooh, hold on. Yeah, he's trying to get away, and he actually jumps away. All right, that jumping is definitely one way how to get away from your opponents. Well, we have Lusek here. He's trying to find some players, and he does get some damage in. Oh, but yeah, he's gonna get one, but now the second one, Troblax takes him down. Now a 1v4 on Fuga. Ooh, this is a new perspective. We have not seen this before. All right, that looked interesting. Well, Grease, he's getting shot from side here, and I think he might be AFK, if anything, because he goes down. And that's All-Stars 1 on another round.
Yeah, they are, again, keeping it close. And the fact that this isn't even the real game. And I mean, shotties, low gravity, 200 HP. I mean, this is honestly couldn't be more fun. Unless, accuracy needed. I mean, obviously, they're showing off the phone itself. Some of these players and creators may be used to much larger screens, but either way, the phone is performing well. I'm honestly not seeing any kind of issues performance-wise. Everything looks great graphics-wise. And I'm trying to see if I see anything negative, in which I don't. I mean, it is just running so nicely for everyone.
I think they should try to jump a bit more. I think that would really make it harder for your opponents to hit you. And again, I think the jumping accuracy is probably increased, so it's could be the same as just walking accuracy. I mean, again, we don't know, but yeah, that's what it seems like. So yeah, just jump around, spam the shotty. I think that's a good strategy to approach this game with. As All-Stars are moving on to their 7th round of play, All-Stars 1 seem to have a little bit of advantage. And actually, interestingly enough, we look at the kills. Well, Rez has 5, but he is the one who played in the finals. So it's interesting to see how that kind of goes. On the other side of things, Leda, 4 kills to his name. Almost off fragging, but now Glorik getting another frag. Throwing a nade as well. And a molly, I believe. So 4v4. Bomb is planted though, so gonna be a bit hard for them to retake this. Look at this wallbang coming in. Nothing done just yet though. Some refrags coming.
Yeah, one of the
3v3
drawbacks of playing against one of the developers and stuff of these games, they know everything about these maps.
Yeah, they've definitely studied quite a bit. Although, I do say it is nice to see noobs on stage, even though, they weren't able to make it into the official finals. At least some of their players are in here and on the main stage. Now, would noobs be any better than Horizon here in the end? I don't know, because of the fact that noobs hasn't been on this type of a stage before. Now, granted, they're on it for, a show match, but, what would they be able to do in the ultimate finals on main stage? We don't know. They unfortunately didn't make it, but that's something to consider.
Even being on this stage now and without the actual I need to win this no matter what mentality of the $12,500 prize, being on the stage will get the noobs ready for the next time they're up on they're up on this stage. They won't have that stage fright that first match. They won't have the pressure behind it.
That's very true. This will definitely make them a little bit more confident going into the next one.
That bomb should go off any second, as the defuse is going to actually come in.
Nope,
So we have
defuse.
All-Stars on 6. Pretty nicely
Miracle had a
racking up
triple
these
in there
rounds.
too.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is like the show match. This is not exactly for competing and showing that actually I'm so good at Standoff too. It's just, showing off the phone, showing off some fun stuff. That's exactly the way the game mode isn't exactly the usual one that you get. But still, seems like All-Stars 1 have it kind of figured out, at least for now.
Yeah, and I think that may be coming down to the fact that they have Rez, they have Miracle, two bigger names. Now, granted, there is still noobs, another noob on the other side, Letta, but I think Letta kind of got the short straw. I mean, we do see attack for VSQ, but not necessarily the best in terms. But Miracle just going ham, able to pick himself one, and then another for number 2. Miracle actually going down to a grenade. But it's still a 1v4. Trying to go for the grenade kill, getting taken down. But, oh, Rez wants it. Rez wants it. They're going for the knife.
Oh, yeah, let's go for the knife. What is happening here? Rez does finally finish it off. There you go. We get some knife kills as well. Actually, something that we haven't seen for a while. I'd say in the last semi-final games of the playoffs, we didn't really see that many knife kills. So great to see some of those coming in. But I don't know who the in-game leader is. I don't even think they have an in-game leader. But All-Stars 2, well, they definitely need someone to step up as that in-game leader. Otherwise, it does look like All-Stars 1 will take this game quite swiftly. Oh, there you go. This is the in-game leader. He's giving some strats here. All right, down to the pistols now. Again, next round is all shotties, but still there is one pistol round where All-Stars 1, they could definitely extend their lead, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be All-Stars 2 getting 2 quick frags. Perhaps that in-game leading helped them a little bit, as it's going to be Miracle finding the first for All-Stars 1. They are moving towards A. There's 2 players on the side there, but Fuga staying very active here, dodging angles, trying to spot some players and get some damage in, but on the other side of it, I mean, there's going to be 3 players rotating towards B. So at this point, they could definitely take the site again. They kind of are at a disadvantage of 1 player, but with this rotation being so quick, they're already on the B bomb site, and they spotted definitely that 1 player. But Troblax is going to take down Miracle. Oh, and this is going to be Lusek taking down 1, but still 3 more to be found. Now that bomb is dropped, so it needs to be taken down, but unfortunately for them, they all go down in a quick manner. So All-Stars 1 do find a bit of a roadblock here. Let's see what happens once we move on to the shotties.
Yeah, and so we're getting closer and closer. We're seeing 7-3. I mean, All-Stars 2 really need to kind of bring this out just a little bit more. All-Stars 1 they're only 3 rounds away from taking it. We're back into shotties. And so now we're going for the blast, and it looks like we're going to see 2 already going out, or double shot going for the first one. Letta trying to get some shots in, but using that super bounce to the advantage. Low gravity. We'll go for 1, almost 2. But not able to connect. Miracle able to get another one under the belt. Trying to help out in the distance. Able to do a trade there. Miracle able to finally get the kill. And finally on the bomb site, it's a 2 versus 1. Can we see this happen? Maybe. Got to get some reload in. And cancels the defuse.
Yeah, that was close. That was definitely a close one. Again, shotties only, so I mean, you need to get up close and personal to actually get the frags. But I think so far, the phone is kind of showing up its performance quite well here. Now, I do think they're probably not trying that much. Again, this is the show match, but would love to see some more knife kills. I think that's honestly what most people wait for here. There's simply some more knife action going on. Well, they do look very pretty when they're getting inspected, but ultimately, that's all for style. Sometimes you need to utilize that knife as well. Especially with shotguns, it shouldn't be too hard to get up close and personal, as you have to anyways with the shot in your hand. But seems like All-Stars 1, they are really executing things here. They are pushing A. Oh, and that's a nice one from Lusak. He jumps down as well, and is still alive, gets away as well. So, yeah, at this point, definitely All-Stars 1 looking like they're in a good position to take this one home. Leda on low HP as well.
Yeah, All Stars
Bomb
1.
is
I mean,
gonna
it's
go down.
even. If they're close, Leda's got to be one shot at this point. So, not going good. Leda goes down. They do get one for Grease. Well, I'm making a whole lot of connections there.
Oh, there's one, and they just keep on peeking, and that's going to be Lusak with 4 rounds. With 4 kills, excuse me, in this round. That's pretty good. I mean, this guy's really showing up. Maybe he should play in the major next time, as he definitely seems like knows what he's doing.
Yeah, definitely. And, well, this could be the last and final round. I mean, we are currently on 9-3. So let's see what is possible. I mean, the fact that this could be our last and final one. Is it going to be a 10-3 scoreline, or is All-Stars 2 going to be able to come back and steal another round? We'll have to wait and find out. We have 1 minute, 45 seconds to figure that out.
Oh, this does seem like the last round. It's only a 2v2 situation, but actually Lusak is very, very low, so one shotgun shell could finish him off here. Now, obviously the bomb is making its way towards the A bomb side of things, so they should be able to plant, at least, get the plant on, but there's still one more player to be eliminated on the left side here. That's going to be Troblax, I believe. Excuse me, that's going to be Fuga. So Fuga definitely looking. Oh, but he just doesn't spot the player there, jumps around, but he's not ready. He gets taken down, and now it's all left up to Troblax. Has 9 kills to his name. That's definitely good, but only 20 HP, and especially with those shotguns where you can't exactly one-shot kill. Yeah, it's going to be pretty hard for him to do. I mean, Lusak is kind of low, so perhaps that is possible, but that Molly is going to come on the nade. He's jumping around, but his back is being found here. What is happening? Yeah, now they're utilizing that jump around and just shoot option, and there you go. That's going to be elimination for All-Stars team number 2, and All-Stars 1 winning it quite quickly in quite an easy fashion here.
Yep. And so All-Stars versus All-Stars. You can see the excitement coming in strong into this. It was definitely a closer game than we've seen so far today, but not by much. Well, we can clearly see All-Stars versus All-Stars, which one has done a little bit better in this crazy low gravity, 200 HP, shotties and pistols matchup. Again, showing off the performance of that Note 30 and being able to get in, have a good time, have good performance, not only from themselves, but from the phones. And overall, showing us a good time, giving the players a break to reconvene, get their strats better. And so they can be ready for the next game coming up, which is going to be Breeze. We get to see this lovely piece checking in with one of the best All-Stars about how that game went.
Yeah, I mean, we have some interviews here. Again, the crowd is definitely there, and they're not even sitting anymore. They're standing. They want to see all the action up close and personal. As with this All-Stars game concluding, I mean, we might actually have some stats on them as well. We'll see if we get some more in-depth analysis. I mean, I don't think we need to, right? Like, that was just a fun match where really, those stats don't really mean much, but perhaps we will. But either way, the main event still is the major finals, and it is Saints against Horizon. Horizon finding themselves in a 2-map deficit right now, struggling to really find any rounds. I mean, literally in 2 maps, they've won a single round. So moving into Breeze, they definitely have to step up their both individual and team performance to not even like to first of all get more than one round, right?
And to bring
Yeah.
out them goodie bags.
Yeah, more goodie bags. Looks like all the creators and VIPs and players, they're all going to get their own Infinix goodie bag. Now, is there a phone in there? That would be nice. Let's see. What do we got in here? Water bottle
Water
combo
bottle,
with phone
case.
holder.
Not bad.
Well, that may not be the only thing, but that's definitely the biggest thing in the bag. Plus, I mean, come on, they get a nice tote. I mean, come on. I mean, you got totes. But everybody's
Yeah,
going to
that
be
is a
able to... That
beautiful
phone
tote.
holder will be useful, though.
Well, that's definitely good. You know, get yourself hydrated and also make it a bit easier to perhaps use your technical devices. So it is a good reward for you know, winning out in the show match. But again, we are slowly getting into our third map of Breezier. And if we look at the stats on both sides of the equation, I mean, Horizon currently have 67% win rate on with 6 won and 3 lost, and then Saints have 60% with 6 won and 4 lost. So this is a chance for Saints to equalize that win rate for both of them. Just, you know, make Horizon lose one more. But at the same time, I mean, again, I think Horizon, they definitely don't want to go home without even getting a map with, you know, one of the worst defeats that could possibly happen. And I think we've had almost an hour now, honestly, since the last game ended. So they definitely had an hour to just talk over some things and make sure that you know, they get out of that depressive maybe mindset that they've got themselves into.
Yeah, that mind change does need to be adjusted. You know, they need to make sure that they are fully in, fully ready, and they're able to get back into where they need to be. Because again, you know, they don't need to continuously keep losing and losing and losing for everything. I mean, they are currently 2-0 right now going into this. Horizon needs to step it up a little bit, or this could be it. This could be the last game. And unfortunately, you know, that would be securing their position in second place. Now, granted, that's still going to be good. You know, second place is great compared to everybody else, but obviously, you know, first place would be even better.
Yeah, again, like Saints, they're really doing the reverse sweep here. We saw them in the upper bracket against Noobs, and what happened? Well, they lost, and they lost quite badly, right? Like, they were up 9-3 on Sakura, and then just all hell breaks loose, and they just lose it all. Moving down to the relegation bracket, moving up against Street 8. Them out 2-0, sure. And after that, you know, they just keep on winning. So this would be a great retribution arc for them. I mean, that's definitely something that they want to make happen. But on the other side, we have Horizon, who so far have not lost a single matchup. Sure, they have lost their games. They had in the group stage games where they, in the best of two, they won one, and lost one. But, you know, that's a draw. So far, Horizon are unbeaten, and Saints are definitely looking to change that fact.
Yeah, they definitely are. And the fact they have to take it on the 50-50 shot that is Breeze. I mean, again, technically the stats aren't 50-50, but I mean, it's 57-50, or sorry, 67-60. And that's really the only reason it's that 7% difference is because Saints played it on one extra time and lost only one more time. It's 6-3 and 6-4. So I'm just going to go ahead and throw that down. It's even. It's a 60-60, and it's, you know, it's either way. And it literally will come down to who's going to play better. And no offense to Horizon in any way, shape, or form, but Saints has just been so strong. And if they come back the way they've been playing, and this break doesn't, you know, bring them down, the adrenaline loses its momentum, yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit better than 60%.
Yeah, you know, I also think that that break definitely helps Horizon more than Saints. As Saints, you know, they perhaps are starting to understand just logically where they are at right now. You know, as they are currently up 2 games, just unexpected in all senses of the word. But you know, those positive emotions kind of start to weigh off, and perhaps they start to double guess themselves. You know, they start to doubt themselves. But on the other side of things, Horizon are just probably, you know, getting away from those negative emotions a bit more. So yeah, will be interesting to see. I think we should see a closer matchup at least. I mean, again, I said this after the first game. I was like, yeah, we're moving on Saints mapping, but obviously it's not. It's not possible they do better than 10-1. Well, yeah, they did. They did. So yeah, again, not to cast too many predictions, but I hope for Horizon to get at least 5 rounds. I think that would be at least respectable. Kind of if they go out in the finals in that manner.
Yeah, we definitely don't need to see another 10-0 going into the end. I think would just be morality speaking, and just the way everything would be terrible. So hopefully Horizon can secure a couple of rounds and they can be able to go out with a bang. But ultimately, it's gonna require these players on Horizon to show that individual skill that we know that they have. We just haven't seen it yet today.
No, we have definitely not. Again, I feel like Horizon are just not performing how they should individually. Like on the team level, sure, like Necro could call a bit better strats, but I think just individually, we saw in that first game Lighting on 1 kill, then we had some other players on 2. I think it was Necro on 2, and then one more on 3 kills. Like that is just not the Horizon that you're used to, where usually they are all the the top guys who just perform extremely well in terms of individual performance. Again, if we look at the top 10 highest rated and most kill accolade individuals in the playoffs in the major so far, 4 of them, literally 4 of them, are from Horizon. So it's very bizarre to not see them perform that usual standard when it comes to the final.
Yeah, it just seems like there's a little bit of choking happening. I mean, to where these players are just not able to make those secured connections. And I mean, we see sometimes, some players do better than others, and some can't make connections on some maps, the other ones they can. But ultimately, none of them are making those connections. I mean, at least if you had one that could clutch it up, that'd be great. But it just seems like nobody has been able to make those connections. And now with this break, this might have a good chance to be able to refresh, reconnect, and get a better sense of camaraderie together, more community together. And, well, ultimately, we'll find out here as we get into the next map, as they get everything set up. Breeze will be match point for Saints. Now, could Saints choke? Absolutely. They could choke this up. Be like, all right, we only got one game left, and then they just can't find it. But ultimately, we will have to find out. Roll into. We got our host back on the ground floor. He's showing off. He's getting with the community. He's meeting with people. But, he's had a good time in the show match, but back into his normal position of hype man.
What is that picture? I'm not sure what that picture is. The thing is, he might be showing his friend who couldn't make it here today. So that's a very nice move from him, to show off maybe the homies who didn't make it to the major. Again, this was scheduled for yesterday, so perhaps I understand, especially on a Monday, some people have things to do. But either way, we can see the crowd is slowly starting to get ready for the final game as well.
Yeah, it looks like we got some head-to-head crate opens. It's looking interesting.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go ahead and see what they're able to get on these spins, see what's possible, who's going to get the better skin. And, well, we have one purple. Ooh, very nice looking skin now. Ah, just a blue. So, the phone wins over the tablet.
It's like a sport bottle, and I'm not really sure what that other thing is.
They look like socks. I want some socks. I need some more fun socks.
Hey, you're not alone there. I wouldn't mind wearing them.
Yeah, they look good. And again, I just love that they're doing head-to-head spins for these openings to determine who wins things. I think it's a great way to do it. And again, showing off the best of the best skins. And here we go. We're going to go see another opening. And it looks like we may have already had one already pre-fire. And no, it looks like we're going to see blue. Not bad, though.
Oh, looks like nobody's being a sore loser, though. They're all getting stuff. They just want to show off their nice skins that they just won.
All right, another case. Let's see. A knife would be. We want to see a knife, right? Ooh, he almost gets it. I mean, he gets a stat crack,
Oh,
but yeah, not exactly getting the pink skin that perhaps he wanted. But a stat track is still good. It's definitely something that you want to have if you open these cases. Look how many there are. All of them really want to participate. But again, we do have some prizes handed out, and as we are getting ready for that last game, this is just some extra fun that we have here. You know, oh, look how many people there are. They all want the chance at battling it out, perhaps even winning. You know, a knife. You can get a knife, and if you win the knife, you probably get some nice prize in real life as well. A water bottle at least. So yeah, the fans are definitely there and they're definitely participating.
yep. They're gonna have another spin-off. And oh, so close to purple. Although both pistols, not too shabby. I think they're gonna have to go again though. Or maybe they both get one each. Yeah, since they tied it out. That's not too bad. Now, who else we will see? Just more skins to be opened. But it looks like they're about ready to get back into more action.
Yeah, it's getting a bit dark in the arena. Perhaps the lights are getting dimmed a little bit because, again, we're waiting for that final. Again, I'm saying final. I do think that Horizon have a chance, but from the way how things have been going, I kind of expect a final game. But again, predictions have just not been working. That I misses the knife by a few. That
Oh.
is quite unlucky there.
Yep, but we will be seeing some extra goodies again. Some socks. Love it. But clearly, oh, we got sticker sets too. Not too bad. Man, they got all the goodies. Hopefully, maybe we can get a caster package for ourselves with some goodies. That'd be awesome. But unfortunately, we're not there at the LAN. But those people who are, welcome to the fun, and you guys have a good chance to it. So if you guys are there, make sure you guys pick up your goodies. The crowd is going wild, and the game should be starting here any minute now as everything finishes up for the community interaction viewership. So as we continue forward, we will be seeing some crazy actions, again, coming soon. And I agree. You keep saying final. I think it might be a thing unless, again, Horizon has, like, the best team meeting and strats change that we've ever seen. As of now, Saints are still looking so good and so strong moving into it. I'm not saying a miracle is going to be needed because Miracle was obviously he was playing in the show match, but maybe he is needed. Maybe they needed a little bit of Miracle on their side, but ultimately even Miracle was able to at least bring that home, for his team in the show match. But we'll have to wait and see where things go for Horizon. Again, they really need to show up. As much as I know we keep saying that, but it's so underestimated. I mean, we are 2-0 right now, and it was 10-1 and 10-0 in the finals on the main stage. I mean, you got to bring something back, just something in general to make things more worth it for the team to be able to, again, get a game, let alone a round.
Yeah, I don't know what to expect on Breeze. Again, I do think that Horizon have had plenty of time now, more than an hour, to prepare themselves for how to approach this one. But at the same time, like Saints, I don't think there's many ways how you can approach them. It just seems like Gentleman has showed up very big in terms of his strategies. I think on Breeze, like again, it would be great for Horizon to start on the T side of things, as on both the first maps they started on the CD side, and they simply were not able to find any rounds, any ways how to deny the onslaught of Saints rounds there and their advances. So I think they're able to start on T side. Perhaps they can get a few more rounds, as the CD side did look a bit more shaky for Saints, if even you can say that. But yeah, it does seem like if they are able to start on the T side, that could be the first key to them at least winning Breeze.
Yeah, I think so too. Get them into a bit better position than just having to, set up and hold angles, because the way Saints are executing, holding angles are only so good, but when you get attacked from 2 different angles, there's really not a whole lot you can do about that. And that's just exactly how Saints is playing, is just double penetration for both sides of in either a site or any specific angle, just hitting it so perfectly and able to take down, and they're being uncontested. I mean, they might lose 1 player versus, the 4 that are pushing in. And here we have Gentleman. He is given the pep talk. He's literally saying, 1 more. I can see it. He's just like, we got 1 more. We can do it.
All right, headphones on, focus in, and that's definitely something that Horizon need, as they've just not been able to do much here. So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, we'll see what they're able to do. Again, I think they just need to get off on a good start. They definitely need to win the pistol, get some rifle rounds in, and at that point, they won't have that kind of negative connotation to the next upcoming rounds they've had so far. But I don't think Gentleman wants that to happen. He knows this. I think he knows this better than we do, and there's definitely some ideas how he will approach the situation.
Yeah, I believe if Horizon can get the momentum from the first pistol round and then win the 2 consecutive rounds after that, there's a very good chance that they'll take Breeze.
Yeah, these pistol rounds will be so important and so huge for them. I mean, as we've talked before, these pistol rounds are so big. The fact that it could be 4 rounds guaranteed if you get the pistol and the one right after that. So even if Saints isn't necessarily doing the best by securing those 4 rounds, that sets them up to be pretty much almost 50% of the way there. I mean, that is 40%, done with just those rounds. And then you got to pick up a few more if Horizon is able to come up with anything for this. I mean, they looks like they're talking a bit more. We're seeing Necro is giving some information. And so he's going over what they need to do for Breeze. But at the end of the day, what will that look like? What will those strategies be? And of course, we're getting into it closer and closer. We're seeing where that comes into play. And ultimately, here in just a few minutes, those strategies will be executed by both sides. And, will it be Necro's strategies on Breeze, or will it be Gentleman? I mean, nothing against Necro or anything, but Gentleman literally has a playbook of information for him to be able to pull from.
Yeah, we can definitely see on his phone. Again, we saw there were different categories, right? So it's not only that he has different strats, which obviously you'll have, but he is prepared for everything. There's different categories for every single thing that you would ever need, and I don't think he has even utilized the full power of his strategy just yet, as it was pretty easy run just doing what he does best. And look at that. This is one of the things he does best, hyping up the crowd. And I think, again, that has been a huge factor throughout these whole final series where they're just able to hype up the crowd, get them on their side, and that just gives them so much positive energy to feed off of. So, yeah, definitely a factor to consider. Playing it almost feels like they're playing home, and Horizon are playing an away game, just because it's like everyone in the crowd pretty much is cheering for Saints. We saw so many more Saints sides than Horizon, and yeah, overall it just does seem that everyone favors Saints a little bit more.
Well, again, they've worked for it. They've worked so hard to get where they are. The fact that they went from the lower bracket at the start of the group stage and just worked their tails off to make it all the way to the front end and to make it here. I mean, we do see still there are some Horizon love in the crowd. We are seeing the Horizon side, and we have the love for both of them. But Saints are just still doing so much better and so much more with their team to get with their everybody's. And then there's the Saint mom, as I call her. There she is. She's got the sign with everybody on there, all the names. She is here to support the boys on stage. As we can see with everybody in game, we see on their tablets, they are in. So the warm-up is commencing, and we will be able to see here in just a moment who is going to be able to take this third, potentially final map.
What is that? All right, we have some.
That is scary,
we have
is
a
what
clown.
that is.
Yeah, we do have a clown in the audience. Not quite sure why. Maybe that will be like an extra difficulty. You know, some rounds the clown harasses you. I'm not quite sure, but yeah, suddenly we do have a clown. But we are getting some confirmation that the game will start very, very soon. As we can see on their players' tablets, they are in the game on the map already, and it shouldn't take too long for them to start playing this one.
Yep, and again, this is what they're working towards. Not only the cash, but the trophy to have. And you, as we can hear in the background, you just hear Saints, Saints, Saints being cheered upon. They are just getting loved all across this entire stadium and everybody at home. But we will find out shortly what is possible, who's going to be able to take it with this potentially last map of Breeze. Horizon, it's all up to them to figure out what, if anything, they can do against Saints' strats. But without further ado, we are now going into game number 3 on Breeze, round number 1, and potentially the beginning of the end.
Yeah, again, getting these rounds early is the key here if you're on the side of Horizon, because again, you don't want to be in a situation where you're not only 2 maps down, but you're also now down. You're also down on the you know, 3rd map of play. Sorry, that troll just threw me off a little bit. It just sounds, I mean, kind of cool. You know, he was in the trailer, but at the same time, it's an interesting addition. Let's just say that. But we do have Saints on the T side of things, and Horizon starting on CT again. So for the 3rd time in a row here, they start on the CT, and historically, that hasn't really worked out in their favor. Now, Zeiss, he does spot at least one player there, but no damage exchange just yet. Just some information, definitely given over. Oh, but look at that. That is actually smart. That pulls so many players towards A. But gentlemen, he's smart. He's sending the rest of the team towards B, and I think they will explode pretty soon. And with that, they will only have 2 defenders on the bomb site. Some smokes come in, and again, this is just perfect execution coming in from Saints. They know exactly what they're doing. They're very good at pulling these rotations over. But actually, what is happening right now? The bomb is making its way towards A, because both A and B bomb sites are clear. This is so weird. This is such a weird play. I feel like they should have just planted here. There's one player very close towards spawn, and now they definitely see the bomb. I mean, this is such a big brain play. I feel like this could even be a bit too of a big brain play, as yeah, they lose one player. At this point, they could have been able to at least plant the bomb, you know, do a lot. But now the bomb has to go back to B again. What is happening here? So back and forth. Somehow they do find at least one frag, but unfortunately the bomb is down, and that's going to be Star Fox going down as well, and Horizon taking that round. Yeah, that call to rotate over, I mean, sure, they had that one player on A, but at the same time, that's such a long rotation for them to make. So Horizon do get it, and Saints maybe getting too intellectual, too smart. You know, sometimes you just need to rush in and plant the bomb.
Yeah, that may have been their downfall. If they planted on B, that may have changed everything for the retake. But ultimately, now we're going to see the SMGs and a couple rifles come out. So ultimately, this will more than likely still go to Horizon, which will be great. This will be the highest amount of rounds they've had thus far if they're able to get 2, which will be good for them and good for their morale. We already have 2 players already out on the side of Saints, so more than likely, yeah, that's what we're going to be able to see. But it's not over yet. Once we get into the next round, we get into the rifles, Saints will have an entirely new way of doing things. A lot more long range, a lot more damage. And we'll see if those big brain plays can continue.
Yeah, I think it's an overall good decision here to just go fully eco again. You literally have 3 more games, including this one, to finish it off. So no need to just kind of get ahead of yourself and try to go for something that perhaps won't work out that well in the long run. It's all about the long run here. So they do concede their second round here. And with that, in 2 rounds, Horizon has doubled the rounds they got in the first 2 games. So they're definitely happy about this one. Again, I think that break definitely did help them a little bit.
Yeah, looks like it definitely did. So we'll be able to see if they can continue this momentum, this is again going to be the first rifle round. So let's see what is possible if they're able to make those connections. You can hear the crowd in the background for both teams. You know, Horizon definitely needs to fill the audience a little bit and be able to push forward. You know, Saints had to take a break, so this is technically all downhill for the break necessarily for Saints, where it can only go up for Horizon. So hopefully they've been able to utilize it properly. They're able to get better mindset, better placement, and hopefully be able to secure more rounds for themselves and not be taken out just yet.
Good. So far they're looking good. I mean, Saints have gotten 1 kill on all of them in 2 rounds. Like Horizon, they know what they're doing. They know how they're approaching this map and this game. But again, it's far from over. They've only gotten the pistol and the consecutive one. And what it really matters is when it comes down to these rifle rounds. And the rifle rounds, Saints simply seem more dominant. Now this time, they're taking a way more slower approach to things. I think they're rushing way more on Ross, but that's going to be Zeiss throwing the flash and getting Gentleman. And with that, I think the rotations will soon come in, as well as probably the in-game leader is not going to be a lurker. So yeah, they are just sending their resources towards A. 3 players to be cleared on that A-bomb side of things. And now, oh my lord, Zeiss gets a double flash kill. So at this point, there's not much that they can do. Perhaps save the weapons in Vernus and Reason. They do have 2 rifles on them, but it's going to be Reason taking down 1. I'm looking for more, but Zeiss, I think, was that an ace DB or just a 4K?
I think that was a 4 kill.
Yeah, well, either way, he's Zeiss definitely showing up in that round.
Yeah, definitely. And now Horizon looking a whole lot better. They are currently sitting on 4-0. So I mean, this is definitely way better starting off for them than ever before. Or sorry, 3-0. 3-0 for them. And so we'll be able to see, is this going to be a 4-0? I think so. I mean, we are going to see a bunch of pistols, and the fact that Horizon does have everything under their belt that they could possibly want. They've got all the smokes, flashes, mollies, everything against pistols. Well, Zeiss is going to be able to just make that 4-0 a possibility. And we're already down to 2 players left. Invernus and Star Fox. Never mind, Star Fox just decided to fly off into space. Chronix able to take him down. Now Invernus in a 1v5 with the Deagle. Yeah, definitely not. So Zeiss
This
going
is
to go
getting
ahead.
interesting.
Yeah, Horizon seems to be on their way back.
I wonder if
So-
we're going to see another 9-10 split, though. Did it come back?
Maybe. Gentleman's got to pull those strats out, and they need to be able to have that accuracy they were having earlier. Again, the break can only necessarily hinder, so they've got to just get re-warmed back up, back into this, and start getting some rounds under their belt. Or this could spell maybe a 10-0 for Breeze, and Horizon be able to just do the exact same thing that's been happening to them.
Yeah, Saints finding themselves in a position where Horizon were the last 2 games, 4 rounds in, and so far not able to find really anything here on the board. Now, they are grouping up towards B, but Horizon have sent 4 defenders towards B. They're so confident that it could go B. So at this point, Invi definitely has to find some frags. Oh, and he catches one off guard. Yeah, this is for Saints, for a team that everything was working out for right now. It's just not happening. You know, Lighting takes down Gentleman with a nade, and he has 2 kills to his name. Someone who wasn't showing up that much. Now, that is a nice refrag on Invi, so still a 3v3, and Lighting is on that MP7, so long range, that's not going to be the best weapon. Oh, he does see the FAMAS, but still. Okay, yeah, there you go. He switches out. Short range MP7 definitely better, but I think in the position that he was playing on, that FAMAS is a slight advantage over the MP7. Now, they're still sending most of their players towards B, and I think Necro could go for the aggressive peek here. He's very close to the smoke. I think he's just playing on this one. If they do decide to push through, you know, he's able to just spot the players a bit earlier. Oh, some flashes are coming in. and some utility picked up as well. But it's going to be Sid eliminating Necro. Now 2 more players to go for Saints to find their first. And Lighting, he's finding so close here, trying to spot him, but it's going to be Sid again. And now Zeiss, he has 9 kills in 4 rounds. But now in the 5th round, he has to make that 12. If he does not, it is the first round for Saints. He's definitely looking to do it. I mean, he knows kind of some of these positions, but it's going to be Inverness eliminating Zeiss. And that is Horizon still staying strong, but Saints at least finding their first.
Yep, so that's going to be the first one on the board. They got to feel a little bit better about that, breaking up the monotony. And so now we're rolling in. Saints are back into it. And now there is plenty of money for Horizon to buy up again, so Saints will have to go up against a fully bought Horizon yet again. Now, is that going to be possible? We don't know yet. I mean, Horizon is feeling better, looking better, but that doesn't mean that Saints can't warm up and start bringing this back to where they want it to be. We can hear the crowd in the background. They are chanting. They are wanting both of their teams to be able to walk forward with this.
Some chance, it don't matter what language it is, you know exactly what they're saying.
Yep, and they are chanting for their favorite. They're saying, "Let's go." Insert team name. Clap, clap, clap. You know, whether it's Horizon or Saints, you know, they are just cheering them on. Again, these are the big brains on stage. They are being able to do this. And so again, will we be able to see Saints be able to take another one? Or is it going to be Horizon rolling it up to 5? Well, only each round ticking down will be able to tell us what's going to happen. This is going to be huge for Horizon if they're able to continuously take these.
Ooh, that's a clean shot from Gentleman. Very nice positioning there. Holding the angle long range, getting an instant headshot. And with that, Sid is going to actually go down. All right, 4v4 now. Rotations are coming in quickly. And it seems like Saints, they do want to commit to this bomb side. But there's going to be a huge denial. That's Pronix on 2 players, Gentleman and Star Fox. The only 2 left alive with the bomb being down. And Zeiss is getting close. He's on 10 kills. Definitely looking to get even more. Already 1 in this round. I don't think they're expecting a refrag. They're definitely not. And that's only 1 player left alive. But now Gentleman makes it into a 1v2, and Pronix is very low, so technically this is almost a 1v1 for him against Lighting. Now he is checking this angle here, trying to maybe push through the smoke, just spot anything that he can, but he also has to be careful about his back, right? Because well, there are players there as well, so he's almost stuck in that position. Throws the molly, and I think from here, yeah, he kind of has to go towards A. Will he push through the molly? I don't think so. He doesn't want to lose HP. Still loses a little bit. Over aggressive, still paranoid about that back, but it's just going to be both of them stacking together. Very smart moves by Horizon here. They do not want to lose a single player. He does spot 1, but he has to find both of them, and they're not giving him any advantage. 7 seconds on the clock. That's a nice nade. That could do something. That takes down 1, and now 3 seconds. Has to plant the bomb. He's getting pushed by Lighting, and he is going to go down as Lighting finds him in the last second there. Nice clutch attempt there by Gentleman, but Horizon just playing it to perfection.
Yeah, so close. I mean, if he had gotten around that corner in just a half a more second, he would have been able to maybe compete against that. But that's going to be Horizon for another round. And I mean, it seems like that break really put them in a better mindset to kind of break up the monotony and all the losing. Horizon continuing to show up on Breeze, even though they technically had just a slight bit of an extra advantage stats-wise. They're definitely utilizing it to the best of their abilities. And, well, it's showing 5-1.
Yeah, completely different Horizon here. You could not have guessed that the first 2 games went the way that it did, because right now, they are doing extremely well. Now, there is a buy coming in from Saints, but this is a scrappy buy, and that's a nice boost. Necro takes down Gentleman. Seems like Gentleman has been going down first in many of these rounds. And sure, that kind of gives him a bit more of advantage to just lead an in-game lead from the sidelines without him having to actually perform individually. But at the same time, I mean, they would love to keep him alive. Star Fox is fully flashed and taken down as well, and no refrags just yet, as Pronix gets another one. There's only 2 players on site. They do find 2, but now it's a 1v3. Reason, can he do what Gentleman cannot? He could not. Zeiss takes him down, and that's Horizon up on 6, taking this game very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, Horizon is just taking this one by one, just like Saints did. Are they able to push this through? I mean, they're feeling a lot better. We can see as we look at the players each time, they're talking a bit more. They're able to push a bit better. Looks like the communication is coming in. I don't know if they were able to get any, extra go-go juice in the background to be able to pull a little bit more caffeine. But again, it's looking a lot better. I mean, 6-1, really looking a lot better than any, obviously, of the other ones being 10-0 and 10-1. This is definitely their best game yet of this final.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, again, I think that break really gave them an advantage here because Saints, yeah, they're just struggling to find even their second round here. Seems like whichever team is winning, the other one just struggles to find more than one. So far, we've not seen more than a single round from a team that loses the game. Now, obviously, Saints have not lost yet, but they are 3 rounds away pretty much at this point from that exact thing happening. Gentlemen, he's going to move up and spot a player. Would be great if he could eliminate him, but I mean, yeah, ultimately, even if he does, the Bob's on the other side. There's rifles on 3 of these players, and that's going to be Saints struggling to find any answers. We can see Gentleman is shaking his head a little bit too. He doesn't understand exactly what is happening, but well, whatever it is, it's not going great for them. So yeah, at this point, a few more rounds, and we see Saints moving us to Sakura, their best map yet. 82% win rate on it, and they would definitely be looking to finish off the finals and win exactly on that map. But again, there is still this round to go, and then the pistol. If Saints are able to get this one and the pistol, we might be looking at a 4-7 scoreline, and I mean, that is way more doable than what we are seeing right now. But it all starts here. It all starts with this final rifle round. Utilities, as much as they would ask for, literally everything they would want is there. But the only thing they want that's not there is the round win, and they're still looking to find ways how to actually secure that.
Yep, and I mean, it's not looking good. I mean, this could be just a nice warm-up for Saints, to get back into it. Maybe they started off so strong and they used all that energy. Remember, this is a marathon, not a sprint. Maybe using all that extra energy, maybe, put them down a little bit. Makes things a little bit more rough when you're trying to come back and use all that hype energy. And then you take a break, you're a little bit more exhausted.
Ooh, alright, the bomb will go down. Reason's flames burn a player as well, and that is the bomb planted. Now, the HP is not exactly there. Sid is fully flashed. Star Fox is fully flashed as well. Oh, this is going to be a little bit hard for Horizon. As Necro goes down, it's only Zeiss left alive. A must-needed second round for Saints is found, or at least will be in a very near future, as yeah, it's only Zeiss left alive, and he has to do so much, especially with time running low. It's going to be Gentleman eliminating him. You can see what it means for them. Fist bumps, and let's move on to the second half of this game.
Yeah, I mean, once they switch over and they hit into the cruise control area, that's where it's going to change. That's where they're going to be able to kind of feel better, look better, and just overall get into a better position for themselves. So nothing to worry about. They are able to have at least, some rounds on the board. It's not like it's just fully zeroed out. So nothing too bad. Again, highlights here. Envy really doing a huge portion of this. And ultimately, Saints need to get back into this strat-wise. And I think this will be a little bit easier on the CT side.
Yeah, it will be a bit easier, but again, they don't really have many rounds to play with here, so they desperately need this one. Oh, Necro is spotted. How did that was not a kill? Not exactly sure, but that definitely gives them some good info that, that area of B long is quite cleared out, and with that, they will send some rotations towards A, but they need to do it quickly as everyone on the side of Horizon are grouping up towards A. That smoke is perfect. That's going to deny some pushes for a while, but actually, Horizon, I don't know what's up with these pistol rounds, man. It seems like both teams just want to run around as much as possible. So yeah, they're going to send their players actually towards B, but then A, but then B again, but then A, but then B again with the bomb. This is really an interesting one. I'm not quite sure what exactly they are doing, but it seems like the bomb is finally making its way towards B. And Saints actually, yeah, not the best in terms of their positioning, because there's only one player on B, one more close by, but the rest are definitely on A. Still waiting for that push, but I think with Gentlemen now clearing this angle, they might send another rotation player. So with 3 players on B, they should be able to at least deny the push for a little bit. But there's still 2 players towards mid. Yeah, and Gentleman could just get caught off guard here. He's not aware of those 2 positions there at all. This is such an interesting one. 35 seconds on the clock, and they're going to rotate over again. But Gentleman is going to find the first frag. Now, Horizon definitely gave off information that, they hear 2 players rotating, so that makes sense why the bomb's rotating over, but it's just going to be Gentlemen staying strong on the A bomb side of things. And now it's a 3v5, another rotation coming over. And again, I feel like in both pistol rounds, both teams are just overcomplicating things, right? Let's just commit to one bomb site and execute it there. Don't try to do these 300 IQ strategies. As Gentleman is on for the ace. The only one left alive is Zeiss. If Gentleman is the first one able to find him, he'll definitely get the ace here. 19 HP to his name. And yeah, Gentleman is definitely looking to do just that. But with that, it is going to be all over. So they do find a pistol. And with this, they could probably take it up to 4. Well, this is where it all would start. Horizon are going on a full eco round, and that's going to be Inverness taking down Necro. Now, Zeiss actually, excuse me, he's the only one on a P250. I mean, again, it's not the craziest investment, but at the same time, Reason is spotted, so if he peeks there, yeah, there was a chance that he just gets overwhelmed by 2 different players, but that nice flash there coming in from his teammate definitely helps to get those players away from him. Oh, he actually is taking a little bit of damage there. It seemed more than it actually is, as he's still on 82, but still, players are going to push him, and he needs to find more than one. Now, Pronix does take him down, but still a 4v3, and Horizon not overcommitting just yet. They might actually just go for the mid push, maybe a mid boost. We really will see. Or actually just rotate all the way over towards A. I'm not quite sure that I like that Saints are allocating all of their players towards B bomb side. I mean, sure, if they come B, it's going to be easier, but at the same time, you kind of have to be aware that at any time, they can just all push A, and at that point, you have to work on a retake. Against pistols again, but still, at least leave one player towards mid or towards A as a security measure.
Yeah, that definitely would be pretty good. We are going to see 3 getting taken out immediately, all 3. And so as we roll into this, I mean, that is Saints on 4. So again, there's only 3 rounds separating them now. And now there's going to be fully buys, but it should be in a little bit of favor for Saints to be able, at least on the equipment side of things. So will Horizon be able to make their way and to secure themselves 8 on the board, or is this going to be kind of the start of the end? Is Saints going to be able to hold these down, get information, and just start obliterating?
Yeah, I'd say they still need to find at least this rifle round for me to start believing, because that would be an awesome rifle round to find, as we see Horizon on, well, what, $700 on total on all of the teammates. Oh, Inverness, that's a big push, but he's not able to find lighting. Maybe a bit too over-aggressive here. He's on an MP7. I mean, I do get it. He wants to make those close, medium-range gunfights happen, but at the same time, that over-aggression is not going to work out well for Saints, at least not in the next few seconds, as they have 2 on B, 2 on A, and now they just need to find a few frags to actually make it happen. Now, Necro is only on a 5-7, so at least that's some kind of advantage that Saints have right now. Oh, and that nade, that's a perfect nade, I feel like. But again, every time I feel like it's a good nade, it doesn't really connect, and then sometimes somebody throws a nade and somehow it takes down 2 or 3 players. Well, either way, Saints are starting to understand that it will be B, so they're sending their players towards there. Those nades, again, raining in, but not exactly connecting how they'd like them to. Oh, and that gentleman's jump spot is going to get so much info. Now they're sending all players towards B. Still 45 seconds left on the clock, so yeah, it's possible for Horizon to rotate, but I think at this point, they just want to go B. That rifle is given to Reason as well. Gentleman stays here with the MP7 because it's more close range. Perfect sense, perfect team play. Let's see if it actually works out in their favor. "18 seconds, they have to make the move now." Okay. All right. Yeah, that was just very, very quick. I mean, sure. I don't know exactly how that happens. I think just the crossfires weren't set up properly, but yeah, they definitely obliterate. And now, with Saints having bought up, now they have to think what they want to do. Do they want to force? Or do they want to take an eco and have rifles in the last game of play? Seems like they want to force. Yeah, they don't want to be in a situation where it's literally one mistake and you're out. They're going to try their best to win this round. And if they do, they're in a bit better position. But the money on the side of Horizon is looking great. I mean, again, they win the first rifle. So even if they lose this one, Saints will have to play against full rifles again. Well, that bomb is getting closer to the A bomb site. Pronix, he's clearing angles here. Lining up nades is Necro. Some smoke, some flashes as well. At this point, Saints know that it most likely will be A, but it's not a question about knowing. It's more about can they eliminate him. Oh, and this is such a smart play coming in from Envy. Yeah, he's not going to push. He's just going to listen to the footsteps. And perhaps if he hears some running, he's going to peek. Now, Pronix is going to eliminate Reason as the first. And at this point, they can also go towards B. There's so many different possibilities, but actually Envy over-aggresses there a little bit, and that might expose their plans to actually push towards B, and that's another huge frag found, and another for Inverness. He's showing up big time. Now the bomb on Necro is making it onto the side, but it's going to be Inverness for 4 there. 4 consecutive kills, now only leaving Exice, and there's not much that he can do as time simply runs out, and Saints take the round. Now that's a good find, but now they need to find another one to crush that economy of Horizon. Then we can start talking. If they lose this, yeah, there's going to be a 5 against 9. That's just going to take a lot more effort. So this is a crucial round for them. And at that point, yeah, we can definitely talk about that comeback. Sid, we saw this position coming in from Reason in the first game that we watched in the Major, where he got a quad kill from here. Would be amazing if his teammate could do the same. As actually, yeah, forces are coming more towards the side of B. Saints are actually very aggressive on their side of things, so I think they will start to rotate pretty soon, especially with those nades and utilities coming in. They will know, and they should start to make a rotation as there's only 2 defenders on B. And oh, that Molly is going to eliminate and show that position. Envy, that's a perfect play. Sid goes down. Now, rotations are definitely coming in, but so are Horizon. They're looking to take this side by storm. That's a good flash, but that'll just keep them off the push for a few more seconds. That actually doesn't give any info or damage in. Ooh, that's another great flash, actually. All right, let's see what they can do with this one. Lightning does find one Inverness with a refrag, but yeah, it's just going to be Horizon on the scoreboard all over again. The only one left live is Star Fox in a 1v4 clutch, looking to make sure that his team is not playing against a team that's on match point. But I think at this point, he might just have to save, bring that AK over to the next round, as clutching this one seems quite impossible to be exact.
Yeah, looks like we will be
One
seeing
round away.
Sakura.
Yeah, it does seem so. I mean, they're 1 round away at this point. All right, moving into our perhaps last round of the game here. Saints, they need to find 5 rounds in a row. And so far, even though they looked great, they looked amazing on the first 2 maps, on this one, they're lacking a bit of that firepower. They're lacking a bit of that steam that they had earlier. And Horizon, they're looking way better. I mean, again, they've gotten 9 rounds in the first 2 games. They got 1 in total. So, yeah, that's not even up for debate here. Although they still have to finish that one final push. And as we've seen throughout the finals, throughout the playoffs, getting that last round over the board is one of the hardest tasks to do, as we've seen many more intense and more insane comebacks than this 5-9. So again, it's still in the cards. It's still possible that they're able to do it, but well, this round would be a great start for that. Well, yeah, a bit more now as 2 players go down. That being Zeiss. Oh, he's actually able to get the kill. There we go, Necro. He definitely gets the frag on Star Fox. That is a good start, and the bomb is planted as well. So even though it looked like it was in the favor of Saints, I mean, at this point, it's a 3v4 situation. Sid has to clear some angles. He is getting spotted as well. This is a hard angle that clears we've seen before, and he's getting some help. But there we go, Inverness is going to refrag him, and Reason takes down Necro as well. Now, Zeiss, he goes in for a double, but oh, look at this. 1v4 turned into a 1v3, gentlemen. Last point of contact. Throw some util, and he might just go for the defuse. Will Zeiss push through? Will Zeiss clutch this one? He will! He clutches a 1v4 to take Horizon over the line and take us to Sakura. Saints falling apart in that last round.
That 83% win rate going into Sakura will be horrendous for Horizon to be able to compete against, because Sakura has been Saints' stomping ground this entire event. And well, GG's for this round, and congratulations to Horizon getting their first point on the board. We will not be seeing a 3-0. So we are continuing on. Horizon feeling a lot better. They're feeling good about everything. They've shown that they can come back and secure more rounds and ultimately their first point.
Yeah, we can see the arena. I think they're quite happy about this one too. As Horizon, they definitely had their fans in the audience. Sure, it might have been tilted a little bit more towards Saints, but I mean, if you bought a ticket and if you actually made it to the major finals, you kind of do want to see your team winning at least one game, and that's exactly what Horizon has done. Now, still, there's still a long way to go for them, but at least they get this game. And moving on to Sakura, we'll see how that one goes. But Horizon, not in the worst of positions, definitely a bit better than they were before this game.
Yep, agreed. So Horizon definitely feeling better. They're back into this. They're not out yet. I mean, that's why they're one of the best teams. They can overcome, even though this is match point. They got absolutely destroyed in the first portion of these matches, Game 1 and Game 2. Doesn't mean that they can't come back and be able to move forward into even more crazier games, coming back on a 50-50 shot of a map, and ultimately they were able to do and win the coin toss. And so, and by all means, it wasn't necessarily a shutout, but I would say that is some solid gameplay from Saints. And now going into Sakura, the map that they've played, pretty sure the absolute most, and have some of the best win rates on. I'm pretty sure that's where those strats and categories and everything from Gentlemen will be coming into play here for game number 4.
Yeah, they've definitely been good on Sakura. I think the only problem that we've seen is that Noobs game, where they just lost to one of the crazier comebacks that we've seen. But apart from that, I do think their Sakura is quite solid. We saw it in the group stage as well, as it was the finisher map a lot of times, and they were just able to very solidly approach it and make sure that there are no mistakes made. So yeah, in that department, I think they should be doing all right on Sakura. But at the same time, I think this win, this game that Horizon got, especially with it not being as close as we maybe predicted, I think that might have just reignited that passion, that fire to actually, make the reverse sweep happen, reverse sweep the reverse sweepers, and actually, get to the final game on Sandstone where they do have that percentage advantage. So I do think that if Saints want to win, they have to win right here, right now, as Sakura is one of the only 2 maps where they had that advantage in terms of, game won versus games lost. But if we go to Sandstone, it could just be Horizon. So this is a very crucial game. But let's take a look at the highlights.
Yep. And again, it started off at a great start for Horizon. And honestly, that's what they needed. I mean, any of these other ones, they didn't get a chance to have that advantage of starting off strong. Now, they weren't able to be on the T side, but it didn't matter. This is just they were able to find their stride and take round after round. Now, eventually, Saints was able to find themselves their first round, but it just unfortunately was not early enough, or they just didn't have that momentum with it. Horizon just felt and looked so strong on this, and they just were not able to, make the comeback.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some attempts at it. We saw some tries. We definitely saw them that they're trying. But I think just that first half of Horizon's defense really put an end to the game preemptively. Because when we got to the second side of the game, sure, they win the pistol. They do all right. They look all right, but just not able to get it over the line. And just how many rounds they lost on the T side of things just didn't help them at all once they got to CT. So yeah, they're definitely recovering. I mean, Gentleman, he looked cool. He still looked pretty all right. Like, it didn't bother him that much. They lost this map, but again, I mean, they have 2 more chances to close it out. But I do feel like they have to on the next map, being Sakura, just because of their Sandstone being one of the, I think Sandstone is their worst map actually. So obviously they don't want to take it there. If we look at the MVPs, it's gonna be Zeiss. My man has 3.46 KD. The guy who also finishes off the first game by getting a 1v4 clutch. So yeah, definitely big performance coming in from him. 4.25 KD as well. On the other side of things, not even breaking positive in terms of rating, and Vern is there on 0.95.
Yeah, so they gave it their best shot. And as we can see, Saints just was not able to secure any rounds. Now, it wasn't a redo, obviously, because they were able to get 5 rounds as far as against like where Horizon was, where there was just more red than anything. But, you know, able to do decently well. But ultimately, it just was not able to make those secures and be able to prevent the bomb from being planted or getting their bombs planted themselves. I mean, Horizon just seemed to have some good answers for Breeze. And, I mean, obviously, Breeze has been played one, if not the most amount, besides Sakura on this entire event. So everybody's pretty well versed in it, and they're able to, know what they need to do. So it's no surprise that Horizon was able to win. But here's where we were talking about earlier in between the shows and the matchings and everything, where you needed somebody to kind of, show out. And it looks like Excite was that person up with 17 kills. And then close behind was Envy and Pronix at 12. Now, Necro and Lightning didn't do too bad, but better than 1 or 3. Like we saw them already, or in the past. So, not bad. And Infernus was really the one who stepped up to the plate on Saints, on Breeze. But by all means, they weren't exactly far apart from each other. Just those connections just weren't being made.
Yeah, I do think that individually, right, Horizon are starting to perform way better. We saw that on Breeze, but also Saints, maybe falling off a little bit individually, but I also think just the strategies weren't that good. The way how they approached the T side of the first 2 maps seemed like it was way more complicated and way more advanced than it was on Breeze. So it could just be that Breeze is one of those maps they didn't exactly practice in the recent days. I mean, they've definitely practiced Province. You could 100% see that. And I also think they will obviously practice the second map being Gruz. But yeah, it could be that, even though they had these 3 days to talk over things, definitely some maps will get more attention than others, and probably Breeze was not on the top of that list.
Probably not. And I mean, you can't practice all of them and, make sure that everything is good. I mean, you can, but if you're more needs to be, say, like Province, I think that was probably one that they practiced way more than they probably needed to. But in the end, that made it to where it came out so cleanly. And then Rust, they knew they wanted to do that one. And so they made sure that they took that one. So Breeze just seemed like it may have fell to the wayside a little bit, which is okay. They can lose one. And then they're able to rock into this next set of matches going into Sakura. They're basically their best map. And so they know that they're going to do good with that. So we're looking solid for that. And so I don't think there's going to be much issues, but unless Horizon has practiced Sakura as well, because they absolutely could have practiced Sakura the entire weekend to make sure that if they go to it, that they can at least compete against Saints.
Yeah, most definitely. But we are slowly starting to get back into the arena. Now, the players are not there exactly yet, so perhaps we'll see some case openings again. But, yeah, we're still waiting. I mean, the crowd is really quite electric here. They're still doing all right. And we can see, yeah, they're trying to hype up the crowd a little bit. Is it possible that we have another show match? I don't think so. But there's not a player exactly sitting in one of the chairs, so we'll see. Maybe another show match is in the cards. I do think that normally one show match is what you see, but I mean, at this point, anything can really happen.
Yeah, I'm a little curious on what's happening right now, because if there's another show match, there's not much they can show other than more performance from the phone. Or maybe they're going to drop a new map all of a sudden. Only time will tell, though.
Yeah, I mean, different things are possible. It seems like we have perhaps some interviews. One of the moms of one of these players is gonna tell us about why his son exactly enjoys playing Standoff 2. I mean, it's pretty easy to get why, because it's a fun game to play. Who doesn't like first-person shooters? But yeah, this lucky man has definitely made it here to the finals, and it will be interesting to see, if he's playing, if he's rooting for Saints or perhaps for Horizon. What is happening? Is this another case opening? Yes, we're gonna see another case opening. Let's see if this young man can get a knife skin, perhaps.
Well, we'll find out. What is he going to get? This is on stage. Anything is possible. we'll see here shortly what is capable. I mean, it's a case opening. It could be anything. But let's find out what the little man himself can get. Again, his mom is on stage, it appears. And so maybe with Lady Luck by his side, literally, what is he able to get?
Looks like everybody in the crowd is trying to send him luck.
Yep. They want him to get something good. They're cheering for him. Not sure if he's going to get anything for this case opening, but here we go. Looks like they're going to go ahead and tap it. See where he's going. And, oh, look at that.
What? You
Red
actually got a knife.
Karambit.
All right, well.
I think the hype man's even more excited than the boy is.
Well, yeah, you got a Karambit. That's good.
Hey, look, yeah.
That's his second knife.
Hey, it's only his second knife. So, I mean, his second knife on stage on the LAN. Now, that's a memory for him to be able to take a clip from this stream and keep it forever.
I don't know. It looked like Mom was recording him while he was opening that crate. So she might have a video of it already.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think that's going to be what it is. Congratulations to the little man for being able to get himself his knife skin. So let's go ahead and, you got to give him applause for that. But now we're going to be back to the crowd, back to setting things up, back to getting things where they need to be. Yep, it is so close to being started, so close to being in the mix. And we'll be getting into our fourth game quite quickly. As soon as they are ready, we'll be flying in. Again, this is still technically match point for Saints. Sakura is their best map. I'll remind you that is a 20-4 win rate, 83% winning. Versus 68%, 13-6 for Horizon. So we're definitely seeing so many more wins and 2 less losses. That is a 7 win and 2 losses off for Saints. So this should be any day of the week a Saint victory, and this is definitely not where Horizon wants to be.
No, I don't think so. I mean, again, like Horizon have been all right on Sakura. We've seen them play Sakura actually in the group stage where they did all right. Again, they didn't like demolish. It wasn't like a 10-0, but at the same time they did all right. So I do think that once we move on to Sakura, it's not going to be that easy for Saints to win, because even though their win rate is there, whenever they have played Sakura, they have won most of the games, but it wasn't like just the easiest of times. So I definitely do think that it's possible. It's definitely possible even for Horizon to win this one. But again, I do think they need to get that early advantage, the one that they got on Breeze as well.
Yep, I agree. And they just got to take some stuff early. Either team has to take stuff early. No matter which one it is, they have to take the early leads. These pistols are going to be super important. And at the end of the day, those pistols round matter. But again, so do the rifle rounds, that they're able to get in there and be able to take it home. I mean, it's going to be a huge thing for either one of them. And, well, we'll just have to wait and see if Horizon is going to continue their domination now that they have come back from the dead, or is Saints not going to take this line down and they're going to be able to rocket forward just like they did at the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, again, ultimately time will tell, as we're slowly seeing more and more fans come back into the audience. Players are definitely getting ready as well. And I think another thing that really changed the outcome of the last game was just that prolonged break that we had. It was almost more than an hour long. So I think it really helped Horizon to kind of establish and just calm down and kind of go over their strats. So now with a shorter break, I mean, it could be that Horizon just stay on kind of the same frequency of we're doing all right, we're winning, and there's really no need to do anything other than just do what has been working for us.
Yeah, and so Saints Are they going to be able to bring it back? Again, we don't know yet. Hopefully we can see plenty of things coming about from them. Again, there's no way that they can choke right here going all the way to 5 after taking the first 2. I mean, again, the endurance is a huge thing. They exerted a lot of energy. They did a lot of really big things. They may be on the down trail with their energy and emotions and the way they can do. Horizon was able to kind of take the easy way, right? They're able to just kind of play, and then they didn't do too well, but they didn't exert themselves either. So now if they're able to use that energy on the back end, that may secure them all 3.
It may. It definitely may. I mean, it will be interesting to see. Again, I think that Gentleman, since it is their best map, Sakura, like Gentleman definitely has prepared some strats, but it also could be that because Sakura is their best map, they haven't really paid that much attention to it recently, and they've just been focusing more on the maps that are actually not that good on, for example, Province. So, yeah, it will be interesting to see how they approach it. I mean, I do think that Gentleman at least has a few gimmick strats to use. And again, so far we've been 3 for 3 for Horizon starting on the CD side and Saints starting on the T side. So it'll be interesting to see if that dynamic changes and what exactly that changes if it happens.
Yeah, and so it just hopefully either one of them, again, Horizon feeling good now, able to take a nice little break as well, again, with this small intermission in between games. So they themselves, hopefully they don't lose this what momentum they do have. I mean, they were able to do better with that hour plus break. But hopefully this 15, 10 minutes, whatever it may turn out to be, hopefully that doesn't completely ruin their mindset, being able to go up and down off stage. They do and can use this time wisely to continue to converse about those strategies. Because again, like I said, that may not have been Saints, they may not have focused on it. They may just be running through the playbook. Which, I mean, by all means, their playbook is good, but Horizon could have determined anything better from them to be able to combat against the plans? Something crazy? Well, we'll be finding that out here shortly.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I don't think it's going to be an easy game for either of these teams. I think at this point, like they both understand they're still in this. I think Horizon definitely are not in a position where, oh yeah, it's Sakura, we pretty much lost. I think they really do want to make this comeback possible, which would be a crazy one. Again, I mean, how many times do we see two teams who make it to the final and one of them gets eliminated on any map? 0 to 10 or 1 to 10, and this happened to Horizon, I mean, twice, once 1 to 10, once 0 to 10. So this would probably be the craziest of comebacks that we see if Horizon are able to even take us to that Sandstone map. I mean, I'm not even talking yet about just winning Sandstone and winning the whole major. I'm just talking about taking us to that last final map. I think even if they do that and lose, that would still be a great achievement, as I don't think many people expected that after seeing how game number 2 ended.
No, I don't think so either. I mean, how game number 2 ended would have just been, it was just nuts. I mean, the fact that 2 O's so strong, basically not allowing Horizon to get any rounds, but Horizon was able to come back decently strong game 3. But the thing is, Saints were starting to feel better at the end, and they were able to still get 5 rounds. So if Horizon dips at all, I think that'll be a turning point for Saints to be able to capitalize on. Now, would it be close? Possibly. It depends how much they slip, but Horizon cannot slip any further at all. They have to either go up or stay the same. That's where they just played. But again, they're going up against Saints' best map on Sakura. They're going to have to try just about everything possible to be able to make it in and to take the game.
Yeah, definitely everything is online at this point, and I think the fans know it as, yeah, the lights are coming in, the more and more of them are getting into the arena, and I think this means that very soon our 4th game of this best of 5 will start. Now, again, Saints, they have not much to prove. They simply have to show that, yeah, it's one of their better maps and they're able to take it. On the other side of things, it's going to be Horizon, who, well, they have everything to prove. They need to prove that they are the leaders, that they are the best team in Standoff 2. Because again, we're talking about Horizon, who they were so good throughout the group stage. I think they finished first in their group. They didn't lose a single game in the playoffs either. So they either drew in the group stage, won, or just won in the playoffs. And then this happens, right? this happens where they're just not able to do anything when it comes to the first two games. And well, now they have a point to prove that they can in fact do it. It was just a fluke, and they will be able to move on forward. So yeah, well, then it was called Win Strike, so Horizon renamed after the group stage, but Win Strike, aka Horizon, made it through Group B with 3 points, same as Noobs, but they actually had a bit better win-lose, I believe, whatever it was. They did make it out the group as the first, and then Noobs were the second, and then we obviously had Saints and also Revile making it, out the groups on the other side of things. And also we had Death or Glory and Street 8, but both of them lost 0-2 in the lower bracket matches.
Yep. So Saints again has worked the hardest, working their way up in here. They just really have put a lot of effort into it. And obviously we can see with Gentleman that he's put the work and the effort in for the team, for himself. And so now he's being able to execute everything that he's learned, everything that he's taken down, all his notes, all his strategies are coming down to this. Game number 4. Will we need game number 5? We'll find out after this game. But ultimately, it's going to be all up to what strategies Gentlemen have today, and if those accuracies with their weapons can continue to show forward to be good. We'll find out. The match will be starting here again shortly. We're just waiting for those final players to get in, those warm-ups to be done, and the players to rejoin everybody on stage. And that should be here in just a moment.
Most definitely, we can start seeing, they're returning to their seat, Gentleman. I mean, he's looking fine, he's looking on it. Maybe not as hyped as he was before the first game, before the second game. I mean, definitely then he was hyping up the crowd as much as he can. But I think for now, he understands that the crowd is on his side, so he doesn't have to worry about that. All that he has to worry about right now is simply winning that last game.
All right, I gotta say something real quick. Meta, I am the one chatting you up.
Yep. Got to say hi to everybody in chat, for all you guys hanging out with us here in the English stream. Guys, keep it up. Love hanging out with you guys. Hopefully, maybe they're checking it out. Maybe you guys can get something in game, potentially. Unfortunately, the promo codes seem to be on the Russian stream, so we're not sure if we're going to get any on our side. We have in the past, but I'm not sure if they're going to here for the finals. We'll just have to wait and see. But the players are on stage again. It looks like they're getting ready in those positions on stage and getting into the new lobby.
Yep, new lobby on the map of Sakura. Seems like, look how close Necro is to his screen. That is very interesting. I mean, this guy is really focused. It's another thing that we want to talk about, right? Like how close these players really play to their devices and how exactly they sit. I think for now we only see an Zeiss, who is in a very weird position always, just like sitting in that chair, a bit tilted, a bit weirdly, just not exactly sure what he's doing there. But the rest are definitely, just on standard, sitting at the table, kind of closer or further away from the phone or the iPad. Really depends on the person, but yeah, interesting to see. I mean, again, not sitting at the table, not exactly the easiest one to do for me. I do like a bit more recline, maybe not as crazy as Zeiss, but something in something like that, something in that sector. But yeah, headphones are back on, and we are quite ready to get into Sakura, or 4th game of this best of 5.
Yep, and again, this is definitely tilted more towards the side of Saints. We'll be able to see if they can perform to their highest abilities and standards. But again, this is going to be game number 4, round 1. Saints versus Horizon. We'll be rolling into that first round any second now and find out if that is going to be a thing. Who's going to get it? Is it going to go for Horizon, or is it going to be for Saints?
Game 4.
We've seen absolutely
Horizon
insane things happen on
versus
Sakura, so
Saints.
it really is anybody's map right now.
Yeah, again, I do think that they need to get off on a good start. Both these teams, I think both these teams really do well if they can get the first pistol, and off of that they're really able to build up that momentum a lot of the times. But Well, it's not going to be that easy, as Saints, they're moving towards A side of things, and actually more towards mid, but I think A and mid is the play here, and Horizon have sent 3 players towards B, but Zeiss, he's very aggressive here. Get some info, takes some damage as well. Not exactly able to connect the shots just yet, but it's going to be Gentleman taking down Lighting. And Zeiss and Pronix with quick refrags here, and Zeiss getting another. Oh, this is starting to fall apart a little bit for Saints here, as Reason and Star Fox, the only 2 alive. Now Reason is able to get 1, and with that, they need to find 3 more frags. He is trying to push up here. Oh, this might be big. I think Reason might get the backstab. So much info given over from Star Fox, but it's only Reason left alive. And the problem is Star Fox had the bomb. So at this point, it's a 1v3 with the bomb being heavily guarded and him still on 100 HP. So yeah, it's going to be Necro to take him down though.
Yeah, are we going to see a repeat of, last time where, they're able to take the first 2 rounds and, and then still be able to keep moving on? I mean, right now we can assume that, Horizon's going to buy up. They're going to buy the SMGs, the smaller rifles, and they'll probably take the next round, but it's the one after that is where Saints can really turn up the heat.
I'm a little curious on why a lot more of these actual pro players don't do the fans or the double fans or whatever.
Well, you never know. People have different iron, levels like myself. I'm always a space heater myself, so I'd probably need 3, 4, 5 fans just to keep myself cool, especially in an arena with all the lights on and everything. Because they're not LED, and even if they are, they can put off a lot of heat. So it kind of all depends on how cool they can keep each other. But right now, Saints is not looking too cool themselves. Down to 2 more players. They were able to get 1. It's not bad, but nothing too crazy just yet. I mean, Gentleman does go down, leaving it all up to Star Fox. And a 1v4 with a pistol, it's going to be really tough.
Well, he tried a 1v4 with a knife, but doesn't exactly work out for him. So yeah, Horizon, again, get their opener 2 rounds. Good start for them, something that they definitely wanted to happen. But now we are moving on to the rifle rounds. Saints, they took a long eco, a full eco, should I rather say. And, well, in this position, they are definitely able to deliver when it comes to the rifles. And again, this is their map pick. And seems like maybe a timeout is in question as well, as we are seeing some of these highlights here. Zeiss moving slowly but precisely, and he might hear these footsteps. He definitely spots those feet there, but he does drop down. Ooh, this is actually quite a nice play as Lighting comes in as well. So Horizon are establishing so much map control right now. And I think with them not hearing any advancements towards A, they could pretty soon just start sending players towards B, where the real action will happen. But actually, with how much they're aggressing on A, they don't seem to rotate over that much, so there's technically only 2 defender, well, 1 defender on B. I mean, sure, that other one being Pronix can come in any second, but I think Saints have found a problem in the defense of Horizons. They're going to push in. They're not really going to find any players here. That bomb plant is going to come in any second, and that smoke will most definitely deny any players trying to retake this too early. So Star Fox is going to try to wallbang that one. But interestingly enough, the bomb gets dropped but still not planted. I think Saints need to make their move quick. They do not want to be in a situation where they are on site. It's a 5v5 and the bomb is not yet planted. But yeah, that smoke disappearing as well. I think Saints, they just needed to plant a bit quicker, as now they're going to get taken down 1 by 1. Envy gets a double, Zeiss with another, and it's only Reason to refrag, but a 2v4 situation. Actually, Sid gets another. Okay, this is still doable. 18 seconds left on the clock. Some nades definitely need to come in. Not sure if there's enough time to line them up. Oh, that's a nice one hit. Nice from Reason, but Necro refrags now 1v1 against Sid, and that's going to be Necro, the in-game leader, taking down the last player. But again, that was Saints round all day long. They simply just waited a little bit too long to plant the bomb. Smokes disappeared, and at that point, they just get crushed from all angles.
That was so close to be going towards Saints. That was so close to being able to be done. But ultimately, they just wasn't able to be done. They'll be able to try it again, but They'll have to wait until they get some more rifles.
Yeah, so far just on pistols, and well, it's not going to be the best as they only have a few deagles. I mean, they are going to try to push the A bomb site, respectively. The bomb plant would be perfect. Again, if you can plant the bomb in an eco, that is great. But it's going to be Star Fox killed right as he tries to plant, and now another plant needs to come in, but the time is not really as then on their side. As soon as those smokes disappear, Horizon are just going to overwhelm the bomb site, and at that point it's going to be hard. So still, they plant the bomb. That's great. That's definitely better than they did in rifle. Now, Reason does take down one, but quickly refrag. Sado with another. Okay, this is somewhat doable now. Okay, 1v3 situation. Inverness does get one, but gets eliminated. So Horizon, they do lose 3 rifles. I mean, that is a great eco round coming in from Saints, but ultimately Horizon do move up to 4 rounds on the scoreboard here. So yeah, kind of a win-win for both teams. I mean, Horizon get the must-win round, and Saints, they get some good damage in, they get some good money in, they break Horizon's economy a little bit, take some weapons out of their hands, so not looking too bad. Simply Saints now need to start fighting those rounds as we move on to the rifles.
Yep. And so now it's going to be a really hard time. You know, we are going to be able to see, with everybody buying up, you know, what's able to be happened. Obviously, they didn't get it the first time around. Now we get to see it for the next set of tries, now that everybody's bought up again. I mean, it's 4-0. Saints hasn't been able to find a round at all. But this is their chance again. They've bought up everything that they want. We see a bunch of AKs, other rifles coming in, all the equipment, mollies, everything. So this is their best case scenario. Envy getting flashed. It looks like some more utility coming in, smokes. And now we're just going to be able to see if they can put everything down. Can they get this bomb planted without being contested? Looks like they're going to have a good chance. It's going down. Horizon is nowhere into the bomb site. Now, they could still wallbang, but that's going to be a close call. Gentleman is just getting bombarded with flashes and eventually taken down. But timer has been set. It is all down to this to see if can Saints get this first one. They are all in the back. They're covering the bomb so nicely. They're able to really stay in the back. Now they have to approach, get into the back here. Lighting going to give it a shot, but it gets taken down. Inverness for 2, and with Reason to help on both. Chronix is the only one left alive, and it looks like he's just going to go ahead and go for the save.
Smart.
Yeah, a smart standard call there by Pronix. I mean, he does have $4,000 now to his name, but why lose that weapon? There's literally no time. You're just... I mean, sure, you might try to take some rifles out of Saints' hands, but they're going to be able to buy anyways, so that save does come in, and Saints find their first. Seems like they have found an answer to some of the problems they were having. That bomb site execution was way better. It resembled way more what we saw from them in the first 2 games, and seems like the crowd, yeah, they're not going to sit anymore. This potentially could be our last game, especially with Horizon now going on a very interesting buy. I'm not quite sure about this buy at all. Pronix, sure, he has saved that rifle. Then we have 2 5.7s, a USP, and a shoddy. Alright, well, let's see what they're able to do with it. Looks like not much as Gentleman Reason just demolished them. That rifle on Pronix still in picture, and he still has a lot of utility. A bomb defuse kit, Kevlar helmet, like, he's definitely the best situated player right now. But, where actually is he? He's somewhat close to B. Ow, and he actually gets a frag. Alright. And a double. Okay, Pronix. He's single-handedly changing the outcome of this round now. He will get smoked off and probably naded as well, but at this point, I mean, if that shoddy gets a few, there you go, Necro gets one. Oh no, not like this, Saints. You need to win this round. If you want to get back into this game, you simply need to get a few more frags, but will they be able to do it? Gentlemen, he's so close to the action here. Envy on that 5-7 as well, and it's going to be Pronix with a triple here. Sid does take down Envy, but that's the easiest. That's the least of his worries. Now he has to go up against a shoddy and a rifle, and I think his position might be known. He's going to throw in a flash, going to try to peek, spots one player, but doesn't know how close Necro is. He's still alive, but that defuse is coming in. Necro gets eliminated. Is there enough time to defuse? He's trying to pre-fire, and he gets it. But actually, Horizon do the... Wait.
Did they get it?
It said...
No. He was taken out before he got to the last possible second.
I think so, but I saw up there, like, counter-terrorists win. That was such a close one. But perhaps he was taken out. We'll see. ultimately we will see. We did
Yeah,
see
he
some
looks
fist
like he
bumps
was.
coming from
Looks
Saints.
like he got the defuse, but then he died right last possible moment.
Yeah, it's on 5. So,
Got the,
well, that was so close. But ultimately, still living with 4 HP. You know, just unfortunately did, with a few milliseconds off, not able to secure it. That's going to be Horizon going up another point. That was so close for Saints to get 2. But now everybody's bought up yet again. You got to deal with the full buy Horizon again. So let's see if they can make this happen for another round. And actually, this time, get the bomb planted and it not be defused.
Yeah, that was a horrible round to lose for Saints. I mean, again, up against Pistols, but what, pours some salt into the wound is the fact that, yeah, that was literally on up to milliseconds pretty much in that situation. Can they win it or not? And they'll lose it. But again, I mean, we saw a 5-1 on Breeze, and they were still able to at least make it a bit more competitive towards the end. So I'm not exactly eliminating them out of the picture just yet. It's just unfortunate for them that they were not able to find someone. Look how far up Inverness is. He has so much info. Now he spots the leg as well, but the problem is he's not able to get the frag. Oh, Envy takes down the INV brother. And now it's going to be Necro next up in line. I mean, he could get taken down by Gentleman here, but he does get smoked off. So a 4v5 situation where Sid actually takes down Envy. All right. That is an all right start to the game. I mean, Gentleman looking to deny the retake here. Zeiss, he might actually hear this and he might spot Gentleman through the smoke. Yeah, he's just going to wallbang it. Gentleman goes down and Star Fox with a quick refrag. 3v3 now. Horizon just sending all of their players towards that B-bomb side of things. And Zeiss, he's going to hear Reason. Not a backstab chance there. So Star Fox and Sid, the only 2 left alive, but the clock is actually running quite low as Sid takes down Lighting. It's only going to be one player, that being Zeiss, and he's able to find one, but at this point, even if he finds a frag, I don't think he has time to defuse. So that's going to be Saints on 2 rounds here.
Yep. Yeah, we can hear the audio cues. It looks like it is going to go their way. And so now that's going to be Saints on 2. Just based on the bomb detonating. So Horizon 5-2. So I mean, Saints, they're definitely working their way back.
Oh, 100%. I mean, here we can see that just last second defuse. Yep, and he defuses. Sid does get the frag, but ultimately that does not matter.
Yep, so they're going to try it again. Of course, this is where, Sid was doing a great job shooting through the smoke, but now we're going to try it again. We're going to see, shotting through the wall for an Inverness. Potentially Zeiss in a good position here. Maybe be able to secure something here. Now, that's Reason is actually to be able to take him out, but it's even. It's 4 versus 4, although the shotties may be a better option. Wait, Necro actually able to get that headshot? Okay. So now we're going to try it again, gentlemen, for 1. But can there be any more? It's 3-3. It's still even.
Yeah, this is another one of those must-win rounds, but
Ooh,
seems
what?
like Saints are just not able to do much in these situations. Yeah, that they do win their rifles, but when it comes to these rounds, something just falls apart for them. Now, sure, the bomb is still on Star Fox. He still is able to at least plant if he wants to, as there's literally no defense on the B-bomb side of things. But again, this is going to be a 1v3 against 2 rifles and a shotty. That shotty, not really that big of a problem, right? They like just play long range. But those 2 rifles definitely going to be a problem. Oh, and he might actually just spot one of these players. When they peek, he does spot one of them. And now I think he knows that he could go for that B-bomb side plan. This is a good start to things. Throws the smoke and pushes through it. Oh, they might just expect him. He tries to get one, but Envy takes him down. That looked like a straight headshot, but somehow Envy is able to take him down. And yeah, that is going to be Horizon winning another one of these forced eco rounds. That's absolutely crazy that Saints are not able to put a stop to simply shotguns, a few rifles, and a few pistols.
Yeah, that's a bit crazy that those shotties did that much damage. But Skora is one of those maps. They have a lot of inner workings, a lot of buildings, a lot of short corners. So, I mean, at least it worked out. Now it looks like Saints can do kind of the scrappy buy again. Reason has the rifle this time for the sniper, and then we do see Inverness with a deagle. So let's hope that something is possible here, but it may not be.
Ooh, all right. Well, seems like the ecos work for both teams. Now it's a 3v3. Sure, there is a Deagle on Inverness, but again, like they've been able to find two. And Necro now, he's fighting very hard here to remain alive. Has to kind of rotate over, and that bomb is actually making its way towards B. Zeiss here, he has a lot of info towards mid, so they should be able to understand that it's most likely going to be B. But look at this, there's one player still more towards A, and that is going to be Gentleman. He's just lurking around, looking for what can be done here. And I think if ultimately he is able to clear out the A bomb site, he should just call his team over, which it does seem like that's what's going to happen. I mean, again, that house position is so strong. You get so much info if you are in that position. So yeah, he's just calling rotation over, trying to spot perhaps some players here, but nothing. Literally, a bomb site is completely open for him. So I think if Saints are quick enough, oh, but they're going to go through mid. This might actually be a problem, as there is one player towards mid, and that's going to be Zeiss taking down Inverness. Yeah, that was that one problem, just one thing that could ruin their plans, and exactly that happens. As Necro takes down Reason as well, it's only Gentleman left alive here. I mean, sure, he might know where these players are, but the bomb is not on him, and definitely them rotating towards mid was not the superior decision here. So at this point, I mean, he could just go for the save, but it is their last round here. So yeah, just go for it. Try to get something. Obviously not going to happen, as you literally get not even sandwiched, just like pushed from 3 different directions, taken down. And now we were moving on to the side switch where, well, if Saints don't win the pistol, I don't think they're looking too good.
No, I don't think so either. This pistol is going to be absolutely massive for Saints, because if they can get the pistol in the one round after that, I mean, it'll be nice for them. But, you know, that would be able to put them on, you know, a couple of rounds, separating them, you know, push them up to maybe 3 rounds and put them in a much better position than ever before. But this is going to be rough. They have to take this.
Oh, they most certainly have to. This is a do or die round for Saints if they do not want to go on to Sandstone. And Sandstone is a map where they have the worst win percentage. So obviously they want to finish it right here, right now, on a map where they have 82% win rate. But Necro is definitely trying to find some openers here. And actually, yeah, that A bomb site is looking pretty primed for them to take it. I mean, there's only 2 players left alive on it. So the bomb is going to go down. And we're looking at a 5v5 retake. That is pretty crazy. Lighting, he does find one, but quick refact coming in from Star Fox. Now a 4v4 with Star Fox being low. All that Horizon really have to do in this situation is just run down the clock as much as possible. But look at Envy. He has found himself a nice gap here. They're not aware of this at all. That should be a free kill, perhaps even 2. Meanwhile, Zeiss does get 2, and that's going to be Envy getting the backstab. And I think he knows where the last one might be. So that's a very comfortable win coming in here for Horizon.
Yeah, they're looking so strong, and it looks like they've definitely practiced Sakura. And you know what? I wonder if it's just, you know, like they know the maps that more than likely the other team's going to pick, and so they all just practice each other's maps, but didn't practice their own. So they thought, well, maybe, you know, our skills are good enough on it. Let's make sure we got their maps. And, well, they were just doing a reverse of, you know, you take theirs and I'll take yours type of thing. So maybe we'll get down to Sandstone. It really comes down to who has the better skill. Because if Sandstone's the decider, now technically speaking, you know, that should be Horizon any day of the week. But we'll see if Saints have anything to bring from that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking too good for them. Again, I do think what you said is true, that, you know, they really practice opponents' map picks, but when it comes to their own, falling short a little bit. Now, Saints have bought up. They understand that they do not want to play on it being match point, so they do buy up. Probably not going to be the best buy. But, I mean, we've seen those MP7s do very well, even against fully armored rifles. Now, unfortunately, one player is already down, that being Gentleman. So again, he can't kind of lead from the sidelines here, but it's not so much about leading, it's just more about getting frags with a deagle, which is not the easiest thing to do. But okay, as of course the caster's curse in full effect. As soon as I say that, this happens. Now Inverness is going to move in, they're going to push into the bomb site and actually make it happen. 2 frags for them. Now, they do need to find these 2 more players, but Star Fox is going to take care of one of them, and now only Necro left live, who is able to get a single kill here. But yeah, that's going to be Inverness eliminating out of the picture. So yeah, it seems like it's just a game of eco rounds winning somehow. In the most unlikely of scenarios, they are somehow still able to get these frags.
Yeah, and so that's going to be them grabbing another one. I mean, it's Saints, they're not going to let this go. They are definitely not going to let this go. Now, will they be able to come back from a little bit of a reverse sweep on them? Maybe. I mean, it's possible. But with only 2 rounds left for Horizon, it's more likely that Horizon finds Saints to have a gap or a mess up, a slip for them to be able to capitalize on. But as of now, we're looking 3-8. Saints will be going up against Horizon with pistols, so looking a bit better either way.
Yeah, I mean, if they get this round, that's good. But again, Horizon really is building up this huge lead. So, I mean, yeah, they're doing what they do best, getting those headshot frags on pistols, only Envy left live. And that is going to put Saints up on 4. But we were in the same situation on Breeze. And even though they were able to get the pistol and, you know, the next one, it didn't really work out that well for them. So, still a long way to go, a long road to go down. And Saints, I mean, they're definitely ready for it. Again, this is their map pick, and I do think that Sakura is quite CD-sided. It's simply hard with that big B bomb site, with A bomb site being not the easiest one to take either. It's pretty hard to play on the T side, but at the same time, Horizon are 2 away. Saints are 6, and it's not that one-sided where that would be the same thing, you know?
Yeah, and so, I mean, we could see them come back. But now we've got the full rifles in. Is Horizon going to do what they do best and pop some heads off? It's definitely possible. No one's really doing, I would say, necessarily terribly on the side of Horizon. So, I mean, everybody's staying close. Besides Lighting, he's the only one kind of doing, not great. He's got 3 kills versus the next person to him has 10. So Saints is looking a little bit better stats-wise, being closer together. I mean, the lowest one is 5, but, everybody else is still decently close. But we're going to see how this rolls. Are we going to still be able to see some more come through? It looks like the action is about to hit any second now. I mean, they are currently throwing stuff. It looks like Star Fox may be interacting here. Maybe not. The bomb hasn't exactly been picked up just yet. So, I mean, it could still rotate back over to B. I mean, it is fairly open. I mean, it is a 2-3 split anyways, but still possible. But I feel like Horizon really likes the A site, though.
Yeah, that is the side they've favored time and time again. But, I mean, sometimes you gotta try B, if A isn't working. Now we see them kind of just taking mid control, making sure that they have complete control over it. Which is kind of smart, because mid is very close to A. And if you have mid control, you can go A and kind of isolate some rotations as well, making it harder. But at the same time, Saints, they have 3 players towards A, so this is going to be no easy feat, especially Gentleman peeking. Oh, that's such a nice shot from Gentleman. There's Zeiss on refrag. Pronix gets Reason as well. They have to do so much here, but it's going to be Inverness getting one and Star Fox spotting another one through the smoke.
But the time.
Necro and Pronix, the only 2 left alive. But yeah, there's just no time. Necro, he does get a frag, but is there time to plan? No, there's not. So Saints play this very smartly and win it out. It's going to be Sid taking another frag there on Necro, and Saints finding their 5th.
I mean, this could be a huge upset. I mean, they're able to, just by default, take that one. So, I mean, they're slowly squeezing that gap closer and closer. I mean, they're only 3 down at this point, and Saints now have everything they could possibly want. And we're seeing Pronix able to have 1 weapon, 1 AK, and the rest are on pistols, albeit Deagles and a Tech 9, but still pistols nonetheless. Ooh, 2 already. Inverness, Reason, Sid again. That's 2. Is he going to get this final 3rd one? No, but he is going to rotate in, and Inverness is going to be able to take that. So now they are up to 6.
Yeah, and you can see what it means to them. Yeah, they're starting to hype up the crowd, and again, it's a positive feedback loop. The more you hype it up, the better you do. The more they yell, and the more they cheer you on, and the more they cheer you on, well, the better you're gonna perform. So Saints, they are starting the comeback back up. Now, again, they're still in a 2-round deficit if we look at the Horizon side, but the money on the side of Horizon is just not the best. Lighting is only going to have a Tech 9 there, and the rest, sure, they are on fully bought rifles and util, but if they lose it, they probably have to go eco again. They were looking at 8 to 8. So at this point, Saints have all the chances possible to close it out. They simply need to get a few more kills over the line, a few more nice shots, and it could be all done. But if it's not, then they could lose it all, because we're moving on to Sandstone next if Horizon take this one. And Sandstone, worst win percent rate for Saints on all of the maps that they play. And overall, Horizon just look way more dominant on it. So, yeah, at this point, Saints, they simply know they have to finish here. They have to finish the best of 5, 3-1, because if they don't, it might just end up 2-3 for them.
It very well may. Although we got to see what's possible, see what they can do. And again, with the crowd as a possibility, that means if they can get the crowd to chant for them, and then that's going to tilt Horizon, because obviously they've been doing good, but the crowd may not necessarily be yelling as loud. So if you can use that crowd to your advantage, you can hype them up like crazy. But we are going to see 2 already go down for Horizon. It is a 3-5 split. It's already going to be a little bit more tilted. I think they've got some information on where they may be. Gentleman able to get through the trees, but lighting's there off to the side. That Tech 9 actually became in use this time. So lighting working his way up in the kill department. There's only 2-3. It's definitely looking a lot better for Saints at this point.
Yeah, it is, but again, they've lost 2 players here, and I think Star Fox, he's kind of stuck in this house position. I mean, the bomb is down, but it's going to be Necro taking down Star Fox. Oh, it's all falling apart. 3v5 turned into a 2v2, but the time is definitely not on their side. Oh, they now have to find a frag. Necro, he is retreating the bomb, and I think he has time to plant the bomb. 2, 1. Will it go down?
He does.
Yes, the bomb does go down. Sid, now he knows where Necro is. Has to get a frag, and he does. Keeping Saints in this game. It was so close, but gentlemen, he's not gonna let this one happen. He's standing up, he's clapping his hands, and he's making sure that Saints will get 3 more rounds to take it home on their map pick.
Yeah, and we know by this point with the economy, it's going to be a pistol round coming up next, more than likely, unless they force buy. And by that notion, they should be tied up 8-8. And so by the time we go into that tie, I mean, Saints should be sitting in some really nice cash, and so that means Horizon will have to fight against Saints fully bought until the end, which is going to be just really, really difficult to do.
It definitely is, until the bitter or the sweet end at this point for Horizon, but how sweet can it really be when you only have the Eagles to your name? Sure, there is some util, but they have 1 chance. That util is only going to last for 1 site execution. They can't do any fakes. They can't play around with it. They simply need to commit to a strategy, go for it, and hopefully get this round. But again, it's only the Eagles. And even though all throughout the playoffs, we've seen those Eagles just rip, yeah, it's going to be hard to take down 5 rifles, especially at this point where Saints, they know how much this means to them, and I don't think they're going to make any mistakes. Although Zeiss is able to refrag, Star Fox takes down Envy, and now it is a 3v4 situation to equalize the scoreboard, to make the comeback a bit more possible and put themselves in the lead next round if possible. Now, Reason, he has been naded down a little bit, but he's still just going to jiggle this corner. I mean, again, he's up against Deagle, so he can kind of take a bit more of an aggressive stance here. As Inverness is actually, I think, starting to spot some of these players here. Ooh, he does spot them. Are they able to get the wall bang? He is able to get the shot on lighting. But again, Zeiss, double kill with the Deagle in this round, still keeping themselves in the game. But Saints are doing a very good job at not letting them retrieve the weapons. And Zeiss, not good for 3. Now it's only Pronix left alive. He's coming in towards mid, but I think Star Fox, that's exactly what he's going to check any second here. And even if he's not heard,
yeah,
he will get the frag. So Pronix goes down, and we have an equal scoreline once again.
Yeah, this is nuts. The fact that we're now up to 8-8. Saints not letting this go, not letting the tilt happen. They are pushing as hard as they can. And they are just
Looks like there's been a tactical pause called.
Yep. And so, I mean, obviously it's got to be done. I mean, at this point, Horizon has lost so many rounds in a row, 6 down, and now it's even. I would assume that would be the moment for a tactical pause, be able to chat through some stuff to make sure things don't go down the hole like you don't want it to go. And so we will be seeing, once they're ready, going into the game at a 8-8 score line, 5v5, and trying it all over again. Everybody should have rifles rolling into this and everything that they want, but ultimately, are they going to be able to use it to their advantage?
Oh, the crowd is definitely going crazy right now. 5v5. Which team will put themselves in the lead once again? And honestly, Horizon need this more than Saints. As we can see in the cash situation, as you said, Saints will be able to buy up no matter what. Until the end of this game, they will have fully bought up rifle rounds. On the other side of things, if Horizon lose this, they've put everything in this one. They'll have to go with SMGs with a little bit of util into the next round. That's not a position where they want to be. And Envy catches some early bullets. Oh, but that's a nice wallbang coming in from him. And Pronix gets another frag with the nade. This is looking like a round going towards the direction of Horizon. Finally for them, the bomb gets planted, and now it is a 3v5 retake. But Inverness is able to refrag on lighting. Still, many more players to be found in this situation. Envy slowly playing around, trying to spot these players, but he might actually catch a bullet in his back very soon, which he does.
No.
Necro on the refrag with Gentleman with another one. 2v2 situation. Can they do it? Time is starting to run low. They throw smokes and they throw some flashes, but they need to get the defuse in. Inverness tries to go for the wallbang, but at this point, I don't think it's possible. He's just going to tap the bomb, but that's going to be him going down, and Horizon getting on match point here.
Well, Horizon playing that to perfection, getting down to that 2v2 and playing off of the bomb plant, and just finding that opening in the smoke was fantastic. Now, we'll be going into match point for Horizon. But again, Saints will be able to buy up still. Nonetheless, they have the money for it. But now they're going to be looking a little low, so they definitely, if they lose this round, obviously it's over. If not, they take it, they're able to stay bought in. Now, this is kind of a do or die still. I mean, Horizon, if they lose this, they're going to be pretty much on eco or force buy, in which case should look a lot easier for Saints rolling into it. So it's basically do or die in this round for Horizon. They have to take this, or they're going to be on force buy or eco even.
Yeah, this is a must-win round for Saints. Again, they've done such a good job. They were down 2-8, I believe, and they're able to make this huge 6-round comeback. But now they still need to get those final 2 if they want to win this one. And Zeiss is definitely looking to stop that from happening. Gentlemen, he's so far pushed up, and he gets immediately taken down by Necro. Great flash play there, just clearing angles one by one. And Molly comes in as well. Yeah, Horizon are doing such a good job at just eliminating every single angle that Saints could be holding and slowly taking map control. And the thing is, the bomb is still dropped towards spawn, so at this point, they could go A, they could go B. There's so many different things they can do in this situation, and Envy, especially with him having mid control, it's just hard for Saints to rotate, for them to send players over. Oh, but that's a close one for Star Fox, not able to exactly connect the shot, but I think now they know that, yeah, it's probably not going to be A that much, so Star Fox makes his way towards mid. Is he able to find anything here? He is able to find one, and still keeps aggressive. I think he has location of 2 other players now. Star Fox takes down Envy again, single-handedly changing the outcome of this round. 3v4 still very doable for Horizon. They simply need to commit to one of these bomb sites. Seems like the bomb site of choice is going to be A, but it's going to be hard as Zeiss goes down. Pronix quick on refrag. 2v3 situation, looking more and more towards A. Rotations from Saints coming in as well. Bomb is there. Inverness trying to go for the jump spots, but Horizon, they have to plant it. 7 seconds on the clock, and one of them goes down, the other one house. But is there enough time for Necro to plant? No, there's not. So Saints move up to 9, and we are all tied up for the final round.
9-9. This is as close as it can get, but that means it is going to be forced all the way for Horizon. I mean, obviously they're going to spend as much money as they can, but can they make those connections? It's all down to this. Just because they don't have the best rifles doesn't mean they can't make their shots. We will see a decent bit of utility on both sides. A little bit more better for sides of Saints, but ultimately it's all about getting that bomb planted. And if they can, because I mean, at this point they've run out of time, a couple of them. So now we're looking at just a few. And well, it's 5v5. We'll have to see what this connection's going to be. That's going to be one for Star Fox. Headshot. That's going to be a good opener, but not able to make the connection for the second one.
Yeah, they're so slow and methodical at clearing these angles, but again, when you do it so slowly, sometimes the time does run out, and seems like in this round, Horizon, they don't really want to change up that game style. Sure, they might push in a little bit earlier, but ultimately, they don't want to make any mistakes here. Now, Sid, it seems like the bomb will go towards B, so Sid might be the first point of contact. 14 frags to his name, doing very good in this game, but has to find those last couple of frags to make it possible, to make it happen, to make the major dream real. As the B bomb site actually setting in, Sid gets one but goes down, lighting, quick on refrag. 2v3 now, Inverness and Gentlemen to put it all together. Looking for any advantage they can find. Some smokes coming in, so that's going to be Inverness. Not able to spot that many angles here. Trying to go for the wall bangs, trying to throw the nades, the smokes, anything that really can. But Gentleman is also there.
No.
And now he has to find 3 players, or we're going map number 3, which we are. Horizon, take it home and take us to map number 5, that being Sandstone. Equalizing the maps 2-2.
That was down to the absolute wire. We get to see everything down to a 9-9. That comeback was almost there. It was so huge, and it was still down to the end. Now, Sandstone, like I said, is coming up next. If we can see Saints get a little bit more, because obviously they were at 2 before they were able to make this comeback, and it just came down to that final round. If they had one extra buffer, this may have changed, but they didn't. So, they're going to Sandstone. They're going to map number 5. They're going the distance. We will have to see what is possible, of course, after we come back into the next game. But congratulations for Horizon for finding it in their hearts and in their deepest abilities and skills to bring it to a 2-2 scoreline. As we can see on the Jumbotron above, it is down to this. One more game, one more set of rounds to finish this best of 5.
Oh man, I don't think anyone thought that we're going to be here after map number 2. But Horizon, they slowly make their way back into this. And as you said, we are moving on to Sandstone where really anything can happen.
Yeah, it definitely can. Now, again, as we look at those scores, it is an 81% win rate versus a 48% win rate. 17-4 versus 10-11. So Saints really, I hope they've been practicing. I hope they have, because this is about to be the best yet for Horizon, technically, based off of their historical information. I mean, it all comes down to this.
It definitely does. I mean, still, we have to go over some things from this game, as I think this was obviously the closest game that we've seen so far, down to a 9-9, but Horizon eventually able to equalize it. And again, this was in the last round of things, like the team that got the first kill was actually Saints, so Horizon fought back from a 4v5 situation in that round as well, which is, well, not easy at all to do. So yeah, just another factor to put in there. But I think overall everyone was performing very well, except for maybe Lighting, who again, yeah, he was the rest of his team was, I think, on 10 kills at one point. He was on 3, but it doesn't really matter as long as they win, does it?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the team play, the team communication. What was Lighting able to tell his team? Even though he went down a lot, he was able to get valuable information of where he got shot from. But ultimately, it came down to the team plays of the team inner workings to make this happen. DB, we're going to game 5.
Like I said, the craziest things happen on Sandstone. Here, Sakura, I mean.
Yep.
This
And they definitely
deciding
do.
match is going to be absolute crazy, I think.
Yeah, Sandstone really, even though the stats are tilted, I think we're going to see a lot of crazy things come about from both teams. We may see another 9-9.
I hope so, because that'll be the way to go to end this tournament.
It definitely would. I mean, that would be the best of the best. Although we did just get to the, gut clinching, type of match here. So we may not be a 9-9. It might still be close either way. But Saints definitely need to bring that aggression and everything that they just found in themselves to be able to bring this back. I mean, look at this. We're at a 5-1 right now. And they're still able to come back from this. And it got worse. But it still got better eventually. And they were able to bring it back. That's impressive nonetheless.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, again, this seemed like it was Horizon's game, but then once we switch over to the other side of things, yeah, Saints definitely showed they can put up those CD side rounds. Unfortunately for them, they can do it when it matters the most. And honestly, I think they would have won this game if they didn't lose on the T side of things. I think they lost 2 or even 3 rounds where Horizon were not exactly on an eco, but on a force buy, right? Like they had, for example, 2 pistols, maybe a rifle, 2 shotties, and they simply lose it. And I mean, that is just not working too well for them, and that definitely lost them, if not only those rounds, also some more consecutive rounds they could have gotten. So if they were simply a bit better on winning rounds that they should have won, just like stats wise, coming into what they have on their hands, well, probably could have been able to take it home. But yeah, I mean, Sid also here getting a very nice 1v1 clutch that was very needed, but ultimately not exactly able to take it down the line when it came to it.
No, it didn't seem to. I mean, ultimately, it came down to just the wire, the last bit, the last possible piece. And it got to an 8-8 finally, like we never thought possible. And then Horizon was able to take one. We thought, well, it's match point, but they're still able to buy up. And so ultimately, it worked out pretty well. They got the round, and then to come down to the final wire, 9-9. And here's our MVPs. We have Necro showing up big time, 17 kills. 1.55 kill death and 1.45 on the rating, and Sid being the MVP. For the other side of 15, 1.36 and 1.31. Still respectable, still looking good on both sides, but ultimately just coming down to the absolute wire on a 10-9 split.
Yeah, I think both these players played very well, but again, I think in this game, really everyone showed up. As 17 kills, 15, like that's very good, right? Like, but at the same time, it's not exactly that 22, 25, maybe even 27 frag performance that we've seen sometimes. I think overall, just everyone performed good, close there. I think if we do go to overall who got what kills, we'll see that those are pretty close. But I think next up will be the round balance, and as we can see, it was definitely a close game. I mean, there were definitely rounds where it went down to a 1v1, a 2v1 perhaps, and then, they're not able to win it, that being Saints. But there are also rounds where Saints looked very dominant. I mean, look at that dominant run from round number 11 until round number pretty much 16. They were flawless, they were just flying there. But again, unfortunately, not able to exactly do the same thing in the last 3 rounds.
Yep, and ultimately, you can see just coming down to the wire. And I mean, none of these, there's pretty much once they were on, the CT side, it went pretty well. And they were able to lock it down, keep things good. But ultimately, there was just one extra round that's, Horizon was able to get in the earlier stages versus Saints when they rotated in. So ultimately, it just came down to the small nuances because all of it came down to some of these 1v1s. And even though Saints were able to get a couple of these rounds, based off of time running out, they weren't able to secure and take out those weapons. So you can see here, 17, 19, 14, 14, and 7, respectively. And everybody going positive, except for lighting. Technically, Saints look better, 15, 15, 15, 12, and 10. But it's Zeiss and Necro just pulling ahead. That little bit is what really changed it. Because even though Gentleman did better than lighting at the bottom, it ultimately came down to just those couple extra kills on the top end. And so everybody did just solid. There wasn't anything necessarily that went wrong besides just not being able to secure that very last round.
Yeah, I think again, they started off a little bit too late there, and that ultimately turns out as their mistake. But yeah, interestingly enough, like actually Saints are closer in the kill distribution, right? Like Sid, Starfox, and Reason all on 15, lowest being Gentleman on 10. Well, Lighting, well, he has the least amount of kills. The next of his teammates has double of his kills, but again, it comes down to the last round, and when that happens, those kills don't matter as much. It's simply about who can get an advantage in the milliseconds that were there.
Yeah, and it just came down to those small nuances. Hey, DB, did you see anything where anything kind of messed up or anything?
Yeah, the give me a sec to actually back up my stream here. The lighting kills the 7, but he had more assists than everybody on in the game, so he actually was helping a lot with
Yeah.
6.
Which
While
definitely
the other-
helps out.
was Reason had 5, but that 6th might have been the game winner.
Yeah, he definitely threw some damage out there. He definitely put it down, but at the end of the day, they just need to secure a few more kills. Like I said, there's nothing against Saints. There's nothing they did necessarily wrong. It just came down to those small pieces and not being able to show up and get, more multi-kills, which kind of sucks. But the fact that there's still another game left. Now, granted, do they want to go to Sandstone? Probably not. I mean, the fact that it's their worst map, period, for Saints. But hopefully they've practiced an unreasonable amount, and they are able to combat against Horizon. If not, if the stats do hold true, this could be a very, very quick game.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be that quick. Again, those predictions haven't really worked out for the best for us, but at the same
No.
time, like, I don't think this is going to be a quick game. In the finals, when both these teams wanted so badly, map number 5, game number 5, like, they're going to fight as hard as they can. So, yeah, it could be a bit of an advantage for Horizon simply because they're definitely way better on the map of Sandstone. But at the same time, we've seen some crazy things today, so really anything is possible at this point.
Yeah, definitely is. And we'll just have to, again, wait and see what is possible, what they're able to do, where they're going to go with this. They're going to have to take a small break yet again and be able to go over more strats, more strategies. It's 2-2. So they have to give their everything here. There's a lot of money on line. Remember, that's 12,500 for the top end, and that's going to be 5,000 for whoever does not win it. It's going to be a good bit of money. But ultimately, at the end of the day, only one can be crowned champion. One can be the winner of this LAN. One can get the trophy. And only one to take the prize pool.
Yeah, again, I think the arena is just getting electric right now. We'll return to arena any second now, but again, this is for everything. This is probably the best outcome because again, especially after losing 2 maps in a row, 1 to 10 and 0 to 10. Nobody expected to be here, and that's why it makes it even more meaningful, even more impactful that we have arrived at map number 5 when after the first 2 it simply seemed like it's all over.
Yep. And, well, after such a great start for Saints, they kind of fumbled it after, they took a break for those show matches. And it looks like there is a Note 30 on stage in hand. It looks like somebody will be walking away with the Note 30. So it looks like there's a giveaway for the audience to win. So some lucky individual will be able to have a chance to take home this Note 30. Now, how they're going to be giving that away, we don't know just yet. But they will be going through the motions to figure out who's going to get it. Because that will be a sweet, sweet deal for somebody in the audience to be able to play on such a nice and polished phone. And or if they, look for an upgrade, it's also going to be a good phone for them to have just for a daily driver.
Yeah, this would be a great giveaway to partake in, but obviously we won't be one of the people getting it. It's only the people in the arena, and someone will be walking away a very lucky guy today. Yep, we can see it.
All right, so looks like we're getting into it. They have their ways, they have their things, and they're gonna be figuring out who's gonna be able to take this phone. Again, it's a lovely good way. It's gonna be for one lucky person in the crowd. Now they will be able to, that could have been a giveaway that they've been running because they do have a station in the arena, so they could have had a raffle and a sign up for that. Whether that was signing up through an iPad or something like that, who knows? But they will be making that determination very soon, and they're going to be talking about all the different ways people could have done it, and ultimately, one lucky individual will secure themselves a new upgraded phone, or at minimum, a new gaming device nonetheless. Sometimes you may not have the newest generation of device to play on, but rest assured, whoever gets this will be able to play Standoff 2 at the maximum quality and maximum frame rate like they never have before.
Yeah, most definitely. I think that everyone is just getting a little bit hyped for the giveaway. Again, we can see that everyone has kind of moved away from the stage.
I think that's the winner. I think that they did a raffle. Looks like it's from the booth, and whoever that may be, whether if it's the lovely lady on the left or the lovely gentleman on the right, they're making their choices, and the lights are flashing. The person has been brought up, and it looks like it's the lovely lady on the left going to be able to secure her new phone, the Note 30 Pro.
At the price point for us in USD, that would be an absolute bombshell of a eco buy for us at around 250.
Yeah,
but we're not 100% sure on if we can even connect it to the towers around here.
Well, being the little tech nerdy that I am, no. we could not. I've already looked at the bands on it. It does not work anywhere close for our side of the world. But it could still be used as a gaming device or, of course, on Wi-Fi and everything like that. So, I mean, it can connect to just about anything, just not our cell tower. So, unless Infinix wants to get with us, and maybe we can figure that part out. We might be able to see that in the future as, we continue to do more of these cross-the-world events and castings. From us, we might be able to see that. Maybe we can have one in our hands one day, or maybe the next generation for that. But as that being said, the lovely lady is able to take her phone away with her, and whether she needed one or not, she definitely won the raffle and will more than likely be using that as a daily driver, I would assume. That 5,000 milliamp battery will be coming in really clutch, plus those MediaTek processors that are in there are really good at being low power consumptions, and less, of course, you're gaming, and then you can rocket forward with all the frame rates that you can need.
Yeah, even as
Yeah,
just
most definitely.
Gaming, it'll be perfect.
All right, well, anyone wants to make some unhinged predictions for map number 5? Because
Well,
I
don't know. I mean, statistically speaking, which has gone out the window entirely today, Horizon has a good chance. Not only if they come back strong off the half, so that's looking good for them, but Saints has not lost just undoubtedly terribly. Going to 9-10 and then 5-10 was not bad. So if we see the progression of how well Saints has done, it went 5-9. If I had to guess, this would be an opportunity for them to take it. Since the stats don't mean anything because they never work, I would say Saints has a good chance. But Horizon has been playing super great so far in this second half. I don't know. I'm just going to say 50-50. It depends on how they do. 50-50.
All right. That's the easy answer, though. But I get you because, it's
so
hard
much
to
back
predict
and
this.
forth.
It's
It's
hard.
easy answer, but I don't know. It's just they both have a good chance.
DB, what about you?
So Twist, with your analyticalness,
Yeah.
what do you think?
Uh-huh. Well, I do think that coming into this game, Horizon have an advantage, just like in terms of their mindset, right? Like they've been just getting 2 games in a row. They're looking great. They're like, yes, we can finally do it. And the other side of things, it's Saints who are coming into this game from perspective of we just demolished them on the first 2 maps, and we were like this close to take it home on Sakura. And all of that failed, and now it's possible that we just get completely destroyed, completely reverse sweep in the finals. So I think mentally coming into this game, Horizon definitely have an advantage. Now, if we talk about the statistics, well, they also have an advantage, right? Because again, this is one of their worst. No, I actually think it's their worst map. Sandstone is the worst map for Saints. So yeah, everything is pointing towards the direction that Horizon will take this one home. So if I had to place a bet, I would say it's going to be Horizon. But again, I do think it's going to be a very close game.
Yeah, it's going to come down to those small pieces. I mean, it's going to get close to the end, but someone's going to take it ahead. Will we see another 9-9? I don't think so. I think someone's adrenaline will kick in again. Someone will have the hype and will take it before we hit a 9-9. But how many rounds that will be? Will it be 2? Will it be 8-10? Will it be 7-10? I'm not totally sure, but I think these pistol rounds will ultimately determine that. I mean, if one team can take both, obviously more than likely they will win. But if they split it, yeah, that's going to be a very interesting one. So it's those small things, those small screw ups, the not you look left, they look right type of thing. It's just going to come down to the smallest of things.
Yeah, most definitely. Again, I think everyone is just going to be playing as good as they can, so we don't even have to worry. I don't think so about like individually not being up there or not performing that well, because trust me when I say this, everyone is going to do like just their absolute best. I mean, again, the adrenaline is going to run high. Like everything is going to be there for their taking. So yeah, will be interesting to see how this one goes once we actually do get into the game.
Yeah, this at this moment, either team can take it because, like, we both all been saying, there is both of these teams are playing at their absolute best. We haven't seen since the first map, we haven't seen one player run away with anything.
That's actually a good point. Yeah, normally you see like way more top fraggers, like way more people who players who just turn up and just absolutely destroy on a one single map. But actually, if we look at the player ratings and their kills so far, especially on Sakura, remember how close it was, right? Like on side of Saints, the less killed, the player with the least amount of kills had 10, and the player with the highest, well, there was 3 of them, and all 3 had 15. So yeah, the
Yeah.
same was true for Horizon. So yeah, that's a good point. I think like everyone is really showing up to play, and it's not going to be that easy for someone to just drop a 25 bomb.
Yeah, although that wouldn't be the worst of things to see is someone, gentlemen show up and get 3 aces in a row. Even though that is, I'm not going to say physically impossible, but I'm guessing pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, with the way how he was playing in the first game, it could be a bit more possible, but seems like he has cooled down a little bit, calmed down a little bit, and just went back to in-game leading as his main skill. As you know, in the last couple of games, hasn't really gotten that many frags.
Which actually does surprise me a bit. I was expecting a more of a after that first match with gentlemen. I was expecting him to be not top frag, but at least in top 3 in every round, especially after that ace.
Yeah, most certainly. So I mean, again, this is going to be very interesting to see. There's going to be just absolute chaos in the arena, 100%. We heard like towards the ends of the last game, towards the ends of the score game, really how loud the arena was and how much they were chanting and cheering on their favorite teams and their favorite players. So coming into game number 5, I mean, expect this to go on from round number 1.
I am not sure how to respond to that, to be honest. But I got to thinking when I hear the crowd chanting, "Let's go Saints" or "Go Horizon," or in my mind, "Go Noobs" or whoever. Does that play? Is that a good thing or a bad thing when it comes to your morale on stage?
I think it really depends. Like there's different things that can impact your morale, and I think it really does depend on the individual person, like how exactly it affects them. But yeah, we shall see. You know, once we actually get to the first game, how that one turns out.
Yeah, and I'm also thinking that that's a double-edged sword because you get a little bit too overconfident with the whole concept of, "Hey, I'm here to win, and I got all these people behind me, so maybe I should do a little bit of showboating."
I think it depends on the individual person. I think like gentlemen, for example, let's take two different players, right? Like let's take gentlemen and let's take Envy. Whenever whenever camera's on Envy, he's literally like not even looking at the camera. He's just focused. You know, he's in his lane. He's cool, calm, and collected, and he doesn't like care about the camera that much, or just like about like any kind of stage presence. And it kind of works for them. I mean, we see Envy do very well across many different maps, and so he doesn't need to exactly do that. But I think for gentlemen, it's something that he loves doing, and it helps like to hype up the crowd, and that helps in return. So I think it really does depend on the individual players. Throughout the whole playoffs, through the semis, through the relegation bracket, we saw that some players simply like to be on camera, and they like they were being filmed, and they like to show a little, show off a little for the camera. And I think on the other side of things, we had players who were simply just like, why is the camera here? I'm simply here to play Standoff 2, and I don't want to do like anything with this kind of other side of things. So yeah, it really depends. It really depends on a lot of factors.
Yeah, just like the concept of, do you acknowledge everything around you, or do you try your best to ignore it? I'm one of the people that would embrace the camera. Of course, that's why I'm a caster. So
Yeah, I think if you shy away from it, it's not gonna be. It's just gonna be like an extra mental strain for you. But perhaps some players simply truly just don't care about it. It's not about like trying to be shy. It's just about okay, like I'm just here to win. I know why I'm here. So yeah, I think it really does depend. But let's actually talk a little bit more about Sandstone, as that is the map that is coming up any second now. And well, we have the stats. So on Sandstone, this is the worst map for Saints. This is the only map where their win rate is lower than 50%. It's actually 48% for Saints on Sandstone. They've won 10 and they've lost 11. On the other side of things, we have Horizon, where this is their second best map, as they have 81% win rate on Sandstone, 7-1 and 4 lost. So coming into this, obviously we know who the favorites are again, both mentally and just stats wise. The favorites are Horizon, but wouldn't it be Saints if they were able to, every single time when it seemed like they were just down and out, to find a way to get back in?
yeah, this is going to be an epic matchup, I'm going to say. I'd rather not cast my vote just yet. I'd rather wait until the second pistol round.
Yeah, that's another factor. I do think that some of these games turn out very different once we actually get to the side switch. So yeah, don't cast predictions too easily, too early. I mean, again, if we see like an 8-1 or 9-0, well then that might give us some ideas. But ultimately, we shall wait and see. As we move on to Sandstone, the final map of the best of 5. This is what everyone has been waiting for. The beautiful scenery of the Sandstone is definitely here, and so we shall see how this game goes.
Yeah, aesthetic wise, I've always loved Sandstone. Not as much as Sakura, but it's just one of those feels I love.
Game 5, Horizon versus Saints.
All right, with that troll announcer,
I love him.
I would exactly say that I love him. I found him very amusing, but
That's what I mean.
yeah,
I love him. He gets me hyped, even though that rasp in his voice. I just love it.
all right, well, let's see if these players love winning the major finals, as this is where we are. Envy, what is happening? Almost the first one being a knife, but what is happening here? Just chaos all over. But Envy somehow does find 2. Zeiss and Necro for another 2. Oh, no, 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 not like this, Saints.
Envy just
And
got
finally, you
3.
can see some... Yeah, you can see some emotion coming in for Envy as well, as he finds a triple kill there. And that is a great opener for them. Smiles all around. Now 9 more rounds to be found. But Saints, have they ever truly been out? Not exactly. So we'll see what kind of counters they come up with right now.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's down and out until that second switch. That second pistol round is absolutely vital. I've always thought, even more so that this is the final match even of this tournament. So one little mistake will probably cost you everything.
Yeah, Saints are not looking to make any mistakes here. They're not buying up anything. They simply want to get this round over with, as they are sending pretty much all of their resources towards A. The bomb is coming in as well, so this technically should be a very easy shutdown coming in from Horizon. I mean, they literally have Lighting who, yeah, should be able to get a lot of frags, but again, Lighting hasn't really been the strongest link of the chain for Horizon, so perhaps if he goes down and Saints can get on the site, you know, plant the bomb, I mean, that would be a great start for them. Again, with most of these eco rounds, if you even get the plant, that's great. So Lighting does go down to that pistol, but yeah, it's just gonna be quick refrag. Sid, all right, he finds one quick refrag on him though. Now it's only Gentleman on a pistol on very low HP. What? He does get the frag. All right, Gentleman. I mean, the bomb is planted. He's trying to run away. He's trying to survive. At this point, he will get pushed. He will get smoked off. So I don't think there's just no way he can deny it. He does go down from Necro, and that is Horizon on 2. But still, actually great attempt. I mean, they killed 3 players, so definitely damaged that economy. Plant the bomb as well. So Saints making the best that they can out of that situation.
Yeah, it might be best idea right now to actually do as much harm to the enemy's economy as you absolutely possibly can. Yeah, straight up try to still win the round, but try to take out, if you're gonna lose it, take out as many of them as you possibly can.
Well, Necro, he's close range here with the shoddy. That's a very interesting buy, but I guess it works because, yeah, this angle, if it gets pushed with a shoddy, should be an easy kill for him, but that flash actually takes him out, and Zeiss still able to perform and shoot through the flash there. So, a 3v3, the bomb is dropped more towards the spawn area, but, I mean, definitely at this point, Saints can go either A or B. Horizon are kind of allocating their resources a bit more towards mid/A, but... you know, again, they can really rotate over. But Saints, oh, they're making a quick move. This could be great for them, even though Horizon are sending 2 players for the backstab here, which could work out in their favor. At the same time, they're kind of giving up the bomb side. Or are they? As Star Fox goes down, now they have to push up. But, again, they're nearby, so they should be able to get on the site. Now, Reason, he just jumps through the whole side there. The bomb does go down. And now it's a 2v3 situation. Gentleman very low, trying to defend the bomb site once again, together with Reason, who again is one of the better performing players here.
Yeah, Reason, Gentleman, I'm going to say Envy too, are people who have showed up so far.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Yeah, this thing is... I'm not so sure how I would actually describe this map, because there are so many entrances to both bomb sites.
Yeah, that is true. I think like the bomb sites are very hard to take, just because, for example, on the A side of things, right, like there's only the door area, so it's very hard to push through it. There's just not many ways how you can take A, but at the same time, if you do take it, it's pretty hard to retake it. So yeah, it's a question about like you know, if you're able to take the bomb site, can you make sure they don't retake it? And so far, the retakes have been coming in, so Horizon have been doing great in that regard. As Gentleman, though, he is able to find a shot with that Deagle, So at least at this position, even though Saints are losing 3 rounds in a row now, they are finding some players here.
Yeah, this is. I'm not sure yet because the way that Horizon's been playing since, well, Sakura really. I don't know if Saints can even take this anymore.
Yeah,
With
I
that
mean, again,
switch-
they've been in this situation
switch
before. Oh, this is just unlucky reason. He can't even peek. He knows he'll burn to his death, so he just has to watch and listen as Horizon defused the bomb. So at this point, they're definitely not looking the greatest. But, I mean, again, this isn't really a position where they can't come back from. Like, this exact same thing happened on Breeze, where they were down the first 4 rounds. This exact thing happened on Sakura as well, where they were also down 4 rounds without a single round that they got. But guess what happened? Eventually, they did get some rounds on Breeze, and eventually they almost made the comeback, made it 9-9 on Sakura. So yeah, with Saints being on the T side of things here, I mean, they kind of do need to find those rounds quickly, but I do believe that they are at least able to make some type of a comeback.
Yeah, desperation is a good motivator.
Most definitely is.
Of course, then again, wanting to prove yourself in front of a crowd can be a double-edged sword.
Is he lining up his smokes just based off where a cloud is? That is something I have not seen before. Definitely interesting, nevertheless. But again, Saints, they have a minute and 10 to work with. Pronix is low, but no other advantage they can really have in this situation. And it does seem like they kind of want to move towards A side of things. But, well, there are many players there. Oh, this is actually smart. I think they might just be faking A to pull off some rotations. And yeah, with that, Saints will actually move towards B. That's a smart move. Definitely something that Gentleman has called here. And it could be a good call. I mean, again, if they can get on the B bomb side of things quickly, they should be able to at least plant the bomb. And yeah, that's going to be Inverness coming in, getting that frag on Pronix. Actually, Envy just so good on these refrags recently. Look at this. Everyone on the side of Horizon has rotated already. A reason he's able to find one, and looking for the second, he goes down to Envy as well. 2v3 with the bomb down. This is a must secure round for Saints here. They just simply have to get it. They're looking around, but again, yeah, not the best. Lighting pushes in, takes down Gentleman. Sid, the only one left alive, and he is spotted, and he is so far away. At this point, yeah, just throw a smoke on the bomb, start defusing, and ultimately one of your teammates will take down Sid. So this is Horizon getting halfway without a single answer coming in from Saints. Is this really the way they go out in the major finals? Is this really the way? Causing crazy upsets in the first 2 games, and now they're just not able to do anything on this map.
Again, I'm not going to count Saints out, but unless they can pick it up at the switch, that second pistol round, I don't foresee anything major happening. But I do hope they at least get 1 round on the board.
Yeah, I mean, especially now when they have bought up pretty much everything they want to, they have to get this round. Otherwise, again, it's some kind of a weird force buy. It's just not working out the best for Saints right now. And it seems like Horizon, they're doing a very good job at simply setting up crossfires, not over aggressive, just making sure that they hold common angles, switch them up a little bit, and once Saints push, they take care of that.
Yeah, I really do hope Saints can at least win 1. Like I said, I think if they can win 1, their momentum might be able to carry over. But I'm just not 100% sure on that either.
No, I completely agree with that. That first round is so often the hardest one to get. That first kill, same, and seems like they have found the answers. Now it is a 2v4 situation with Envy and Lighting, the 2 being alive, the 2 to seem to make it possible for Horizon to win this one. without Saints getting a single round. But it's going to be hard as Gentleman takes a quick peek there, gets the frag, and now it's all left up to Lighting. And he rotates away. He doesn't want to do much with this. He's going to save the weapon. I mean, sure, he has 3.8k to his name, but at this point, well, risk it. You know, you're in the lead so much. Just save that weapon in case Saints start to make a comeback here. You know, at least you'll have a bit more money.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, are Horizon going to do any stacks when it comes to the spawn areas? 'Cause we've seen most of the teams do it, especially what was it, a couple days ago, where we saw the entire team stack up to 5.
Right, well, yeah, it's just gonna be Lighting, waiting there, getting up to 6k in terms of cash, so yeah, they're doing great in the cash department. It seems like at least Gentleman in this round has found an answer to the problems they've been having on the T side of things. Still, it's such a long way to go as it's only 1, and Horizon definitely have established some kind of lead here. But, I mean, again, you know, you get 1 round, you get 2, maybe you get a free eco round, and at that point, it's almost all equal again. So Saints definitely not out just yet.
Yeah, and if you're new to the Standoff too here, watching these games is actually a very good idea, because these pro players will show you what can be shot through. Just standing on each other's backs, like I just was wondering if anybody would do. These games are extremely helpful.
Ooh, Reason here, slowly moving up. Same with Star Fox. He peeks and he gets a frag on Envy. Again, that's a great start for Saints. Now, there is Necro and Lighting only on Shotties, so if they allocate their resources properly, if they hit bomb sites that are long range, this might make it a bit easier for them. Obviously, I don't think they're aware of these 2 shotguns being into play, but it does seem like they're somewhat avoiding them. I mean, there's 1 on A, 1 on B. But if they just all decide to push B, yeah, that shot can rip in close range. But it's not exactly the best for getting multi-kills, and especially once you're known that you have a shoddy, there's just so many different ways to approach you without actually going down. Now, Util comes over, and this is going to be a 4v5 on the bomb site. Everyone has rotated over. Everyone is there, gentlemen, trying to entry frag, trying to look for any players, anyone who is here. He is ambushed there, but he does get a frag on Zeiss, and now it's only Lighting left alive. 4 kills to his name, looking to find 5 more if he wants to take this round home, and that simply does not look like a possibility.
Star Fox got a double kill in that mayhem. So let's see if they go on the hunt or not, though.
I mean, at this point, 3 of them are literally below 20 HP, so I think they simply want to save the weapons. You know, they don't know what Lighting has. Maybe they think there's like a pistol or a shotty, so they don't want to give any rifles away either. I think it's just a better call to not go for the hunt. But either way with that, it is Saints on 2, so at least they're making a slight comeback here.
Yeah, this is getting interesting. Saints have found their mojo again. Gotta love those animations.
Yeah, they're pretty clean. Definitely, I think it's almost like a fidget spinner in real life. You know, you just kind of spin it around, look at it, maybe calm yourself down a little bit. But I don't think Saints need any calming. They need to just keep on with this aggressive approach that they've had in the last 2 rounds. Now, they've made Horizon go on an eco here, so this definitely looks like a 3rd round that they could take. And again, it's quite impressive that they're able to do this. You know, sure, they're still trailing, but at the same time, with them only having 48 win rate percentage on this map, it's impressive that they're still able to put up at least a somewhat of a good performance.
Yeah, curious if Saints are, if they found the momentum to start winning. And heading into the switch, I think it's going to be even more vital to just play. Don't treat this like there's almost $13,000 on the line. And speaking of multi kills, right there, Lightning just got a double with that shotty.
Ooh, now it's still possible for Horizon to take this. I'm not quite sure how they've found 2 frags with pistols here, but well, they have. And with the bomb being planted, sure, it's good. It's definitely good for the side of Saints, but Gentleman is so low, and he is taken down. What with not without a fight, he gets a frag as well. So now a 2v2 situation. But we've seen this before, if they threw a molly or something here, that is pretty much game over for Saints. They're very lucky that Horizon don't have that in their inventory just yet. So they're going to try to tap the bomb, but Inverna is doing a very good job at just jump spotting, making sure that they're just faking the defuse. And as he pushes in, oh, he actually goes down. Yeah, 2 weapons have been retrieved, and they know where Star Fox is. So he has to push through, has to deny the defuse, which he does, but I think there is enough time to defuse it. So
Yeah,
that is going to be Horizon
last
on 6.
possible millisecond.
Yeah, we've seen those many times today on Sakura as well, man. It's over and over again. That's interesting.
Well, like I said, Sakura and apparently Sandstone both have the most crazy things happening right now. Especially considering, apparently, just because the timer hits 0, doesn't mean it is at 0. Most games are not like that. If it hits 0, it's either a win or a loss.
All right, well, Saints, they need a win in this round. I mean, 5 of them are still alive. Horizon has lost 1 of their players. But we've seen time and time again, yeah, Horizon, they don't need all of their players. Actually, the way how they win on Sakura when it's 9-9, they're down a player, but they still make it happen. And in this round, they do equalize the player count once again. Ooh, that is an interesting interaction there. Not really too much damage done, but definitely both sides fighting aggressively to do just that. Star Fox, will he peek this one? He's trying to jump spot here. He might just get pushed, takes out the weapon, tries to get a frag, but he gets away, but the Envy does finally go down. Now Zeiss, he is low on HP, but that nade just blows up, and that Molly is going to stop the advancements of Saints for a long while. Again, this is what I mean by a site. Like, sure, you can try to go for mid, but that's quite hard. And if you want to get on A, the only entrance really is to that very small door. And you throw 1 smoke, 1 molly, a few nades there, and it's pretty much over. So Saints, props them for still making it onto the site, for still planting the bomb. And now actually Necro and Zeiss, they're low on HP, so this is entirely possible for Saints to do.
Yeah, this is really getting good. There's reasons for 2 so far. That was a nice save right there.
Well, you can see, gentlemen, he definitely needs to lead his team down the right path here. As we are heading into the side switch, this is where things start to get interesting, because so often we've seen a team perform extremely well on one side, and as soon as they get to the other side, somehow all of it falls apart. So we will see how that happens. I mean, Saints, they need to get this pistol. Again, this is an important one for them. If Horizon lose it, they don't mind it that much. Like, they can still win it. But Saints, they don't want to be in a situation where Horizon get this one. Probably the next one is, they would be playing in an eco. And at that point, it's 3-8. Like, again, they made some comebacks on Sakura, but this is a must-win round for the side of Saints. And it seems like Horizon know it, so they're not going to make any mistakes. They're not going to over-aggress. They're simply trying to scout for options. But Reason is actually very aggressive here, and I kind of do like it. Clearing out the A apps definitely gives them good info that, yes, indeed, it will be B. Oh, but will it? Because Horizon, they've pretty much let them clear out the apps. And I think now they can actually move towards that app. So that this could be horrible if Saints think they're actually going B. They could pretty much empty the whole bomb site.
Yeah, this is getting curious for me. I'm not so sure what kind of strategies I would be using right now, due to the concept of it's a pistol round. And again, I'm not sure what methods I would use.
Ooh, Reason is fully flashed. He can't do much in this situation. Yeah, he just gets overwhelmed by lighting. That was such a great execute on the A-bomb side. But still, Saints are still in this. They get Envy down. So that is going to be a 3v4 situation. And at this point, I mean, they have to go for it, right? Like, they have to win the pistol. So they will certainly will, as Star Fox now is kind of moving in here through the back, trying to spot anything. Ooh, and I don't think they're watching this. Yeah, he's going to get a freebie on Necro, and perhaps another one as they're still not looking in his direction, but he's not expecting so many players there. 2v3 situation. Time is running low. Gentleman has to push on, has to get those frags, but gets overwhelmed by Zeiss, and he's going to get a double for himself. Horizon get the pistol, and this just seems like Saints, this is a bit too much to ask for them to actually win out this game.
Yeah, from the way things are playing out, I think this might turn into a 9-10 again. A 10-9. I'm not sure who's going to win, though. Just the rate both of these teams are playing, it's anybody's game right now.
Well, Saints, they've given away this round. There's only USPs, their names, and yeah, they're just looking to get into that into that 12th round of play where they can actually afford rifles, but they need to not only afford them, they also need to just do absolutely insane with them. As currently, they're going to be trailing by 5 as soon as this round ends, and from that point on, it's just going to be them having to win round after round after round, because as soon as they lose, Horizon are going to be on match point, and at that point it's literally one round. Like, that's no hard task to do, right? So ooh, actually,
Yeah.
a frag does come in from Star Fox.
Uh-oh, it's not looking good for Saints.
Well, this is where they either make it or they just completely fall apart. This is where Gentleman's in-game leadership needs to be taken to the next level. Again, they were up 2 maps. They were demolishing Horizon 10-1, 10-0, losing 2 maps in a row and now being down quite badly on the final map. If Gentleman could make this happen, that would be everything. Like, he would be crowned as the greatest in-game leader in the game, at least for now. But to make that happen, that's going to take so much effort. That's going to take such a smart approach to this game. As right now, Saints need to get 7 rounds, not in a row, but almost in a row to make this one happen. Horizon, they simply need to kind of float by, you know, get around here, get around there, and it's over. So in a 4v4 situation, it does seem like Horizon don't want to really over-aggress, so they're going to send 2 towards A, 2 towards B. The bomb is still dropped at spawn. I think at this point they're just simply waiting to see perhaps if Saints make a mistake, which I think is the best way to approach this if you're in a heavy lead, right? Like, let them make a mistake. You have time. You can play with the time. You don't need to push yourself. Simply one of these rounds, one of the Saints players will make a mistake. You kill him and you capitalize off of that. So I think that's also the approach that Necro understands the best and that he's taking right now, especially with those utils coming in towards B. They might as well rotate towards A if they want to.
Yeah, this might be a good opportunity for a little bait and switch action. Throw all your tactical at B and then switch over to A. A little curious on what Horizon's going to be doing here, though. Might be a good option to just push. But everybody's being taken out, so it's probably not the best of choices.
No, probably not. I mean, at this point, Pronix, he has to push up a little, find out a frag. Okay, that's a 2v2 situation. This is doable, but look at the time. There's simply not enough time. They have to find those players. They are fighting, but it's only Gentlemen left alive, and Saints win out the round simply because time runs out. What a way to win a round. What a way to bring it home. And again, they are starting on that long path of making the comeback. We saw that they're capable of it on Sakura. They were definitely able to get to 8-8, but unfortunately not exactly take it over the line as they lose when the score is 9-10. But this time things could be different. But still, I could be getting ahead of myself as there's still so much for them to do. There's still at least 4 more rounds for them to find to even equalize it. But obviously they want to win it. So 6 on the board for Saints. Yeah, we'll see about that one.
Yeah, this is getting interesting. Considering we're seeing shotgun action from both teams right now. Yeah, two on, one on Reason, one on Sid, and one on Lightning. Or Lighting. And those shotties are coming in handy right now. So far, I've seen 2 kills in the kill feed for them.
Ooh, he drops down. Nice flash there as well. Reason looking to find some players. The problem is he has now exposed that he has a shotgun, and that makes it for Horizon easier to approach his bomb site, as there's only a limited amount of possibilities where Reason could really hide to utilize that shotgun's full potential. So probably not the best jump spot, probably not what he wanted to do, but at the same time maybe Horizon are simply not overthinking it that much and simply want to take bomb site, which seems like they're doing a good job at doing. I mean, Zeiss, he goes down. Okay, that's gonna be Reason picking up the weaponry. Reason definitely hears those footsteps up there. Oh, if he's going for the backstab here, that might be huge. He is going to push up, but Pronix just drive by shooting. Reason goes down, and now only Sid left alive in a 1v3 situation. Looking to go for the backstab once again, but I think Zeiss, even if he goes down, well, what happens then? Sid has to make his way through that little door. That's so hard to do. So he does get Pronix. Will retrieve the weapon, perhaps as well. Oh, Lighting is so close, and that's a nice play from Lighting. Waiting it, hearing the sound, peeking when it needs to be done, and that's going to be Horizon finding another round. So even though Saints look great in that last round, Horizon are on match point. This is for everything. If they take this round, they take the major. This is what they've been playing for all day, all month long. This would be a huge success for the side of Horizon.
Yeah. This comeback will be one for the ages if Saints can take it. Well, actually, I can say it's one for the ages if Horizon takes it too. On the purpose of they were not looking too good on the first 2 maps, on either one of them. Yeah, I mean, both Province and Rust, they did not look at top of their game. But then you go into Breeze and Sakura, yeah, they really showed how much they want to win.
Most definitely. Well, at this point, Saints, they have a Deagle, they have a FAMAS, they have an M4, and they need an MP7. And all of those combined, they need to make it happen. Horizon, they are so close from taking this home. That Molly comes in. Envy does get taken down by Star Fox. All right, that is a good start for them. Still, 3 more players need to be found. And at this point, Horizon could go for the rotation if they want to. 3 players on the A bomb side. Zeiss, yeah, seems like he wants to retreat. They know that there's so many players on A, so they're just going to go B. Or at least try to fake it. It'll do anything to pull some rotations off, do anything that they can to make one of these sites a bit easier to hit. Because even though they definitely have the weapon advantage, they don't exactly want to lose this one. So yeah, Necro, this is smart. He's going to throw some util, some smoke, some nades towards A, just to make sure that they still keep at least 2 players towards A. Actually, what's interesting is he's going to jump spot here. Ooh, Horizon, they're setting up for a mid push. This is actually very smart. Separating the both bomb sites, making sure that rotations can't come in. Zeiss is doing such a good job at this, and he might just get a crazy backstab here. He has made his way onto the side. Oh, but no, he misses at the worst time. This is horrible for Zeiss. And now he gets ambushed. Inverness gets a frag, and another one found. Now Pronix in a 1v2 situation to take it all home. 7 seconds on the clock. The bomb is going to go down. Sid and Gentleman on the other side. Pronix, can he do it? 8 kills to his name. Slowly moving in. He definitely hears the footsteps, but at this point he has to watch so many different angles. 1 position confirmed of the player. They will soon check it. Pronix, first point of contact, and he goes down. Saints keep themselves in this game, getting up to 5.
If they can keep this momentum, it's going to be what I say a major upset.
mean, again, this would be the craziest way how to finish off the major, but it would be the Saints way. It would be the way of we are down and out, we are down on our luck, and somehow we're able to make it happen in the most unthinkable circumstances. So, yes, I mean, if they get 5 rounds here, I cannot imagine how what the crowd will do. I cannot imagine the emotions we'll see coming in from Saints. But again, this is 5 rounds in a row we're talking about against probably the best team in Standoff 2 right now. This is no easy feat. Now, Horizon, this round could be a bit of an easier feat as they only have 2 AKs to their name. Not really any util, but Necro, yeah, he's going to punish you. If Gentleman wants to push there, Necro is going to punish him. And again, that's an in-game leader versus in-game leader where Gentleman loses.
Yeah, this is getting interesting to say the least.
Sid, throw some util, looking pretty solid. Saints, they have lost 2 players. I have no idea how that happens, but they have lost them. This is not a way to go out of the whole major finals. Losing to 2 AKs, well now actually 3 rifles and 2 pistols. Envy, he's going to be the first point of contact. They're sending the more vulnerable, the players who don't really need to stay alive first. So Envy, yeah, Deagle, probably something you need to entry frag with, just to make sure that if you go down, that rifle is going to refrag. And this is Envy. He sees that player, smokes coming in, flashes coming in. This is an A bomb site execute, and he gets pushed. And Vernus does take down Envy. So now a 3v4. Reason gets another. Saints, they're still making this competitive. Lighting is very low. He is able to take down Reason, but it's a 2v2 situation. And now at this point, the bomb is still not planted. 23 seconds on the clock right now. Both Saints players rotating in. Vernus and Sid, they have to make this happen. This is to keep themselves in the game. Otherwise, Necro and Lighting will simply win the whole majors. Necro is moving in. This is good timing, and he's able to get a headshot. Now it's all left up to Invernus, and he goes down, and Horizon win the major. They are your major champions, and you can see what it means to them. Making the comebacks 2 maps down, 0-2 to 3-2. It seems impossible, but they've made it happen. Horizon are crowned the Infinix Standoff 2 Major 2023 champions.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane. I was not expecting that type of comeback after those first 2 maps.
This is exceeding every expectation that we had. Again, they had 1 round in 2 maps played, and then they show up and they do this. That is absolutely incredible. I'm still not sure how they were able to pull this one off, but I mean, that's why they are Horizon. That's why they still have not lost a single matchup in the major. Sure, they've lost their games. They've lost their battles, but when it comes to the war, Horizon always wins the war. As it is, them being crowned the champions in again, just an unimaginable comeback. Especially that Sakura one.
Insane.
Yeah, so with that, we can congratulate all of the players. I mean, we know how much this means to them, and the crowd, they are definitely happy about this one. I mean, this is why they stayed here. This is what they waited for. No, let's be honest, right? Like, nobody wanted to see the Saints winning it 3-0. That's not interesting. That's not the best type of final. But what is the best type of final is definitely this. And you can see in the faces of Saints players, they are certainly not happy. They looked so promising. Everything was going smoothly. And then slowly, Horizon started to show us why they are Horizon.
Yeah, they are showing up to say, hey, there's a reason why we're ranked top 10, top 5, top 3 most of the time.
Yeah, 100%. So they are going to live the trophy. Horizon, they've made their way through 3 grueling weeks of Standoff 2 competitive, through 3 weeks where competition was as high as it could ever be. And with all of that being said, they still came out on top. They still reigned superior. So,
yeah, just 0-2 to 3-2. That epicness.
I mean, again, nobody expected this. But Horizon, they expect to lift this trophy. This is definitely something they wanted to touch all day long. And there you go, they have lifted the trophy. They have won the Standoff 2 Infinix Major in 2023. I cannot imagine what emotions they're going through right now, but I'm certain like happiness, joy, bliss is definitely some of them. As yeah, especially in the way that they win it is just something unprecedented in the Standoff 2 community. So with that, we'll probably have some interviews. I mean, I'm not sure if we'll show them, as you know, in the English stream they won't exactly have a translator, but either way, King Julian did finally in fact, you know, help out Horizon. It was that talisman. It did not damage them at all, as they are able to win it all.
I don't know if that was a lucky talisman or maybe it was running around helping people out in the maps in rounds that they thought they were going to lose. Just to give them a pat on the back.
Perhaps, I mean, again, you know, whatever works, and it did seem like Horizon, more things work for them than for their opposition. So yeah, we can see definitely some autographs. I mean, who would not want to, you know, someone to sign their jersey? But we can see on the other side of things, yeah, just not the happiest faces. I mean, I think especially Gentleman, I don't think he's probably like more just disappointed rather than unhappy. I think he's maybe a bit disappointed in his own like individual abilities as an in-game leader, which I don't think he should be. I honestly think he did a great job. We saw what Gentleman is capable of in the first two maps, but unfortunately, you know, when it did all come down to those last few rounds, he was not really able to take it over the line. So yeah, it is how it is, but unfortunately not exactly the winner yet, Gentleman, but I'm sure that with his talent and his capabilities of leading a successful team, we will see them again in the majors, probably in the finals, and I'm sure that one day they will win it if they stick to it for long enough.
Yeah, this was just an insane uphill battle for Horizon here. For the concept that they lost those first two maps, 110 and 0-10. Just insane comeback.
They kind of made it look easy, right? Like on Breeze, it was truly a breeze for them, as they simply didn't struggle too much on it. I mean, sure, there was that attempted comeback coming in from Saints, but ultimately this didn't, like, it wasn't a close game at all on Breeze. On Sakura, yeah, it does go to a 9-9, but we have to remember it was 8-2 at one point for the side of Horizon. So yeah, they made Sakura, even though again it goes very close, they did make Sakura look very easy for a large portion of it. And then once we move on to Sandstone, I mean, yeah, our predictions kind of come in true. I mean, Saints, they are fighting, but not exactly their best abilities. Again, you know, coming into that game of understanding that we were once the heavy favorites of this matchup. You know, we were 2 games up, we're literally demolishing them 10-1, 10-0. And now we're in a position where we have to play on our worst map against a team that has just won 2 in a row against us, especially like losing that last round on Sakura might just, you know, probably weighed a lot on their mental state. So yeah, it is what it is for Saints. I mean, again, that's very unfortunate for them. I honestly thought we're probably going to end this at game number 3, maybe game number 4, you know, maybe go that far, but no, that's not what happens. What happens is truly just domination, just pure domination coming in from the side of Horizon.
Yeah, I was expecting to be able to. I was expecting Saints to win on Sakura. But the actual mentality of the whole situation of, oh my God, we got to win this, is actually, like I've been saying before, a double-edged sword. It'll let you make mistakes, and it'll just get that adrenaline pumping so you make even more mistakes.
Yeah, it definitely puts you on the edge. The only question is, can you keep walking or will you fall? And I think at this point we have understood that Saints have fallen. You know, they are as great as they are. They have fallen a little bit. And we can see another player that perhaps didn't make it here, or a coach, I'm not exactly sure, but definitely shouting out someone who has been very influential for Horizon to take this trophy home.
Yeah, this is prime time for a photo op.
Yeah, those pictures are gonna be, not exactly live forever maybe, but definitely something that will go down in history as one of the greater comebacks, as the roster that was able to pull off this comeback. Because again, I think everyone on side of Horizon did exceptionally well. Sure, maybe there was Lighting who, could have done better. Let's just say that. But at the end of the day, he still played. We don't know exactly how he would have played if someone else was there. And yeah, I think overall, just Horizon able to do what nobody really expected them to do.
Absolutely not. Unfortunately, guys, you didn't hear my glorious voice the entire time, but I was watching it, and that was absolutely incredible seeing Horizon move forward. The fact of the matter, the fact that we were able to just see the comeback of the century. They started off so tilted, but yet we were able to run through, and ultimately we got to see Horizon take another victory for themselves. And I know Saints started off so strong, and they wanted to have this so hard, and we almost saw it. 5 rounds, and then 9 rounds, and then ultimately they did not take it home. So congratulations, Horizon. They took their trophy. They took it away. They have it with them. They will be able to cherish this moment. And hopefully you guys enjoyed the reverse sweep entirely. And again, I agree, Twist. Lighting could have done, a little something. But either way, his efforts were valuable. And ultimately, he's still the one holding that trophy in his hands.
Yeah, he is gonna touch that trophy. He is the one doing it all. So, yeah, I think we have some last segments here, before we head off and wait for the next minor or major to come up. But honestly, I think it was a great major. I think the finals looked like they were going to be a bit underwhelming as, Saints were up on by 2, and it simply seemed like there was nothing that Horizon can do. But it does turn out as one of the greatest comebacks in, I think, Standoff 2 in general, final history. And if we just talk about the playoffs, I mean, the playoffs could not have been better as well. We see a 3-9 to 10-9 comeback. We see a 0-9 to 10-0 comeback. We also see Horizon winning Elevate in the group stage 10-0 twice in a best of 2. We see many crazy games like that, which are, I think, very rare. Like, I think a lot of times you would have been lucky if you saw just one of those 3 things I just mentioned in a single span of majors. So the fact that all of it happens in one major, and then this crazy comeback at the end of it, I think it makes it one of the greater majors of Standoff 2. If not the best.
I agree. I mean, this is just huge. Look at them getting ready for a nice photo taken. I mean, again, reverse sweeping from all the way from a 2-0. They just needed one more. That's all they needed for Saints. Just one more. But unfortunately, going into the show matches, taking that break, unfortunately, just was not able to happen.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised though, and extremely happy that this is how the first English and Brazilian streams end.
Yep.
This comeback is probably not going to be able to be beaten for years.
Probably not. I mean, this is huge, and there will be more. There'll be more extremes. There'll be some more games. There'll be more players to come about. Maybe it's Horizon again. We don't know. But what we do know is there will be more. And the fans have spoken even against all of it. They were chanting Saints, Saints, Saints all the way through. And Horizon said, that's not going to tilt us. It may have sucked at the beginning, but you know what? Taking a break, reevaluating everything. The show match went on, and it probably didn't go on long enough, but it went on just enough for them to be able to make those plays, those strats, everything that they needed to get forward with it. And again, I'm just so impressed with these guys to be able to not be tilted all the way through on a 2-0 to bring it back to a 3-2. And look at them putting on their swag gear. Looks like that Yappy swag, which that Yappy app is available
swag
for
bags.
download. But again, all the swag bags for these players, because again, they made all this possible. And ultimately, everybody gets something in there, but I'm assuming the winners get a little bit extra goodies in there, just in case. They won.
Well, they gotta have that incentive.
Yeah, which they may not even known about that, but what's going to be fun is now they have that another win, another victory under their belt, and for another LAN, that experience. So, again, lastly, congratulations again to Horizon for being able to take this home. It was an absolute fantastic time watching it, but ultimately, I think we will be having to say goodbye very soon because that's it. The game is over. That's it. That's all we got.
It certainly is. It certainly is. Again, it was one of the best games, to be over. It's kind of sad that it is over, but good things can't last forever, and I think that it's gonna just make it a bit more hype for the next minor or the next major, whichever one it will be. We will probably be there as well with you guys. I think we like that. I think you guys in general like that there's an English translation, right? Because I see sometimes in live chat, someone says, "Nice, this is in English." Like it's good that Standoff 2 are taking care of communities that maybe are not exactly English, not exactly Russian speaking. So yeah, I really hope that keeps on with this theme of making sure that there's Brazilian stream going on for the Brazilian community. There's the English stream going on. I think that is a good balance, of all the regions, and hopefully, the English and the Brazilian regions also grow from this, because as we know, from the 8 teams that competed in the major, that played in the group stage, I think 7 of them were from Russia, and then there was 1 Brazilian team. So yeah, it's a bit one-sided right now, but I think, if more, it's like a loop, right? Like the more teams appear from other regions, the more viewers there's going to be, and the other way around, the more viewers, the more of them are actually going to want to compete. But with that being said, we can see some final autographs given here by everyone on the side of Horizon.
Well, like
All
I
right,
said
so-
earlier, though, this is one of the best comebacks and the best option to end on when it comes to the actual match for the first English and Brazilian streams. You couldn't ask for a better matchup than this.
Yeah, he most certainly did. I mean, again, on the first 2 maps, even when his team was down, I think he got the MVP on the second map, and probably even on the first one. I'm not exactly sure, but yeah, Zeiss, I mean, he was the one who was playing well when nobody on Horizon could do that, and when everyone on Horizon showed up, he showed up double, he showed up triple. He really showed what is possible. So yeah, Zeiss, I think, definitely deserves to be crowned the best player of the finals. And then we have the final player ratings. Reason almost got to 300, but just a little bit shy there. The rest also doing well rating wise, and it's going to be Zeiss finishing off the tourney as well with the highest rating of 1.51. This guy is insane. Sure, he might not have the kills that Reason puts up every single time, but when it comes to just individual performance and making sure that he does individually the best that he can, well, yeah, that's Zeiss that you're talking to.
Yeah, but look at Reason right there. He is 2 kills shy from hitting 300 out of this entire event. I mean, that he's just been playing so strong. He may not have been number 1, but he was definitely number 2, and I guess that rolls into everything for today. I mean, they took second place, and Reason is number 2 of overall player ratings, but he still takes number 1 for the most kills in this entire event, which is crazy to think he's gotten 300.
Yeah, that most definitely is crazy. This guy was definitely, showed up to play and did exactly that, and was great at it.
Yep, and here's the, again, final overall number one back to Exice with the all updated everything from the full leaderboard with his 191 kills and still the 1.51 rating overall.
I mean, the crazy thing is that in the finals, he almost had the same rating as his overall rating, right? Like, that overall rating is definitely boosted a little bit when you play a bit weaker opponents, but even in the finals, he had a very good positive rating. So, yeah, Zeiss definitely someone on the side of Horizon who is simply popping heads and being very, very consistent on it. I'd say the only other player that I can mention that I think it comes close to Zeiss in terms of just consistency and making sure that he doesn't have like one crazy game, but he never has a bad game. I think the other one really is Lunax, but unfortunately he did get eliminated and move on to the third place game a bit earlier this week. So yeah, Exai is definitely a great player. I think a great addition to this side of Horizon, and ultimately it's going to be hard to find someone to replace him if he does decide to go somewhere else. So I'm sure that they'll do all that is in their abilities to make sure that he stays.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that he never has a bad game. He's always kind of mid or top fragging, and well, again, it shows now that he is essentially the best and number one ranked player in the entire Standoff 2 major here. It's gonna be a tall order to beat. Although, of course, Reason is right behind him for the rating still, but again, Reason, if we swapped it out for who has the most kills, obviously Reason would be number one. So it depends. You can flip-flop some information around to get different levels of things, but overall the ratings is what matters of their overall impact on everything. So you can't discredit anybody out of the top 10 list just because, I mean, the top 10. You don't want to go against them anyways, especially at least if you're going online with them or even scrimming. That's not exactly going to be a fun time, but it would be some great experience if you did.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, again, if you ever meet like one of these players in the public lobby, I think you know what's gonna happen, right? So, yeah, that's just something, I think I don't think even most pro players play public lobbies just because it's kind of boring for them. Probably just to like warm up a little bit. But ultimately, if you want to meet them, you gotta scrim, you gotta make your own Standoff 2 team, and hopefully, this tournament and this final has inspired you maybe a little bit for you guys watching in the audience to actually make your own team, see what you can do, because again, Excice wasn't born in one day. Horizon were not born in one day. It was long hours, long days, long weeks, months, and years until they got this point. But if you want to be at this point too, and sometime in your future, well, yeah, you definitely have a chance to start with it. But yeah, seems like even all the players, Saints players as well, they're definitely set up to give out some autographs here. So that will be a thing. But I think with that, we're slowly starting to leave this major, leave the arena. Probably some people have already left. I think that people are remaining here simply want to get the autographs. But yeah, it was a good time. It was definitely a great time with you guys. Here you can see the whole arena. The roof is actually very, very high. That does kind of surprise me a little bit.
Yep. And so, unfortunately, that concludes it. Saints are still giving off some autographs regardless. Obviously, they had a lot of fans there. And, well, they want to get some autographs from them. So we'll just have to wait and see for what's coming up next. What that may be, we don't know yet. We'll obviously have some more minors and another major, more than likely at the end of the year like it was last year. So do keep an eye out on that. Make sure you're following the links in the description. Make sure you're following everywhere so you know when things are happening and when signups are open. Because the minor is definitely a great place to get started. But before we dip, you know what it is. It's time for the montage of the day of all of the best kills throughout this event.
Yeah, again, could not have started better for Saints. 10-1, demolished. Next map, 10-0, demolished. And then the show match comes in. And then there's an hour and 30-minute break where everything changes for the worst for Saints. As we move on to Breeze, and there, Horizon are simply demolishing Saints. I mean, you can see 7-1. Sure, Saints put up a little bit of a comeback here, but ultimately nothing too much, and Horizon are just able to steamroll through them. I think it was like 10-5 when it ended. And then Sakura, a map where, again, Horizon start off very strong at, I believe, 4 or 5 rounds in a row. Saints, again, they can't really do much, but well, they can at one point, as when we do switch to that other side of things, when we do switch to the other half, well, Saints start to make a comeback. Reason here getting a nice double. And overall, triple actually, and overall, just, Saints pulling it back from 3 to 8 all the way down. Look at that frag, by the way, that's nasty. But from 3 to 8 all the way up to, 8 to 8. But it wasn't enough. Even though Saints were able to get 6 rounds in a row, you could see what it really meant for them. They still lost when it was down to 9 to 9. And then on Sandstone, just what you expected to see. Horizon having the mental boost of just winning 2 games and being almost like we were almost there, guys. Also having the stats boost, the skill boost, the individual, the tactical boost, everything was boosted for them on this map. And even though Saints fought, and they fought hard, I mean, they still got 5 rounds, they were able to win it all and get crowned the champions of the Infinix Standoff 2 Major, which they so deserve to do. So this is the full bracket of the playoff finals. Horizon going down, probably in Standoff 2 history, is the first team to go undefeated through the whole group stage and also the playoffs. Nobody can measure up to Horizon just yet. There are teams who can equalize, there are definitely teams who can, when there's a best of 2, they win at least 1 map, but there is no team just yet who can win a whole matchup.
Yep, and guys, unfortunately, through all the stats and all the highlights and all the montages, that is it for us. I've been A-Master, that's been Twist, that's been DB over there on the left. It's been an absolute blast. So guys, until the next event, you guys have a good one. Enjoy your Standoff 2. Check out the Note 30 Pro. Until the next time, we'll see you guys in the fray.
See you all next time.